Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Elijah. The flash of cameras hits me like artillery fire as I step out of the black SUV, each burst of light designed to capture the perfect shot of Elijah Foster, looking effortlessly confident. I've mastered this dance after 15 years in the spotlight. The slight tilt of my head that catches the light just right, the half-smile that suggests mystery without arrogance, the way I button my Tom Ford jacket with one hand while the other slides through my hair in what appears to be a casual gesture, but has been calculated down to the millisecond. Elijah! Over here! The photographers shout my name like a prayer, like I'm their salvation wrapped in Italian leather and expensive cologne. I give them what they want because that's what I do. I perform. Sierra's hand finds mine as she emerges from the vehicle, her crimson lips curved in that practiced smile she's perfected for red carpets and award shows. Her blonde hair cascades over one shoulder in waves that probably took 3 hours and a team of stylists to achieve, and her silver gown hugs every curve of her tall, willowy frame. She looks every inch the pop princess the world expects her to be, and together we must look like a fairy tale come true. If only fairy tales included the kind of tension that's been building between us for months. You look stunning tonight, I murmur against her ear as we pose for the cameras, my arm sliding around her waist in a gesture that will be analyzed and dissected by entertainment reporters tomorrow. The words come automatically, part of the script we've been performing for 3 years. I know, she replies, her smile never wavering, even as her voice carries that edge I've come to know too well. Try to keep up. The premiere of Midnight Reverie, the film I scored, unfolds exactly as these events always do. I shake hands with producers who speak in dollar signs and percentages, nod along to conversations about box office projections and award season campaigns, and accept compliments on my work with the kind of humble gratitude that plays well in interviews. Sierra glides through the crowd like she owns it, which in many ways she does. Her latest album is sitting at #1, her tour sold out in minutes, and her social media presence could probably influence elections. But I watch her laugh at something a director says, the way her hand lingers on his arm just a beat too long, and that familiar knot forms in my stomach. It's the same feeling I've been carrying for weeks now, the sense that something fundamental has shifted between us, like a song playing in the wrong key. Foster! A voice cuts through my thoughts, and I turn to find Marcus Chen, my longtime collaborator and one of the few people in this industry I actually trust. His black hair is perfectly styled, his tuxedo impeccable, but there's something in his dark eyes that suggests this isn't just a social call. Marcus. I clasp his hand, grateful for a genuine interaction in a sea of artificial ones. How's the family? Good. Listen, I know this isn't the best time, but I wanted to talk to you about tomorrow's meeting. He lowers his voice, and I have to lean in to hear him over the orchestral swell of my own composition playing in the background. The surrogate situation. Right. Tomorrow. The meeting that will determine the future of the child. Sierra and I have been planning for over a year. The child that was supposed to be the next chapter in our perfect love story. The one the media has been speculating about since Sierra started dropping hints in interviews about wanting to focus on family. Everything set? I ask, though I'm not sure why I need the confirmation. Marcus has been handling the legal aspects of our surrogacy arrangement, with the kind of meticulous attention to detail that's made him one of the most sought-after entertainment lawyers in Los Angeles. "The candidate is perfect," he says. "Young actress, clean background, and most importantly, she needs the money. No complications, no emotional attachments. Just business. Just business." The phrase sits wrong with me, though I can't articulate why. Maybe it's because nothing in my life feels like just business anymore. Every relationship, every conversation, every moment gets filtered through the lens of public image and commercial viability. "Her name's Kiera Brooks," Marcus continues. "She'll be at the office at 2 tomorrow. Sierra's people confirm she'll be there." I nod, but my attention drifts as I catch sight of Sierra across the room. She's talking to Adam Carter, my best friend since college, and something about their body language makes my chest tighten. They're standing closer than necessary, their heads bent together in conversation that looks far too intimate for a public event. Adam's hand is on the small of her back, and Sierra's laughing in that breathless way she used to laugh when we first started dating. "Elijah!" Marcus's voice pulls me back. "You okay?" "Fine," I lie, forcing my attention back to him. "Just thinking about the film." The rest of the evening passes in a blur of congratulations and networking, but I can't shake the image of Sierra and Adam together. By the time we're in the car heading home to my Malibu house, the silence between us has weight. "Great party," Sierra says, but she's looking out the window at the city lights rather than at me. Her phone buzzes constantly in her lap, and each notification makes her smile in a way that feels like a small betrayal. "You seem to enjoy yourself," I say, and I hear the edge in my own voice. She turns to look at me then, her blue eyes sharp in the dim light of the back seat. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing. Just an observation." "Right." She goes back to her phone, her fingers flying over the screen. "Sometimes I think you forget that I have a career too, Elijah. I can't spend every public event hanging on your arm like some kind of accessory." The accusation stings because there's enough truth in it to cut deep. I've never asked her to be an accessory, but I also know that our relationship exists as much for the cameras as it does for us. Maybe more. "I never said you couldn't work the room," I say carefully. "I just noticed you and Adam seem to have a lot to talk about." She laughs, but there's no humor in it. "Are you seriously going to be jealous of Adam? He's your best friend." I'm not jealous. The words come out too quickly, and we both know it's a lie. I'm just trying to understand why my fiancée spent more time talking to him than to me at my own premiere. "Because he's interesting," she snaps, and the words hang in the air between us like a challenge. "Because he doesn't spend every conversation calculating how it's going to look in the press. Because he actually listens when I talk instead of thinking about his next interview. The criticism hits home because it's accurate. I have become calculating, careful, always aware of how every interaction will be perceived and dissected by the media machine that feeds on celebrity relationships. But I've had to be. The alternative is chaos, and chaos destroys careers." "I listen to you," I say. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know they're not entirely true. "When?" Her voice is quiet now, but there's something dangerous in that quietness. "Did you ever ask me about something that wasn't related to our image or our schedules or our public appearances?" I open my mouth to respond, but nothing comes. She's right, and we both know it. The rest of the drive passes in silence. The next afternoon, I'm sitting in Marcus's Beverly Hills office, trying to focus on the contracts spread across his mahogany desk instead of the lingering tension from last night's conversation with Sierra. The office is all glass and chrome, designed to intimidate and impress, and normally I find the environment energizing. Today it feels suffocating. "She should be here any minute," Marcus says, checking his Rolex, "and Sierra's running about 10 minutes late, which is actually early for her." I nod and try to push thoughts of Sierra out of my mind. This meeting is about practicalities, about making sure our child has the best possible start in life, while protecting both of our careers. Sierra's image as America's sweetheart can't handle the physical demands and public scrutiny of pregnancy, especially with her tour schedule, and I understand that. This arrangement makes sense for everyone involved. The door opens and Marcus's assistant shows someone in. "Miss Brooks is here." The woman who walks into the office stops me, mid-thought. She's not what I expected, though I'm not sure what I was expecting. Maybe someone more polished, more Hollywood. Instead, Kiera Brooks looks refreshingly real in a way that's become rare in my world. She's beautiful, but it's an understated beauty that doesn't demand attention so much as earn it. Her dark skin has warm golden undertones that catch the afternoon light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and her hair is styled in loose curls that frame her face in a way that looks effortless, but probably isn't. She's wearing a simple navy dress that hugs her petite but curvy figure without being overly revealing. And there's something here that suggests confidence without arrogance. But it's her eyes that capture my attention. They're dark and expressive, and when they meet mine, I see intelligence and warmth, but also wariness. She knows who I am, obviously, but she's not looking at me the way most people do. There's no star-struck awe or calculated interest. She's just looking at me like I'm a person she's meeting for the first time. "Miss Brooks." Marcus stands and extends his hand. "Thank you for coming. I'm Marcus Chen, and this is Elijah Foster." "Mr. Foster." She shakes my hand, and her grip is firm, her palms slightly warm. "It's nice to meet you." Her voice is rich and melodic, with just a hint of a southern accent that suggests roots somewhere warmer than Los Angeles. There's something musical about the way she speaks, and I find myself wanting to hear more. "Please call me Elijah," I say, and her smile in response is genuine in a way that makes something in my chest loosen. "Thank you for considering this arrangement." "Of course." She settles into the chair across from Marcus's desk, crossing her legs at the ankle in a gesture that somehow manages to be both elegant and casual. I have to admit, this is all a bit surreal. "I imagine it would be," I say, and I'm surprised by how much I want to put her at ease. This is new territory for all of us. Marcus launches into the legal specifics, but I find myself watching Kiera's reactions instead of following the conversation. She asks intelligent questions about the medical aspects, the timeline, the legal protections for everyone involved. She's clearly thought this through carefully, and there's something reassuring about her thoroughness. "What about after the birth?" she asks, and I realize she's looking directly at me. I mean, I know the legal agreements are clear, but I guess I'm wondering about the practical aspects. Will you want updates, pictures, or would you prefer if I just disappeared? The question surprises me, partly because of how directly she's asking it, but mostly because I haven't really thought about the emotional reality of what we're discussing. In my mind, this has been an abstract arrangement, a solution to a problem, but this woman is going to carry my child for 9 months. She's going to feel every kick, every movement, every moment of that life growing inside her. How can I ask her to just disappear after that? I start, then stop. I honestly don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. "That's fair," she says, and there's no judgment in her voice. I just wanted to know what to expect. "What would you prefer?" The question comes out before I can stop it, and I see Marcus raise an eyebrow in surprise. Kiera considers this for a moment, her fingers absently tracing the edge of her purse. "I think I'd like to know that the baby is happy and healthy. Not necessarily regular updates, but maybe just knowing that I helped create something good in the world." Her words stun me. The quiet sincerity in her voice makes my throat tighten. When did I last experience someone in my life express such a pure, uncomplicated desire for goodness? The door opens again, and Sierra sweeps in wearing designer sunglasses and an expression of barely concealed impatience. She's changed from whatever she wore to her morning meetings into a white silk blouse and tailored black pants that probably cost more than most people's rent, and her hair is pulled back in a sleek ponytail that emphasizes the sharp angles of her face. "Sorry I'm late," she says, though she doesn't sound particularly sorry. "Traffic was insane." She looks at Kiera with the kind of assessing gaze she usually reserves for backup dancers or opening acts, and I see Kiera straighten slightly in her chair. "Sierra, this is Kiera Brooks," Marcus says. "Kiera, Sierra Lane." "It's nice to meet you," Kiera says, standing to shake Sierra's hand. "Likewise." Sierra's smile is perfectly calibrated, warm enough to seem genuine but cool enough to maintain distance. "Marcus has told us wonderful things about you." The conversation that follows is polite but strained, and I find myself watching the interplay between the two women with growing discomfort. Sierra asks questions about Kiera's health, her lifestyle, her career aspirations, but there's something clinical about her interest, like she's interviewing a potential employee rather than someone who's offering to help us build our family. Kiera handles it with grace, answering every question honestly and thoroughly, but I can see the tension building in the set of her shoulders, the way her hands grip her purse a little tighter with each passing minute. "I think we have everything we need," Marcus finally says, sensing the same tension I'm feeling. "Kiera, if you could just give us a few days to review everything, we'll be in touch with our decision." "Of course." Kiera stands, smoothing down her dress. "Thank you for your time." She shakes hands with Marcus, then Sierra, and finally turns to me. When our hands touch again, I feel that same warmth, that same sense of genuine connection that's been missing from my life for longer than I care to admit. "It was really nice meeting you, Elijah," she says, and I believe her. "You too," I reply, and I mean it more than I've meant anything in a long time. After she leaves, Sierra immediately starts dissecting the meeting like a post-game analysis. "She seems nice enough," Sierra says, settling into the chair Kiera just vacated. "A little too. I don't know, Ernest, but I suppose that's what we want. Someone who won't cause problems." The casual dismissal in her voice bothers me more than it should. She seemed thoughtful, genuine. "Sure." Sierra waves a hand dismissively. "As long as she can do the job, that's all that matters." The job. As if carrying our child is just another gig, another transaction in a world full of them. I find myself thinking about Kiera Brooks for the rest of the day, about the warmth in her eyes and the way she asked about the baby's future happiness. In a life increasingly defined by artificial interactions and calculated responses, meeting someone who seems genuinely real feels like stumbling across an oasis in the desert.
Chapter 2. Kiera. The alarm on my phone buzzes at 5:30 in the morning, and I'm already awake, staring at the water stain on my ceiling that looks like a distorted map of Texas. My stomach churns with the familiar cocktail of caffeine withdrawal and anxiety that greets me most mornings in this city. Today feels different, though, charged with the kind of nervous energy that comes from knowing your entire life might be about to change. I roll out of my twin bed, careful not to bump into the makeshift vanity I've constructed from an old TV tray and a mirror I found at a garage sale. My studio apartment in North Hollywood isn't much to look at. 400 square feet of beige walls, laminate flooring, and dreams deferred. But it's mine, and I've made it work. Fairy lights strung around the windows, vintage movie posters covering the worst of the wall stains, and plants that somehow thrive despite the limited natural light. "Girl, you're up early even for you," comes Jasmine's voice from the other side of the thin wall that separates our apartments. She pounds once, our signal that she's making coffee, and I'm welcome to some if I can drag myself over there. I throw on my robe, a soft pink terry cloth thing that's seen better days but still makes me feel somewhat human, and pad barefoot to her door. Jasmine opens it before I can knock, her dark skin glowing despite the early hour, her natural hair wrapped in a colorful silk scarf that somehow makes her look like royalty even in pajamas. "You look like you've been hit by a truck," she says, but her smile takes the sting out of it. Coffee's almost ready. Her apartment is identical to mine in layout, but feels completely different thanks to her eye for design and her trust fund, though she'd kill me for mentioning the latter. Everything is warm earth tones and carefully curated thrift store, finds that somehow look like they belong in Architectural Digest. I couldn't sleep, I admit, curling up on her couch with my legs tucked under me. I keep thinking about yesterday. The meeting with Mr. Superstar and his ice princess. Jasmine hands me a mug of coffee that smells like heaven and probably costs more than my grocery budget for the week. She's the only person I know who has actual good coffee instead of whatever's on sale at the corner market. They weren't that bad, I say, though I'm unsure as to why I'm defending Sierra Lane. There was something about the way she looked at me, like I was a piece of furniture she was considering purchasing. But Elijah, there was something different about him. Something that didn't match the polished image I've seen in magazines and on red carpets. Right? Jasmine settles next to me with her own mug, raising an eyebrow in that way that means she sees right through my diplomatic answer. And I'm sure she was just delighted to meet the woman who's going to carry her fiancé's baby. The words make my stomach flip, and not just from the coffee. Yesterday's meeting feels like something that happened to someone else, like I watched it in a movie, rather than lived it. The lawyer's office with its intimidating glass walls, the contracts full of legal language I'm still trying to parse, and the surreal experience of sitting across from two of the most famous people in the world discussing the most intimate thing imaginable. Marcus called last night, I say, and Jasmine nearly chokes on her coffee. And you're just telling me this now? What did he say? They want to move forward. The words still don't feel real coming out of my mouth. I'm going to be their surrogate. Jasmine sets down her mug and faces me, her expression cycling through surprise, excitement, and concern in rapid succession. Damn, Kai, this is huge. I know. My hands shake slightly as I lift my coffee, and I wonder if it's the caffeine or the magnitude of what I've agreed to. The money will change everything. I can actually focus on acting instead of working 3 jobs just to afford ramen. But are you ready for this? I mean, really ready? We're not talking about pet sitting for rich people. You're going to carry a baby for 9 months and then hand it over to them. The question hits harder than I expect because I've been asking myself the same thing since I signed the initial papers. Can I really do this? Can I grow a life inside my body and then walk away when it's over? I think so, I say, though the uncertainty bleeds through my voice. The money is life-changing, Jazz. Like, pay off my student loans and actually have a savings account life-changing. And maybe, just maybe, it means I can stop waiting tables and focus on what I actually came here to do. Okay, but what about the emotional stuff? You don't exactly have a history of keeping things casual. She's right, and we both know it. I'm the person who cries at commercials with puppies and gets attached to houseplants. The idea of carrying someone else's child and maintaining emotional distance feels about as realistic as sprouting wings and flying to the moon. The contract is very clear about boundaries, I say, repeating what Marcus told me yesterday. This is a business arrangement, professional and straightforward. Nothing about having a baby is straightforward, Kai, and you know it. Before I can answer, my phone flickers alive with a text. It's from my agent, which is unusual enough at this hour to make my pulse spike. Call back for midnight in Brooklyn, 2 p.m. today. Don't screw this up. Rachel. What is it? Jasmine asks, reading my expression. Call back for that indie film I auditioned for last week. I stare at the screen, trying to process having potentially good news and life-altering news in the span of 12 hours. The one about the jazz singer in the 70s? That's amazing, see? Things are already looking up. I want to share her optimism, but the timing feels overwhelming. If I book this role, I'll be working while pregnant, assuming everything goes according to plan with the surrogacy. If I don't book it, I'll be facing another rejection while my body undergoes changes I can't even imagine yet. I should get ready, I say, already mentally cycling through my limited wardrobe options. I want to run through my lines a few more times before the callback. 3 hours later, I'm sitting in the waiting room of a casting office in Santa Monica, surrounded by women who all look like they could be my sisters. Same age range, same general type, all of us clutching headshots and hoping this will be the audition that changes everything. The role is for Maya, a young woman in 1970s Brooklyn who dreams of singing jazz but gets pulled into her family's expectations instead. It's the kind of complex, layered character that doesn't come along often, especially for women who look like me. The script made me cry when I first read it, which is usually a good sign. Kiera Brooks? The casting assistant calls my name, and I follow her into a small room where 3 people sit behind a folding table, covered in headshots and coffee cups. "Hi, Kiera," says the woman in the middle, who I recognize as the film's director from her picture on IMDb. "I'm Sarah Chen. We really loved what you brought to the first audition." "Thank you," I say, setting my purse down and taking my place in front of their table. I'm excited to be here. Today we want to see the scene where Maya confronts her mother about the engagement. Really dig into that emotional conflict between duty and desire. I nod and take a breath, letting myself slip into Maya's world. The scene is painful and beautiful, about a woman who has to choose between the safe path her family wants and the uncertain but authentic path her heart demands. As I speak Maya's words, I can't help but think about my own choices, about the decision I made yesterday that will change the trajectory of my life in ways I can't predict. "That was lovely," Sarah says when I finish. "Can you try it once more? But this time really let us see her anger? She's not just sad about this choice. She's furious that she has to make it at all." The second time through, I let myself feel the rage that lives underneath Maya's careful politeness. The anger at a world that makes women choose between security and dreams, between what's expected and what's wanted. When I finish, the room is quiet for a moment. "Thank you, Kiera," Sarah finally says. "We'll be in touch." It's the standard dismissal, impossible to read, but something in her expression makes me think it went well. Or maybe that's just wishful thinking. The drive back to North Hollywood gives me time to decompress, though Los Angeles traffic isn't exactly conducive to inner peace. My ancient Honda Civic makes concerning noises as I navigate the stop-and-go congestion, and I send up a silent prayer that it holds together long enough for me to afford something more reliable. My phone rings as I'm merging onto the 101, and I answer through my car's wonky Bluetooth system. "Kiera, it's Marcus Chen." My heart does a little skip. "Hi, Marcus. I hope you don't mind me calling, but Elijah and Sierra would like to set up another meeting, tomorrow, if possible. There are some details they'd like to discuss before we move forward with the medical screening." "Of course," I say, though I'm unsure what else there is to discuss. Yesterday's meeting seemed pretty comprehensive. "Same time?" "Actually, they'd prefer something more casual. Maybe dinner?" Elijah suggested his house in Malibu around 7. "Dinner at Elijah Foster's house." The sentence doesn't compute for a moment. "That sounds fine." "Great. I'll text you the address. And Kiera, try to relax. This is all very positive." After he hangs up, I realize my hands are gripping the steering wheel hard enough to leave marks. Dinner at a superstar's house while potentially carrying his child feels about as far from my normal life as it's possible to get while remaining on the same planet. When I get home, Jasmine is waiting in my apartment with takeout from our favorite Thai place and an expression that demands details. "How did it go?" she asks before I've even closed the door. "I think it went well, but you never know." I kick off my shoes and collapse onto my couch, which is really more of a love seat, but serves the purpose. But that's not even the most surreal part of my day. I tell her about Marcus's call, and she nearly drops her pad thai. You're having dinner with Elijah Foster in Sierra Lane? At his house? Apparently. I steal a piece of chicken from her container because stress makes me hungry and I can't afford my own dinner right now. What am I supposed to wear to dinner with celebrities? My wardrobe consists of audition clothes and waitressing uniforms. We'll figure it out, Jasmine says, with the confidence of someone who's never met a fashion crisis she couldn't solve. But Kai, are you sure about this? This whole thing is starting to feel really intense, really fast. It's just dinner, I say, though I don't believe it any more than she does. They probably want to make sure I'm not going to sell stories to the tabloids or something. Or they want to make sure you remember your place in this arrangement. Her words sting because they echo my own fears. Yesterday, sitting in that lawyer's office, it was easy to think of this as a straightforward business transaction. But dinner at someone's house feels personal, intimate, like crossing a line I'm not sure I should cross. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, I say finally. Maybe it's good to establish boundaries early. Just promise me you'll be careful, Jasmine says, and there's a different in her tone I haven't heard before. These people live in a different world than we do. They have different rules, different priorities. Don't let them make you feel like you're less than them just because you need the money. That night, I lie in bed staring at my water-stained ceiling again, thinking about boundaries and rules and the strange turn my life has taken. 6 months ago, I was just another struggling actress waiting tables and hoping for a break. Tomorrow, I'll be having dinner with one of the most famous couples in the world, discussing the possibility of carrying their child. The money from the surrogacy will change my life in ways I can barely imagine. No more choosing between groceries and gas. No more lying awake at night, wondering if I'll be able to make rent. No more taking jobs that drain my soul just to survive. But as I finally drift off to sleep, it's not the money I'm thinking about. It's the way Elijah Foster looked at me during yesterday's meeting, like he was seeing something in me that even I didn't know was there. It's the warmth in his tone when asked what I would prefer about staying in touch after the baby was born, like my opinion actually mattered. I tell myself it doesn't mean anything, that I'm reading too much into a simple moment of politeness. But somewhere in the space between waking and sleeping, I can't erase my gut feeling that tomorrow's dinner is going to change more than just the logistics of our arrangement.
Chapter 3. Elijah. The sound of Sierra's laughter drifts through the open sliding doors of my Malibu home, carried on the ocean breeze that usually brings me peace. Tonight, it grates against my nerves like fingernails on glass. I'm supposed to be preparing for dinner with Kiera Brooks, reviewing the talking points Marcus suggested for establishing clear expectations about the surrogacy arrangement, but instead I find myself distracted by the way Sierra's voice carries across the infinity pool toward the guest house where she's been getting ready for the past 2 hours. I've been pacing the length of my living room for the better part of 30 minutes, my bare feet silent against the polished concrete floors. The space is all clean lines and floor-to-ceiling windows that showcase the Pacific stretching endlessly toward the horizon. But tonight even the view that usually centers me feels overwhelming. Everything feels too big, too open, too exposed. My phone buzzes against the marble countertop in my kitchen, and I check it absently while mentally rehearsing how to explain to Kiera that this arrangement needs to remain strictly professional. The message is from Adam, and seeing his name makes my chest tighten with an emotion I can't quite name. Sierra mentioned dinner tonight. Mind if I swing by after? Been too long since we hung out properly. I stare at the message for longer than necessary, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Adam Carter has been my best friend since our freshman year at Berkeley, back when I was just another music major with big dreams, and he was studying film production with the kind of confidence that suggested he'd never doubted his place in the world. We've been through everything together, My first record deal, his first directing job, the meteoric rise of both our careers and all the chaos that came with sudden fame. So why does the thought of him coming over tonight make my skin crawl? Rain check, early morning tomorrow, I type back, then delete it. Then type it again. Finally, I just turn the phone face down and walk away. The guest house door slides open and Kiera emerges like she's walking onto a red carpet instead of across my patio. She's changed into a flowing white sundress that contrasts beautifully with her golden tan, her blonde hair falling in loose waves over one shoulder. She looks effortlessly perfect in the way that's become second nature to her. And for a while, I remember why the whole world thinks we're the ideal couple. You look beautiful, I tell her as she approaches, because it's true and because saying it is as automatic as breathing after 3 years together. I know, she replies with that confident smile that used to charm me, and now just feels calculating. This dress photographs really well if Kiera decides to post anything on social media. We should probably mention that she needs to run any post by your team first. The casual way she reduces our evening to a potential photo opportunity makes something cold settle in my stomach. This isn't a publicity event, Kiera. It's just dinner. Everything is a publicity event when you're us, she says, adjusting her dress with practiced precision. You know that better than anyone. She's right, and that's what bothers me most. Somewhere along the way, my life became a performance where every interaction gets filtered through the lens of public perception. Even this dinner with Kiera, which should be about establishing comfort and trust before we embark on something as intimate as pregnancy, has been shaped by concerns about image management and media control. Where's your guitar pick? Kiera asks, and I realize I've been reaching for my pocket without thinking about it. It's a nervous habit I've had since I was a teenager, rolling the small piece of plastic between my fingers when I'm anxious or deep in thought. Don't know. I lie because the truth is, I left it on my piano where I've been trying to work on new music for the past week without success. Everything I play sounds hollow, like I'm going through the motions of being creative without actually feeling anything worth expressing. The intercom system chimes, indicating someone at the front gate, and I feel my pulse quicken. That's probably Kiera. I walk to the security panel near the front door, my reflection catching in the brushed steel surface. I look tense, my jaw set in a way that suggests I'm preparing for battle rather than a casual dinner. My dark hair is slightly mussed from running my hands through it, and there are lines around my blue-gray eyes that weren't there a year ago. The security camera shows Kiera's ancient Honda Civic idling uncertainly at my gate, and even through the grainy black and white feed, I can see her gripping the steering wheel like she's considering turning around and driving home. Something about her obvious nervousness makes my own anxiety ease slightly. Come on up, I say into the intercom, pressing the button to open the gate. I watch her car navigate the winding driveway that leads up to my house, the engine making sounds that suggest it's not entirely happy about the steep incline. When she parks next to my Tesla and Kiera's white Range Rover, the contrast is almost comical, like someone accidentally drove a rental car to a luxury dealership. Through the window, I see her checking her reflection in the rearview mirror, taking a deep breath that I can practically feel from here. She's wearing a simple black dress that somehow manages to look both elegant and understated, her natural hair styled in soft curls that catch the early evening light. It's in the way she moves, deliberate but graceful, confident but not presumptuous, that makes me want to put her at ease. I open the front door before she can ring the bell, and her smile when she sees me is warm and genuine, and it drags something up from under my ribs that refuses to settle. Hi, she says, and there's a slight breathlessness in her voice that could be from nervousness or from the walk up my front steps. This place is incredible. Thank you, I say, stepping aside to let her in. I hope you didn't have trouble finding it. Your directions were perfect, though I have to admit, I've never driven through a gate that required a password before. Her honesty is refreshing in a way that catches me off guard. Most people who come to my house either act like they belong there or pretend they're not impressed by the obvious displays of wealth. Kiera just seems genuinely amazed, and there's something charming about her lack of pretense. "Can I get you something to drink?" I ask as we walk through the foyer with its soaring ceiling and abstract art that costs more than most people's cars. Water, wine, something stronger. Water would be great, actually. She's looking around with wide eyes, taking in the space like she's trying to memorize details. This is like something out of a magazine. It's too much sometimes, I admit, which surprises me because I don't usually criticize my own success, especially not to people I barely know. But the privacy is worth it. Sierra chooses that moment to make her entrance, appearing at the top of the curved staircase like she's descended from heaven specifically to grace us with her presence. Her timing is perfect, as always, calculated to create maximum impact. "Kiera," she calls out, her voice warm and welcoming in a way that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "I'm so glad you could make it." "Thank you for having me," Kiera replies, and I notice the way she straightens slightly, like she's preparing for inspection. The three of us move to the kitchen, where I've arranged for my housekeeper to prepare a selection of appetizers that can be served casually. Nothing too formal, nothing that might make Kiera feel out of place, though I'm beginning to realize that my idea of casual might not align with everyone else's. "This is beautiful," Kiera says, running her fingers along the edge of my marble countertop. "Do you cook?" "I try," I say, which is mostly true, though I'm better with a guitar than a knife. "Elijah's being modest," Sierra interjects, moving to stand next to me in a way that feels possessive. "He makes an amazing pasta carbonara. Don't you, baby?" The endearment feels forced, performed for Kiera's benefit, and I see something flicker across Kiera's face before she smiles politely. "That's impressive. I can barely make boxed mac and cheese without burning something." "I'm sure you have other talents," Sierra says, but there's something in her tone that makes the compliment sound like a dismissal. The conversation continues in this vein for the next hour, polite and surface level, with Sierra steering every topic back to logistics and expectations. She talks about the importance of prenatal vitamins and regular exercise, about the media training Kiera will need if anyone discovers the arrangement, about the non-disclosure agreements that will protect everyone's interests. I find myself watching Kiera's face as Sierra speaks, noting the way her smile becomes more forced with each passing minute, the way her hands grip her water glass just a little too tightly. She's handling it well, asking appropriate questions and nodding at all the right moments, but I can see the strain building behind her eyes. "I think what Sierra's trying to say," I finally interrupt when she launches into a detailed explanation of the security protocols Kiera will need to follow, "is that we want to make sure you feel supported throughout this process." "Of course," Kiera says, but there's something guarded in her expression now. I appreciate that. My phone buzzes insistently from the coffee table where I left it, and I glance over to see Adam's name appearing on the screen. Before I can decide whether to answer, the sound of the front gate intercom echoes through the house. "Are you expecting someone?" Sierra asks, but there's something in her voice that suggests she already knows the answer. I walk to the security panel, though I have a sinking feeling about what I'm going to see. Sure enough, Adam's familiar BMW is sitting at my gate, and when he leans out the window to wave at the camera, his smile is the same charming grin that's gotten him out of trouble since college. "It's Adam," I say, and I don't miss the way Sierra's face lights up. "Great," she says, clapping her hands together like this is exactly what she was hoping for. "I told him he should stop by after dinner." Something cold spreads through my chest. "You told him to come?" "I mentioned we were having dinner, and he said he missed hanging out with us." Sierra's tone is casual, but there's something underneath it that makes my skin prickle. "You don't mind, do you?" "I do mind, actually, though I can't articulate exactly why. Maybe it's because this dinner was supposed to be about establishing trust with Kiera, and adding Adam to the mix changes the entire dynamic. Maybe it's because I've been feeling increasingly uneasy about how much time Kiera and Adam have been spending together lately. Or maybe it's just that my best friend showing up unannounced at a moment when I'm already feeling off balance seems like one complication too many. Of course not, I say, because what else can I say with Kiera sitting right there? I buzz Adam through the gate and try to ignore the way Kiera checks her reflection in the dark window, smoothing her hair and adjusting her dress in a way that's becoming familiar and unsettling. When Adam walks through my front door 5 minutes later, he brings with him the kind of easy confidence that's always made him magnetic. He's tall and lean, with the kind of effortlessly tousled brown hair that looks like he just rolled out of bed, but probably took 20 minutes to achieve. His smile is warm and genuine as he greets Kiera, and I watch her respond to his charm with the same openness that drew me to her in the first place. "Adam Carter," he says, extending his hand to her. "You must be Kiera. I've heard wonderful things." "All good things, I hope," she replies, and I can see some of the tension leaving her shoulders as she responds to his easier energy. "Only the best," he assures her, then turns to clap me on the shoulder in the kind of casual gesture that speaks to years of friendship. "Hope you don't mind me crashing your dinner party." "Not at all," I lie smoothly, because that's what you do when you're performing the role of the gracious host. But as the evening progresses, I find myself watching the dynamics between the three of them with growing unease. Adam is charming and funny, telling stories about our college days that make Kiera laugh in a way that transforms her entire face. Kiera is more animated than she's been all evening, touching Adam's arm when she talks and throwing her head back when she laughs at his jokes. And I'm standing there feeling like an outsider in my own home, watching my fiancé and my best friend connect makes something ugly twist in my stomach. "Remember that time in college when Elijah tried to serenade that girl from his music theory class?" Adam is saying, his eyes bright with mischief. "What was her name? Sarah? Sandra?" "Samantha," Kiera supplies, and the fact that she remembers makes my jaw clench. "And he fell off the balcony trying to climb up to her window." "I didn't fall," I correct, though my voice sounds tighter than I intended. "I jumped down when her boyfriend showed up. She told me she was single." "Same difference," Adam laughs, and Kiera joins in, though I notice she glances at me with what might be sympathy. "The story is harmless, the kind of embarrassing college memory that friends share. But something about the way Adam and Kiera tell it together, finishing each other's sentences and exchanging glances that seem to exclude me, makes my breath catch. "That's sweet," Kiera says, and there's genuine warmth in her voice. "Even if it didn't work out." "Elijah's always been a romantic," Kiera says, but there's something in her tone that makes it sound like a character flaw. Sometimes to a fault. The criticism stings because there's truth in it, but also because she's saying it in front of people who barely know me, reducing my capacity for deep feeling to a weakness worth mocking. "I think that's beautiful," Kiera says quietly, and when she looks at me, there's something in her dark eyes that makes my throat tighten. "The world could use more people who aren't afraid to put themselves out there for love." The moment stretches between us, heavy with something I can't name, until Adam breaks it with another laugh. "See, I told you she was perfect for this arrangement," he says to Kiera, and the casual way he refers to the surrogacy like it's a business deal makes my skin crawl. "Perfect," Kiera agrees, but she's looking at Adam when she says it, not at Kiera. I excuse myself to get another bottle of wine, though what I really need is a moment to breathe and figure out why this entire evening feels like it's spiraling out of my control. In the kitchen, I grip the edge of the counter and try to center myself, but the sound of their laughter from the living room makes my jaw clench. When I return with the wine, I find Adam and Kiera standing close together on my terrace, their heads bent in conversation, while Kiera sits alone on the couch, looking like she's trying to decide if she should leave. The sight of them together, the intimate way Kiera's hand rests on Adam's arm, the way he leans down to whisper something that makes her smile, hits me like a physical blow. Sorry, I say to Kiera, settling beside her on the couch. I didn't mean to abandon you. No problem, she says, but there's something thoughtful in her expression as she glances toward the terrace. They seem close. They've known each other almost as long as Adam and I have been friends, I say, which is true, but doesn't address the undercurrent of her observation. It's nice when couples have friends they can both connect with, she says carefully, and I realize she's trying to be diplomatic about something she's noticed, too. Through the open doors, I can hear Sierra's laugh again, that breathless sound that used to make my heart race, and now just makes me feel hollow. Adam says something else, and she touches his chest in a gesture that's far too intimate for friendship. Something breaks open in my chest, a pain so sharp and immediate that I have to set down my wine glass to keep from dropping it. This isn't the first time I've noticed the way they gravitate toward each other, but seeing it tonight in front of Kiera makes it impossible to ignore or rationalize away. Excuse me for a moment, I say to Kiera with so much strain I almost choke. I walk onto the terrace, and they spring apart like teenagers caught kissing behind the school. The guilt on both their faces tells me everything I need to know, but I force myself to keep my expression neutral. Everything okay out here? I ask, though my voice sounds hollow even to my own ears. Just enjoying the view, Adam says, but he won't meet my eyes. It really is beautiful, Sierra adds, and her smile is too bright, too forced. Kiera should see this before she leaves. The suggestion feels like a dismissal, like they want to get rid of both Kiera and me so they can continue whatever conversation I interrupted. The realization hits me like a waterfall, washing away the last of my willful blindness about what's been happening right in front of me. Actually, I say, managing to keep my voice even, despite the shake crawling beneath it, I think Kiera and I should probably wrap up our discussion about the arrangement. There are still some details we need to cover. It's not true, but it's an excuse to end this evening before I do something I'll regret, like confront my best friend and my fiancée about what I'm increasingly certain is an affair happening under my own roof. Adam nods quickly, too eagerly. Of course, man. I should head out anyway. Early call time tomorrow. Me too, Sierra says, but she's looking at Adam when she says it. I mean early morning. Studio time. They leave within minutes of each other, making excuses that don't quite ring true, and suddenly my house feels enormous and empty, except for Kiera, who's still sitting on my couch looking like she's not sure what just happened. I'm sorry about that, I say, settling beside her again. That wasn't how tonight was supposed to go. It's okay, she says, but there's something knowing in her dark eyes. Are you okay? The simple question nearly undoes me. When was the last time someone asked if I was fine and seemed to genuinely care about the answer? When did someone look at me like I was a person rather than a brand or an image or a means to an end? I'm fine, I say automatically, but the words feel hollow. You don't look fine, she says gently. You look like someone who just had the rug pulled out from under them. Her perceptiveness surprises me, though maybe it shouldn't. There's something about Kiera that suggests she sees more than most people, that she pays attention to the details others miss. It's complicated, I say finally, because I can't bring myself to voice the suspicions that are crystallizing into certainty in my mind. Most things worth caring about are complicated, she says, and there's a wisdom in her voice that belies her age. We sit in silence for longer than a heartbeat, the sound of the ocean drifting through the open doors. In the quiet, I find myself really looking at her for the first time tonight. There's something peaceful about her presence, something that makes the chaos in my head settle into something more manageable. Can I ask you something? I say, and she nods. Why did you agree to do this? The surrogacy, I mean. It can't just be about the money. She considers the question for a long moment, her fingers tracing patterns on the fabric of my couch. It is about the money, she says honestly. But not just because I need it. It's about what the money represents, freedom, the ability to make choices based on what I want rather than what I can afford. And what do you want? To tell stories that matter, she says, without hesitation. To play characters who reflect the complexity of real women's lives. To maybe inspire someone the way I was inspired by the actresses I watched growing up. There's passion in her voice when she talks about her dreams. A fire that reminds me of how I used to feel about music before it became an industry. Before every note got filtered through focus groups and market research. "That's beautiful," I say, praising her. "What about you?" she asks. "When you strip away all the fame and the awards and the business aspects, what do you want from your music?" Her inquiry surprises me because it's been so long since anyone asked me about the emotional core of what I do rather than the commercial prospects. "I want to create something that lasts," I say slowly. Something that connects with people on a level that transcends whatever's popular at the moment. I want to write songs that help people feel less alone. "That's beautiful too," she says softly. Something shifts between us in that moment. A recognition of shared understanding that has nothing to do with our arrangement and everything to do with the fact that we're both artists trying to maintain our authenticity in a world that rewards performance over truth. My phone buzzes again, and this time it's a text from Kiera. "Staying at the Beverly Hills house tonight. Need some space to think. We'll talk tomorrow." I stare at the message for a long moment, and something cold and final settles in my chest. She's not coming home tonight, and we both know why. "Bad news?" Kiera asks, and I realize my expression must have given me away. "Just Kiera," I say, setting the phone aside. "She's staying in town tonight." Kiera nods, and I can see her processing the implications of that information. She's smart enough to read between the lines, to understand that couples who are truly happy don't make last-minute decisions to sleep apart after dinner parties. "I should probably go," she says, reaching for her purse. "Thank you for dinner, and for being honest about things being complicated." "Wait," I say, and the word comes out more urgently than I intended. "Can I ask you one more thing?" She settles back into the couch, giving me her full attention that stirs pressure that builds behind my breastbone, slow and thick. "If something happened," I say carefully, "if the situation changed in a way that made our current arrangement impossible, would you still consider helping me? With the baby, I mean." She studies my face for a long moment. I can see her weighing my words, trying to understand what I'm really asking. "Are you asking hypothetically?" she says finally. "Maybe," I admit. "I don't know. Tonight has made me realize that there are things about my life that I've been avoiding looking at too closely." "Like what?" "Like the fact that I'm bracing myself to do this alone," I say, and hearing the words out loud makes them feel real in a way that terrifies me. Kiera is quiet for so long that I start to think I've said too much, crossed a line that shouldn't be crossed. But when she finally speaks, her voice is gentle and sure. "If you need help," she says, "real help, not just the arrangement we discussed, then yes, I'd still want to be part of giving a child a loving home. The relief that washes over me is so intense it's almost overwhelming. Thank you." "But Elijah," she says, her tone serious, "whatever's happening with Kiera, whatever you're dealing with, you need to figure it out before we move forward. A baby deserves clarity, not chaos." She's correct, and it's what I hope for. But as I watch her gather her things and prepare to leave, as I think about returning to this empty house with nothing but my suspicions and my guitar for company, the idea of clarity feels as distant as the stars reflecting on the ocean outside my windows. I'll figure it out, I promise, though I have no idea how. After she leaves, I sit alone in my living room, listening to the sound of her car making its way back down my driveway. The house feels different now, charged with the memory of honest conversation and genuine connection, but also heavy with the weight of everything I've been avoiding. I pick up my phone and scroll through the messages from Kiera, looking for clues I might have missed, signs that might have warned me this was coming. But all I find are logistics and schedules, surface-level communications that never dig deeper than what time she'll be home or what event we need to attend next. When did we stop talking about anything that mattered? When did we become two people sharing a life but not a connection? The questions follow me upstairs to my bedroom, where I lie awake staring at the ceiling and thinking about the way Kiera looked at me when she inquired if I was okay. Like my answer mattered. Like I mattered, separate from everything I could provide or represent. Tomorrow, I'll have to face the truth about Sierra and Adam. Tomorrow, I'll have to formulate a plan to protect my unborn child and salvage some kind of future from the wreckage of my life. But tonight, I hold on to the memory of sitting on my couch with someone who saw through all my careful performances to the person underneath. Someone who offered help without expecting anything in return except honesty. It's not much, but it's something real in a life that's felt increasingly artificial. And right now, real is exactly what I need.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 4. Kiera. The coffee shop on Melrose buzzes with the usual chaos of aspiring actors, running lines between shifts, screenwriters typing furiously on laptops held together with hope and duct tape, and tourists trying to spot celebrities in their natural habitat. I'm sitting in the corner booth I've claimed as my office for the past 2 years, surrounded by the detritus of my current life. Audition sides covered in my messy handwriting, my laptop showing a bank balance that makes my stomach clench, and my phone, which has been ominously silent since my callback yesterday. It's been 3 days since the dinner at Elijah's house, and I can't stop thinking about the way the evening ended. Not the awkward tension between him and Sierra, or even Adam's unexpected arrival, but the moment when Elijah asked if I would still help him if the situation changed. The vulnerability in when he said he might be about to become a single father has been echoing in my head like a song I can't shake. You look like someone who's contemplating either murder or a really bad decision, Jasmine says, sliding into the booth across from me with her usual grace. She's dressed for her job at a trendy marketing firm downtown, her natural hair styled in an elegant updo that probably took 20 minutes, but looks effortless. Everything about her screams success, from her perfectly coordinated jewelry to the designer handbag that costs more than my rent. Maybe both, I mutter, closing my laptop before she can see my pathetic bank balance. How did your presentation go? Killed it, obviously. She signals the barista for her usual lavender oat milk latte, then fixes me with the kind of direct stare that means she's about to say something I don't want to hear. But we're not here to talk about my corporate conquest. We're here because you texted me at midnight with a series of question marks and sad face emojis. I had texted her in a moment of late-night panic when the weight of everything I'm considering hit me like a truck. The surrogacy arrangement with Sierra and Elijah was complicated enough when they were a happy couple planning their future together. But now, with the obvious cracks in their relationship and Elijah's cryptic comments about becoming a single father, I'm not sure what I'm agreeing to anymore. The dinner was weird. I start, then stop because weird doesn't begin to cover it. Like, really weird. Sierra and Adam, that's Elijah's best friend. They were all over each other. Not literally, but the energy between them was so obvious I felt like I was watching a soap opera. Jasmine raises an eyebrow. Scandalous. And how did Elijah handle his fiancée flirting with his best friend right in front of him? That's the thing. He was trying so hard to pretend everything was normal, but I could see it eating him alive. And then after they left, he asked me this hypothetical question about whether I'd still help him if the situation changed. What kind of change? I fidget with my coffee cup, the ceramic warm against my palms. He said he might be about to become a single father. The words hang in the air between us, heavy with implication. Jasmine's expression shifts from casual interest to concern as she processes what I'm telling her. Oh, damn, she says finally. So you think he knows about Kiera and the friend? I think he's starting to figure it out. And I think he's scared about what that means for the baby they plan together. My phone buzzes against the table, and both of us look down to see Marcus Chen's name on the screen. My pulse immediately kicks up because lawyers don't usually call with good news, especially not at 10 in the morning on a Thursday. Answer it, Jasmine says, and her voice has that commanding tone that suggests arguing is pointless. Hello, Marcus, I say, putting the phone on speaker so Jasmine can hear. Kiera, good morning. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time, but Elijah would like to meet with you today if possible. There's been a development in the situation, and he'd prefer to discuss it in person. I meet Jasmine's eyes across the table, and she makes a gesture that clearly means, I told you so, without actually saying the words. What kind of development? I ask, though I'm pretty sure I already know. It's better if he explains it himself. Would 1 o'clock work? Same office as before. I'll be there, I say, because what else can I say? This arrangement has already become the center of my financial planning, my hope for a stable future. I can't just walk away because things have gotten complicated. After Marcus hangs up, Jasmine and I sit in silence for a while, both of us processing the implications of that call. You know what this means, right? She says finally. That Kiera and Adam got caught? That you're about to be asked to carry a baby for a man going through what's probably going to be a very messy, very public breakup with one of the biggest pop stars in the world. The reality of that statement hits me like cold water. I've been thinking about this arrangement in terms of my own life, my own needs and fears and hopes, but Jasmine's right. If Kiera and Elijah break up, it won't be a quiet, private affair. It'll be tabloid fodder for months, dissected and analyzed by entertainment reporters and social media commentators. And somehow I'll be connected to all of that chaos. Maybe he just wants to clarify some details. I say weakly, but I don't believe it any more than she does. Kai, I love you, and I want you to be happy and financially stable and all of that. But you need to think really carefully about what you're getting yourself into here. This isn't just about carrying a baby anymore. This is about getting involved in celebrity drama that could follow you for years. She's right. But I also know that walking away now means going back to my current life. Struggling to pay rent, taking waitressing shifts that leave me exhausted and bitter. Watching my dreams get smaller and more distant with each rejection. The money from this arrangement represents freedom in a way I've never experienced before. I have to at least hear what he has to say, I tell her. I owe him that much. You don't owe him anything, Kai. Remember that. But as I drive to Marcus's office an hour later, navigating the lunch traffic that turns every trip in Los Angeles into a test of patience, I can't erase the thought that I owe Elijah something. Maybe it's the way he looked at me during that dinner, like I was the only real thing in a room full of performances. Maybe it's the vulnerability when he talked about wanting to create music that helps people feel less alone. Or maybe it's just that I recognize something in him that I see in myself. The struggle to maintain authenticity in a world that rewards artifice. Marcus's office feels different today, charged with tension that wasn't there during our first meeting. The glass walls that seemed impressive before now feel like a fishbowl. and I find myself wondering who might be watching from the offices across the street. Elijah is already there when I arrive, pacing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, with restless energy that makes the space feel smaller. He's wearing dark jeans and a black t-shirt that emphasizes the lean strength of his frame, and his usually perfect hair is disheveled, like he's been running his hands through it. There's something raw about his appearance today, less polished than the superstar I met a week ago. "Kiera," he says when he sees me, and there's relief in his voice that catches me off guard. "Thank you for coming." "Of course," I say, settling into the same chair I occupied during our first meeting. "Marcus said there was a development." Elijah stops pacing and looks at me directly, his blue-gray eyes holding an intensity that makes my breath catch. "Sierra and I are over." The words are simple, direct, but they carry the weight of everything that's about to change. I can see the pain behind his careful composure, the effort it's taking him to maintain control. "I'm sorry," I say, because that seems like the appropriate response, even though I'm not entirely surprised. "I caught them together yesterday morning," he continues, his voice steady but strained. "Sierra and Adam? In my guest house. They've apparently been having an affair for months." The casual way he delivers this information doesn't hide the devastation underneath it. This isn't just about a relationship ending. It's about betrayal by the two people he trusted most in the world. "That's awful," I comment, meaning every word. "Are you okay?" He laughs, but there's no humor in it. "I've been better, but that's not why I asked you here." He moves to sit across from me, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, in a posture that suggests he's about to say something important. "The baby is still happening," he says. "Sierra made it very clear that she wants nothing to do with motherhood, especially now that she's decided to pursue things with Adam. So it's just me." The implications of that statement start to sink in. "Just you?" "I still want this child, Kiera. More than ever, actually. But I understand if the change in circumstances makes you uncomfortable with the arrangement. I can pay you for your time, cover any expenses you've incurred, and we can part ways with no hard feelings. We can make a contract. He's giving me an out, and I can see how much it's costing him to do it. This baby represents his future, his chance at the kind of authentic connection that's been missing from his carefully managed life, and he's willing to let it go, rather than pressure me into a situation I'm not comfortable with." "What would it look like?" I ask. "If I stayed, I mean..." Hope flickers across his features, quickly suppressed. "Honestly, I don't know. I've never been a single father before. Hell, I've never been any kind of father before. But I do know that I want this child to have the best possible start in life, and I want you to be compensated fairly for helping make that happen." "What about the media attention? If you and Sierra break up publicly, won't there be speculation about the baby?" "Probably," he admits, "though we can manage that to some extent. Sierra's team is already working on controlling the narrative about our split. As far as the public will know, we ended things amicably due to career pressures. The surrogacy arrangement doesn't have to become public knowledge." I want to believe him, but I've lived in Los Angeles long enough to know how these things usually play out. Celebrity breakups rarely stay private, especially when there are other people involved. "There's something else," Elijah says, and his voice takes on a different quality, more vulnerable. "I've been thinking about what you said the other night, about the money representing freedom. I want to offer you something more than just the financial compensation we originally discussed." "What do you mean?" "I want to help you with your career. Not just the money, but real opportunities. I have connections throughout the industry, directors, producers, casting agents who owe me favors. I can open doors that might otherwise stay closed." The offer is tempting in a way that sends a sharp ache blooming behind my ribs. How many auditions have I been to where I knew I was talented enough for the role, but didn't have the connections to make it past the first round? How many times have I watched less qualified actresses book jobs because they knew the right people? That feels like a lot, I say carefully. More than our original arrangement. Because it is more. I'm asking you to take on something more complicated than we originally planned. It seems fair that you should get more in return. I can see the logic in his reasoning, but something about it makes me uncomfortable. I don't want charity, Elijah, and I don't want to feel like I owe you something beyond what we agreed to. It wouldn't be charity, he says quickly. It would be recognizing your talent and giving you opportunities to showcase it. The rest would be up to you. Marcus clears his throat from behind his desk, reminding us that we're not alone in this room. Perhaps we should discuss the legal aspects of any modifications to your arrangement. Actually, Elijah says, and something in his voice makes both Marcus and me look at him more closely. I was thinking about a different kind of arrangement altogether. What kind of arrangement? I ask, though something in my gut tells me I'm not going to like the answer. Elijah takes a deep breath, like he's preparing to jump off a cliff. Marriage. The word hangs in the air between us like a live wire, dangerous and electric. I stare at him, certain I've misheard. I'm sorry, what? A marriage contract, he clarifies, though that doesn't make it any less shocking. Temporary, purely legal, designed to protect the baby and ensure you have full legal standing as the birth mother while also giving me parental rights. My brain struggles to process what he's suggesting. You want me to marry you? I want to offer you a partnership that protects both of us and gives our child the most stable foundation possible. Marriage would provide legal protections that a standard surrogacy arrangement can't offer, especially if things get complicated with media attention or custody issues. Marcus is furiously taking notes, his pen scratching across his legal pad, but I can barely hear the sound over the rushing in my ears. For how long? I manage to ask. A year, Elijah says. Maybe 18 months, depending on how things unfold with the baby and the media situation. Long enough to establish a stable environment and ensure everything is legally secure. And then what? We just get divorced and pretend none of this happened. We part ways as friends, hopefully, with you having the financial security and career opportunities you need, and me having my child. He pauses, studying my face. I know it sounds crazy. It doesn't sound crazy, I say slowly. It sounds completely insane. But even as I say it, I'm calculating the possibilities in my head. A year of financial security, not just the surrogacy payment, but whatever spousal support might be involved. A year of connections and opportunities in the industry. A year of not having to choose between rent and groceries, between auditions and shifts at the restaurant. What would it look like day to day? I ask, and I can see relief in Elijah's eyes that I'm even considering it. We'd live together, obviously. Keep up appearances for the media and provide a stable environment for the baby. Beyond that, we'd figure it out as we go. Living together where? My house has plenty of space. You'd have your own room, your own privacy. Think of it as being roommates who happen to be legally married. The casual way he describes it makes it sound simple. But I know nothing about this would be simple. Living with someone, even platonically, creates intimacy whether you plan for it or not. And living with someone as attractive and complicated as Elijah Foster while carrying his child feels like a recipe for emotional disaster. I need time to think about this, I say finally. Of course. Take all the time you need. How much time do I have? The medical procedures need to start within the next few weeks if we want to stick to the original timeline. So maybe a week. 10 days at most. A week to decide whether to legally bind myself to a man I barely know, carry his child, and completely upend my life in ways I can't even imagine. It should be an easy no. a clear boundary that protects me from getting in over my head. But as I look at Elijah, seeing the hope and desperation warring in his expression, I think about what he said that night at his house, about wanting to create something that lasts, something that helps people feel less alone. There's something about him that draws me in, despite every rational instinct telling me to run. "Can I inquire about something?" I question. "Anything." "Why me?" "You could probably find a dozen surrogates who would jump at this arrangement. Why are you asking someone you barely know to marry you?" He turns quiet, his fingers absently playing with what I now realize is a guitar pick he's pulled from his pocket. "Because you're real," he says finally. "Because you asked if I was okay and actually cared about the answer. Because you see me as a person instead of a brand, or a stepping stone, or a meal ticket." The honesty in his voice makes my throat constrict. You don't know me well enough to know if any of that's true. Maybe not. But I'd like the chance to find out. There's something in his voice when he says it, something that suggests this arrangement might mean more to him than just legal protection and convenience. The thought should terrify me, but instead it sends a quiet bloom of heat spreading behind my ribs. "I'll call you in a few days," I say, standing to leave before I can say something I'll regret. "Kiera," he says as I reach the door, and I turn back to look at him. "Whatever you decide, I want you to know that asking you to consider this is the sanest thing I've done in months." The ride home passes in a blur of overthinking and second-guessing. By the time I'm back in my tiny apartment, my head is spinning with possibilities and consequences in equal measure. Jasmine is waiting for me on my couch, having let herself in with the spare key I gave her for emergencies. She takes one look at my face and reaches for the bottle of wine she's apparently brought for this exact purpose. "How bad is it?" she asks, already pouring 2 generous glasses. "He asked me to marry him." She chokes on her wine. "I'm sorry, what?" I tell her everything. The affair, the breakup, the proposal for a contract marriage that would last a year and provide legal protection for everyone involved. By the time I finish, she's staring at me like I've told her I'm planning to join a cult. "Kai, please tell me you said no." I told him I'd think about it. "Oh my God." She sets down her wine glass and grabs my hands. "Listen to me very carefully. This is not Pretty Woman. This is not some romantic fantasy where you marry the damaged billionaire and live happily ever after. This is real life. In real life, marriage contracts with celebrities end in tabloid disasters and emotional wreckage. I know it's not a fairy tale," I say, pulling my hands free. "But Jazz, the money alone would change my entire life, and he's offering to help with my career, real opportunities that could set me up for success." "At what cost?" "You'd be giving up a year of your life, carrying his baby, living in his house, pretending to be his wife for the cameras. What happens to your sense of self in all of that? What happens when you start developing real feelings for him?" "Who says I'll develop feelings for him?" "Because you're you, Kai. You don't do anything halfway, especially when it involves helping someone you care about. And whether you want to admit it or not, you already care about him." She's right, and I hate that she's right. There is something about Elijah that calls to me, something beyond his obvious attractiveness, or his fame, or even his offer of financial security. It's the vulnerability I see behind his careful composure, the way he talks about wanting to create something meaningful, the loneliness that radiates from him despite being surrounded by people. Maybe caring about him isn't a bad thing, I say. Maybe that's exactly what this situation needs. Or maybe it's exactly what will destroy you when this all falls apart. We argue about it for another hour, Jasmine pointing out every possible way this could go wrong, while I find myself defending a decision I haven't even made yet. But underneath all her practical concerns, I can see that she's scared for me, worried that I'm about to make a choice that will hurt me in ways I can't anticipate. That night, I lie in my narrow bed, staring at the water stain on my ceiling and trying to imagine what my life would look like a year from now. If I say no, I'll probably still be in this apartment, still struggling to make ends meet, still waiting for a break that might never come. If I say yes, I could be financially secure with a career that's actually moving forward. But I'll also be navigating the aftermath of a fake marriage and single motherhood and whatever emotional complications come with all of that. But there's a third possibility that I can't stop thinking about. One that Jasmine didn't mention, but that feels more real than either of the others. What if this arrangement gives me something I didn't know I was looking for? What if living with Elijah, helping him through this difficult time, creating a stable environment for his child, actually makes me happy? The thought should terrify me, but it doesn't. Instead, it fills me with a kind of anticipation that I haven't felt in years, the sense that my life is about to change in ways that matter. 3 days later, I call Marcus and tell him I want to accept Elijah's proposal. "Are you sure?" he asks, the concern in his voice loud and clear. "I'm sure," I say, and it hits me, something I haven't felt in what feels like forever. I actually am. Within a week, I'm signing papers that make me Kiera Foster, at least on paper. Within 2 weeks, I'm moving my few possessions into the guest room of a Malibu mansion and preparing for medical procedures that will make me pregnant with the child of a man I barely know, but am already married to. It should feel surreal, like something happening to someone else. Instead, it feels like the first authentic choice I've made since moving to Los Angeles. I just hope I don't live to regret it.
Chapter 5. Elijah. The sound of boxes being moved around upstairs has been my soundtrack for the past hour, punctuated by the occasional thud that makes me wince and wonder if Kiera is okay. I'm sitting at my kitchen island with my laptop open, pretending to review contracts for my upcoming album while actually listening to every footstep above me like some kind of creepy stalker. The fact that my wife, and that word still feels foreign in my mouth, is moving into my house should feel normal, but nothing about this situation resembles anything close to normal. 3 weeks ago, I was engaged to Sierra Lane and planning a future that looked nothing like my current reality. And days ago, I got married with just Kiera and 2 other witnesses. I married a woman I barely know. She's about to become pregnant with my child through IVF, and I'm discovering that having someone else in my space is both comforting and terrifying in ways I hadn't anticipated. A particularly loud crash from upstairs makes me finally abandon my laptop and head for the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time with a kind of urgency that surprises me. "Everything okay up there?" I call out as I reach the landing. "Fine," comes Kiera's voice from the guest room, though it's slightly strained. "Just having a philosophical disagreement with your very fancy closet system." I find her standing in the middle of what is now her bedroom, surrounded by cardboard boxes and looking completely overwhelmed. She's wearing faded jeans and an oversized sweater that slides off one shoulder, her natural hair pulled back in a messy bun that somehow makes her look both younger and more beautiful than I remember. There's a small cut on her finger that she's examining with a frown. "Did you hurt yourself?" I ask, moving closer before I can think about whether that's appropriate. "It's just a scratch," she says, but she lets me take her hand to examine the cut. Her skin is warm and soft against mine, and I have to fight the urge to hold on longer than necessary. "Your closet has some very aggressive hardware." "Let me get you a Band-Aid," I say, because doing something helpful feels safer than standing here noticing how her touch affects me. When I return from the master bathroom with first aid supplies, she's sitting on the edge of the bed that used to be my guest bed, and is now hers. The space looks different with her things scattered around. A vintage movie poster leaning against the wall, books stacked on the nightstand, a small succulent plant that she's placed on the windowsill where it can catch the morning light. "This is really nice," she says, as I carefully apply the Band-Aid to her finger. "The room, I mean. I feel like I'm staying at a 5-star resort." "I'm glad you like it," I say, though I can't help noticing how small her belongings look in the vast space. Everything she owns apparently fits into 6 boxes, and that fact makes something tight form in my chest. Do you need help with anything else? I think I've got it under control, she says, then looks around at the chaos and laughs. Okay, maybe I don't have it under control, but I'll figure it out. I could help, I offer, then immediately wonder if that's overstepping some boundary we haven't discussed yet. If you want... Her gaze lingers on my face, heavy with quiet analysis, like she's scanning for cracks in my offer. You don't have to do that. I'm sure you have more important things to do than help me unpack my sad collection of thrift store finds. I don't, actually, I admit. And they're not sad. They're yours, which makes them interesting. Something warm flickers across her expression, and she nods toward a box labeled Books in her neat handwriting. Okay, but I warned you. My literary tastes are probably not what you'd expect. For the next 2 hours, we work together to turn the generic guest room into something that feels like it belongs to her. I learn that she owns an impressive collection of plays and screenplays, many of them annotated in her careful handwriting with notes about character motivation and emotional beats. She has first edition copies of books by authors I've never heard of, but that she talks about with the kind of passion I usually reserve for discussing music. Zora Neale Hurston, she says, carefully placing a worn paperback on the bookshelf. If you want to understand how to write dialogue that sings, read anything she wrote. The woman was a poet disguised as a novelist. I'll keep that in mind, I say, staring at her. There's something compelling about the way she talks about literature, like these books aren't just entertainment, but essential tools for understanding the human experience. We arrange her vintage movie posters on the walls, classics like Imitation of Life and Stormy Weather, alongside more recent films featuring complex black female characters. She handles each poster with reverence, explaining why these particular films matter to her career aspirations. This one, she says, indicating a poster for Moonlight, is what made me realize I wanted to be part of telling stories that show the full complexity of who we are. Not just the trauma or the struggle, but the beauty and the joy and the everyday moments that make us human. I watch her smooth the poster against the wall, noting the way her face lights up when she talks about her craft. There's something infectious about her enthusiasm, a reminder of why I love creating music in the first place, before it became an industry full of strategies and market analysis. What about you? She asks, turning to catch me watching her. When did you know you wanted to make music your life? I was 7, I say without hesitation. My grandmother had this old piano in her house in London, completely out of tune and missing half the keys. But when I played it even badly, I felt like I was having a conversation with something bigger than myself. That's beautiful, she says softly. Do you still feel that way when you play? The question catches me off guard because it's been so long since anyone asked me about the emotional reality of my music rather than its commercial prospects. Sometimes, I admit. Less often than I'd like. Maybe you just need the right inspiration, she says, her voice catching on something that pulls tight in my chest. By the time we finish, the room looks completely transformed. It's still obviously expensive. The furniture and fixtures can't be hidden, but now it feels lived in, personal, like a space where someone could actually be comfortable rather than just impressed. Thank you, Kiera says, surveying our work with obvious satisfaction. I couldn't have done this without you. It was fun, I say, and I'm surprised to realize I mean it. I can't remember when I last spent an afternoon doing something just because it felt good, without calculating the professional benefits or media implications. My stomach chooses that moment to growl loudly, reminding us both that we've been working through lunch. Are you hungry? I ask. I could make us something, or we could order in. Actually, she says, looking slightly embarrassed, I should probably go grocery shopping. I've been living on takeout and whatever's in Jasmine's fridge for the past week, but now that I'm going to be here for a while... We could go together, I suggest, then immediately worry that I'm being too eager. I mean, if you want, I need to pick up some things anyway. The lie comes easily, but the truth is, I can't remember the last time I went grocery shopping myself. My housekeeper usually handles that kind of thing, ordering whatever I might need from some high-end delivery service that charges 3 times what normal groceries cost. But the idea of doing something as mundane and normal as walking through a supermarket with Kiera appeals to me in a way I don't entirely understand. "You grocery shop?" she asks, and there's amusement in her voice that makes me smile. "I'm about to find out," I say. 30 minutes later, we're walking through the automatic doors of a Whole Foods in Pacific Palisades, and I'm immediately reminded why I usually avoid this particular form of domestic responsibility. The place is enormous and overwhelming, filled with choices that seem designed to paralyze anyone who just wants to buy food and go home. "Okay," Kiera says, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from her purse. "I made a list, but fair warning, my budget is not exactly Whole Foods friendly." "Don't worry about the budget," I say automatically, then catch myself. "I mean, if that's okay with you, consider it part of the household expenses." She gives me a look that suggests we're entering complicated territory. "Elijah, I don't want you to feel like you have to take care of me. The marriage might be legal, but it's still a business arrangement." "I know," I say, though something about reducing our situation to pure business squeezes my chest. "But you're living in my house and carrying my child. Let me at least make sure you're eating well." She hesitates, mouth twitching like she's weighing whether or not to believe me, then nods. "Okay, but I'm not going crazy. I still have some dignity left." We start in the produce section, and I quickly discover that grocery shopping with Kiera is nothing like the efficient, sterile process I imagined. She examines every piece of fruit like she's conducting a scientific experiment, squeezing avocados and inspecting apples with the kind of attention to detail that suggests this is serious business. "You're very thorough," I observe as she tests the firmness of a cantaloupe. "My mom taught me," she says, moving on to evaluate the strawberries. "She always said that cooking starts with choosing good ingredients, and good ingredients don't have to be expensive if you know what to look for." "What's she like? Your mom?" "Amazing," Kiera says without hesitation, and the warmth in her voice makes me wish I could speak about my own family with such uncomplicated affection. "She's a teacher, 5th grade, and she has this way of making everyone feel like they're the most important person in the room. She's probably the reason I wanted to become an actress. I grew up watching her perform for her students every day, making learning feel like magic." "Does she know about—" I gesture vaguely between us, realizing we haven't discussed how to handle family explanations. "About the marriage?" "Yes." "About why we got married?" "Not exactly." She selects a container of strawberries and adds them to our cart. I told her we fell in love quickly and decided not to wait. She thinks it's romantic. "What does she think about babies?" "She's going to be over the moon. She's been dropping hints about grandchildren for years, so this news made her weak. She wants to come, but I told her not yet because we're still adjusting." Kiera pauses, her expression becoming more serious. "I hope that's okay, that I didn't tell her the whole truth. She worries about me enough as it is." "Of course it's okay, and she can come whenever you're ready," I say, though I'm struck by how easily she's constructed a narrative that protects both of us while keeping her family happy. "What about your dad?" "He's more suspicious," she admits. "Jazz musicians have good instincts about when something doesn't sound right, but he likes you. Your music, I mean. He has all your albums. Fortunately, they're not into celebrity gossip and hasn't found out you were engaged to someone else before." The idea that Kiera's father knows my work makes me unexpectedly nervous, and I'm a bit thankful they're not into celebrities. "What does he think of my music?" "He says you have good taste in chord progressions, but you've been playing it safe for the past few years. He thinks you're capable of something more adventurous." Her father's assessment stings because it's accurate. I have been playing it safe, choosing projects and collaborations based on commercial viability rather than artistic challenge. When did I stop taking creative risks? "He sounds like he knows what he's talking about," I say. He should. He played with some of the greats back in the day. Miles Davis, John Coltrane, people like that. He's the one who taught me to really listen to music, to understand the stories being told between the notes. We move through the store, and I find myself fascinated by the way Kiera approaches each section. She's decisive but not rushed, practical but not joyless. She explains why she chooses certain brands over others, shares stories about dishes she learned to cook from her grandmother, and somehow makes the mundane task of buying groceries feel like an adventure. "What about you?" she asks as we navigate the cereal aisle. "What's your family like?" The question makes me tense in a way that must be visible because she immediately looks concerned. "They're complicated," I say finally. "My father is a music executive, very successful, very focused on the business side of everything. My mother is a former opera singer who gave up her career when she had me, which she's never quite forgiven me for." "That sounds difficult." "They mean well," I say, "but I'm unsure that's true. They just express love differently than most people. Everything is about achievement and success and maintaining the family reputation." "When was the last time you saw them?" I have to think about it, which probably says everything she needs to know about our relationship. "Christmas, maybe. They were in London, I was in New York. We had dinner at some restaurant that required reservations 6 months in advance." "That doesn't sound very warm." "It wasn't," I admit. "But it was pleasant, which is about the best we can manage." We're standing in front of a display of organic pasta, but neither of us is looking at food anymore. There's something in Kiera's expression that suggests she's seeing me differently, understanding something about me that wasn't visible before. "I'm sorry," she says quietly. "Everyone deserves to have family who celebrates them just for being themselves." The simple kindness in her tone makes my heart clench. When did someone express genuine sympathy for my relationship with my parents? Most people assume that fame and money solve all problems, that success automatically equals happiness. "What about you?" I ask, eager to shift the focus away from my family dysfunction. "Are you close with your parents?" "Very," she says, her tone full of adoration and love. "We talk at least twice a week, and they still expect me home for Sunday dinner whenever I'm in Atlanta. They drive me crazy sometimes, but I can't imagine my life without them." The contrast between her family experience and mine is stark, and I feel a sudden sharp pang of envy for the unconditional love and support she describes so casually. We finish our shopping and load everything into my Tesla, the bags of groceries looking somehow out of place in the pristine interior. The drive back to Malibu is comfortable, filled with easy conversation about music and movies, and the kind of random observations that people share when they're getting to know each other. "There's something in my mind I've been meaning to ask. Can I?" Kiera says as we're pulling into my driveway. "Sure." "Why did you really want to go grocery shopping with me today? And don't say it's because you needed things." Her directness catches me off guard, but there's no judgment in her voice, just genuine curiosity. "I wanted to see what it was like," I say honestly. "Doing something normal, something that regular people do without thinking about it." "And how was it?" "Better than I expected," I admit. It felt like playing hooky from my own life. She laughs, and the sound fills the car with warmth. "I'm glad I could help you experience the thrill of produce selection. Don't underestimate the excitement of a good avocado," I say, and her laughter gets louder. Back in the kitchen, we work together to put away the groceries, and I'm struck by how natural it feels to share the space with her. She doesn't treat my kitchen like a museum the way most guests do, instead moving around it with growing confidence, reorganizing things in ways that make more sense for actual cooking. "I should probably start dinner," she says, surveying the ingredients we bought. "Unless you had other plans." "I don't have plans," I say, "but you don't have to cook." "We could order something." "I want to cook," she insists. It helps me think, and I haven't had a proper kitchen to work in for months. I offer to help, but she waves me away with instructions to keep her company from the island while she works. I watch her move around my kitchen with growing fascination, noting the way she tastes everything as she goes, adjusting seasonings with the kind of instinctive understanding that speaks to years of practice. "Your grandmother taught you to cook too?" I ask. "Among other things," she says, stirring something that smells incredible. She believed that feeding people was one of the most basic ways to show love. She used to say that a woman who could cook would never starve and never be lonely. Smart woman. The smartest, Kiera agrees. She lived through the Depression, so she knew how to make magic with very simple ingredients. This recipe is hers, chicken and dumplings that can feed a family for 3 days if you stretch it right. It smells amazing. Wait until you taste it, she says with confident pride. Fair warning, though, you might get spoiled. I'm a pretty good cook. The casual way she claims her skill makes me smile. There's no false modesty with Kiera, no performative humility designed to make others feel comfortable. She knows she's good at certain things and owns that knowledge without apology. My phone vibrates with a message and I glance at it absently before realizing it's from Marcus. Doctor's appointment confirmed for Monday at 10 a.m. Both of you need to be there for the consultation before we proceed with the IVOF. Are you ready for this? The message brings reality crashing back into our comfortable domestic bubble. In 4 days, we'll be sitting in a fertility clinic discussing the medical process that will make Kiera pregnant with my child. The baby that started as an abstract concept in a legal contract will become a biological reality. Everything okay? Kiera asks, noticing my change in expression. Just Marcus, I say, showing her the message. The doctor's appointment is Monday. She nods, but I can see tension creep into her shoulders. Are you nervous? Terrified, I admit, surprising myself with my honesty. You? Same, she says, turning back to her cooking with more focus than the simple task requires. It's one thing to talk about this in theory, but actually going through with it feels huge. We don't have to, I say quickly. If you're having second thoughts, we can still change our minds. Are you having second thoughts? I consider the question seriously, thinking about everything that's happened in the past few weeks, everything that's changed since I first conceived of this arrangement. No, I say finally. I want this baby more than I've wanted anything in a long time. Even knowing you'll be a single father? Especially knowing that, I say. This child will be loved unconditionally, protected fiercely, and given every opportunity to become whoever they're meant to be. That feels like a gift worth giving. Something warm crosses Kiera's face, and she nods slowly. I think you're going to be a good father, Elijah. The simple statement hits me harder than any review or award or industry recognition ever has. Coming from her, someone who barely knows me, but seems to see something worthwhile anyway, it feels like benediction. I hope so, I say. I hope we both know what we're doing. Nobody knows what they're doing when it comes to kids, she says with a smile. That's what makes it an adventure. We eat dinner together at my kitchen island, the conversation flowing easily between topics both serious and light. Kiera tells me about her most disastrous audition experiences, and I share stories about the ridiculous demands that come with celebrity collaborations. The chicken and dumplings are as incredible as she promised, comfort food that tastes like it was made with genuine care, rather than culinary showmanship. This is the best meal I've had in months, I tell her, and it's not flattery. Maybe years. You need to get out more, she says with a laugh. But I'm glad you like it. As we clean up together, moving around each other in the kitchen with surprising ease, I realize this is the most relaxed I've felt since my world started falling apart 3 weeks ago. There's something soothing about sharing space with someone who doesn't want anything from me except honest company, someone who seems genuinely interested in my thoughts and feelings rather than my connections or bank account. I should probably get some work done, I say reluctantly as we finish loading the dishwasher. I have a conference call with my label in the morning. Of course, she says. I should probably call my parents anyway, let them know I'm settled in. But neither of us moves immediately, and the kitchen feels charged with something I can't quite name. It's not sexual tension exactly, though there's an undercurrent of attraction that's becoming harder to ignore. It's more like the recognition of possibility, the sense that whatever we're building here could become something more significant than either of us originally planned. Thank you, I say finally. For today, for dinner, for making this feel less strange than it should. Thank you for helping me move in, she replies, and for the grocery adventure. Maybe we could do it again sometime, I suggest. The grocery store, I mean. I think I could get used to that kind of normal. I'd like that, she murmurs softly with a radiant smile, and it's the way she says it that splinters something soft inside me. We say goodnight at the foot of the staircase, but I find myself watching her walk up to her room, noting the graceful way she moves, the confident set of her shoulders. When her door closes, the house feels larger and emptier than it has in years. In my studio, I sit in front of my piano and find my fingers picking out a melody I don't recognize. It's simple and sweet, with an underlying complexity that speaks to emotions I can't quite name. I play it through several times, each repetition revealing new possibilities, new directions the music could take. By the time I finally head to bed, I've written the first song I've been genuinely excited about in over a year. And if the melody reminds me of the sound of Kiera's laughter, if the chord progressions somehow capture the warmth in her voice when she brings the people she loves, well, that's probably just coincidence. Probably.
Chapter 6. Kiera. The morning light streaming through my bedroom windows feels different than it did more than a month ago, warmer somehow, like the house itself has adjusted to my presence. I can hear Elijah moving around downstairs. The familiar sounds of coffee brewing and piano keys being tested that have become the soundtrack to my mornings here. It's strange how quickly routines develop when you're living with someone. How the rhythm of another person's daily habits can become comforting rather than intrusive. I stretch in my bed, noting the way my body feels different now that the IVF treatments have begun. The hormones make everything more intense. My emotions swing from euphoric to melancholy without warning. My skin feels hypersensitive, and there's a constant low-level awareness of the changes happening inside me that I'm still learning to navigate. The pregnancy test I took yesterday sits on my nightstand, the 2 pink lines still visible, though I've stared at them so many times, I've probably burned the image into my retinas. Pregnant. The word feels surreal, even though it was always the goal of this arrangement. But seeing the confirmation in stark chemical reality makes everything feel suddenly, overwhelmingly real. A low vibration rattles across the surface, pulling me back to reality. My phone lights up, and it's from Jasmine, asking how I'm feeling, and I realize I haven't told her about the positive test yet. I haven't told anyone except Elijah, who looked at the test with such profound joy and gratitude that I had to excuse myself to cry in the bathroom afterward. The weight of responsibility I'm carrying for his happiness is both beautiful and terrifying. Downstairs, I find Elijah at the kitchen island with his laptop open, coffee steaming beside him as he reviews what looks like sheet music on his screen. He's wearing a simple gray t-shirt and jeans, his hair still mussed from sleep, and there's something about seeing him in these unguarded morning moments that twists something deep inside my chest until it hurts to breathe. He looks up when he hears me, and his smile is warm and automatic in a way that's become dangerously familiar. "Good morning," he says, already reaching for a second coffee mug. "How are you feeling today?" "Good," I say, accepting the coffee gratefully. "Different, but good." "Different how?" "Everything just feels more intense," I explain, settling onto the stool next to him. "Colors seem brighter, sounds are sharper, emotions feel like they're turned up to 11. Is that weird?" "Not weird at all," he assures me. "Your body is doing something incredible right now. It makes sense that everything would feel heightened." The casual way he talks about my body and what it's doing sends an unexpected flutter through my stomach. Over the past 3 weeks, we've necessarily had to discuss intimate medical details, attend appointments together, and navigate the strange territory of planning a pregnancy without being romantically involved. But there are moments, like this one, when the clinical nature of our arrangement bumps up against something more personal, more charged. "What are you working on?" I ask, nodding toward his laptop. "New song," he says, and there's something almost shy in his voice. "Still rough, but it's the first thing I've written in months that doesn't feel forced. Can I hear it?" He hesitates for a moment, then closes the laptop. "Maybe later, when it's more finished. I don't usually share things this early in the process." "I understand," I say, though I'm curious about what's inspired this creative breakthrough. Writer's block is the worst. You get it too? All the time. Sometimes I'll sit with a script for hours, trying to find my way into a character, and nothing clicks. Then something shifts, usually when I least expect it. And suddenly, I understand exactly who she is and what she wants. What shifts it for you? Usually it's something emotional, I admit. A conversation, a memory, some kind of feeling that opens up a door I didn't know was there. He nods thoughtfully, and notice him processing this information like it means something to his own creative process. There's something incredibly attractive about watching his mind work, seeing the way he considers ideas and connections with the same intensity he brings to everything else. My phone rings, interrupting the moment, and I see my agent Rachel's name on the screen. "I should take this," I tell Elijah. "She never calls this early unless it's important." "Kiera, thank God you answered," Rachel says without preamble. "I have news about the Midnight in Brooklyn callback." My heart leaps into my throat. Good news or bad news? The best news. They want to offer you the role? The words hit me like a physical force, and my knuckles whiten around the counter, needing something solid to hold on to. "Are you serious?" "Completely serious. They were blown away by your audition, and the director specifically requested you for the part. It's a 6-week shoot starting next month, and the pay is better than anything you've booked before." I look at Elijah, who's watching my face with growing concern, and suddenly the joy of this moment becomes complicated. 6 weeks of filming means 6 weeks of 12-hour days, physical demands, and emotional intensity, all while dealing with early pregnancy symptoms and hormone fluctuations. "That's incredible," I say to Rachel, though my voice sounds strained even to my own ears. "Can I have some time to think about it?" "What's to think about? This is the break you've been waiting for." "I know, it's just, there are some personal considerations I need to work through." "Personal considerations?" Rachel's voice sharpens. "Kiera, opportunities like this don't come along often. You can't let personal drama interfere with your career." "It's not drama," I say, though I can't explain what it actually is. I just need a day or two to figure some things out. After I hang up, Elijah is looking at me with an expression I can't quite read. "Good news?" he asks carefully. "The best news," I say, though it comes out sounding like I'm trying to convince myself. "I got the part in that indie film I auditioned for." "That's amazing!" His excitement seems genuine, but there's something underneath it that suggests he understands the complication this represents. "When does it shoot?" "Next month. 6 weeks. I set down my coffee cup with hands that are suddenly shaking. "Elijah, I don't know if I can do this while pregnant. The schedule will be intense, and with the hormones and the morning sickness." "Hey," he says, moving closer to me. "We'll figure it out. This is your career we're talking about, your dreams. We'll make it work." "You really think so?" "I know so," he says with conviction. "You're strong enough to handle both, and I'll support you however you need." The certainty in his voice sparks a soft ache, curling under my breastbone like a secret, but it also highlights the strange nature of our relationship. He's promising to support my career while I carry his child, offering encouragement for a job that will take me away from him for weeks at a time. It's generous and selfless, but it also feels complicated in ways I'm not sure I understand. Thank you, I say softly. That means more than you know. You don't have to thank me, he says. This is what partners do. Partners. The word hangs in the air between us, loaded with implications neither of us has explicitly acknowledged. Are we partners? Friends? Housemates bound by a legal contract? The lines have been blurring for weeks now, and moments like this make me realize how much I care about the answer. My phone notifies me with a text, and I glance at it absently before realizing it's from an unknown number. Heard about your little arrangement with Elijah. Hope you know what you're getting yourself into. Some people will do anything for money and fame. A friend? The message slams into me like ice water, and I must make some kind of sound because Elijah immediately asks what's wrong. Nothing, I say automatically, then realize lying about this is pointless. Just a weird text from someone who apparently knows about our situation. His expression darkens as he reads the message over my shoulder. Probably someone from Sierra's camp, he says grimly. She's been making noise about how I moved on so quickly after our breakup. Do you think she knows about the baby? Not yet, but it's only a matter of time. Celebrity pregnancies are impossible to hide for long, especially when there are people motivated to dig up information. The reminder that our private arrangement exists within the fishbowl of his public life makes my stomach clench. I've been so focused on the immediate reality of living with Elijah and navigating early pregnancy that I've almost forgotten about the larger world, watching his every move. Maybe I should call my publicist, I say, even though it feels strange in my mouth. 3 months ago, I didn't have a publicist. Now I need one to help manage information about my fake marriage and real pregnancy. Let me handle it, Elijah says. My team knows how to deal with this kind of thing. Your team, I repeat, and there's something bitter in my voice that surprises both of us. Right? Because this is all just another PR situation to manage. That's not what I meant, he says quickly. But the damage is already done. The text message has reminded me that no matter how comfortable our domestic routine has become, no matter how much genuine affection I feel for him, this relationship has an expiration date built into its foundation. I know, I say, though I'm not sure I do know anymore. I should probably go call Rachel back and accept the role. I start to walk away, but Elijah catches my arm gently. Kiera, wait. Did I say something wrong? No, I say, then immediately contradict myself. Maybe. I don't know. This whole situation is just confusing sometimes. Confusing how? Like right now, I say, gesturing between us. You're being supportive and wonderful about my career, and it feels real, but then I remember that you're only in this position because you're paying me to carry your baby. And I start wondering what's genuine and what's just good customer service. The words come out harsher than I intended, and I can see them land like physical blows. Elijah's face goes through several expressions before settling on something that looks like hurt. Is that really what you think? He asks quietly. That I'm just providing good customer service. I don't know what to think, I admit. 3 weeks ago, we were strangers. Now we're grocery shopping together and sharing meals and having conversations that feel important, but we're also bound by a contract that expires in less than a year. It's hard to know what's real when there's always an end date hanging over everything. He's quiet for a long moment, his fingers absently playing with the guitar pick I've noticed he always carries. When he finally speaks, his voice is careful but honest. You're right that this started as a business arrangement, he says. But Kiera, whatever this is between us now, It stopped being just business the first night you cooked dinner in my kitchen. When you asked if I was okay and actually wanted to hear the answer. When you made me laugh for like forever. But it still has an expiration date, I point out. The contract is very clear about that. Contracts can be changed, he says, then seems to catch himself. I mean, hypothetically, if both parties wanted different terms. The suggestion sends a flutter of something through my chest that I'm afraid to name. What are you saying? I'm saying that I don't know what the future holds any more than you do. But I know that right now, in this moment, what I feel for you has nothing to do with our legal arrangement and everything to do with who you are as a person. His words make my heart race, but they also scare me in ways I'm not prepared to handle. Elijah, I'm not asking you to make any promises, he says quickly. I'm just asking you to believe that when I support your career or worry about your health or enjoy your company, it's because I care about you, not because I'm obligated to care about you. The sincerity in his voice makes me speechless almost. This is exactly what I was afraid of when I agreed to this arrangement. What? Catching feelings for someone who's essentially my employer. I'm not your employer, he states, his tone somewhat fierce. I'm your husband. Legally, temporarily, whatever the circumstances, but right now, today, that's what I am. A husband who's paying me to carry his baby and planning to divorce me in a year. A husband who's grateful every day that you said yes to this insane arrangement because it brought you into my life. The conversation is veering into territory that feels dangerous, loaded with implications that could change everything between us. But before I can figure out how to respond, his phone starts ringing with a call that he clearly has to take based on the apologetic look he gives me. We should finish this conversation later, he says. And I nod, though I'm not sure I want to finish it at all. The rest of the day passes in a strange state of suspended tension. I call Rachel back and accept the film role, which involves a flurry of logistics and scheduling that requires several follow-up calls. Elijah disappears into his studio for most of the afternoon, and the faint sound of piano music drifts through the house, though I can't make out specific melodies. By evening, we're both moving around each other carefully, like we're afraid that the wrong word or gesture might detonate whatever bomb we've been building with our morning conversation. Dinner is polite but strained, filled with safe topics, like my upcoming medical appointments and his recording schedule. It's only when we're cleaning up afterward that the carefully maintained distance finally cracks. I keep thinking about what you said this morning, I tell him as we load the dishwasher, about contracts being changeable. I shouldn't have said that, he replies quickly. I don't want you to feel pressured or like I'm trying to manipulate the situation. What if I don't feel pressured? What if I've been thinking the same thing? He stops mid-motion, a plate halfway to the dishwasher rack. What are you saying? I'm saying that maybe I've been catching feelings too, and maybe that's not entirely a bad thing. The admission hangs between us like a lit fuse, dangerous and electric. Elijah sets down the plate and gazes at me, his blue-gray eyes searching my face like he's trying to read my intentions. Kiera, he calls out, and the rawness in his tone has me catching my breath. I know it's complicated, I say quickly, before I can lose my nerve. I know there are a million reasons why this is probably a terrible idea. But Elijah, these past 3 weeks have been some of the happiest I've had in years. And it's not because of the money or the house or any of the practical benefits. Then why? Because of you, I say simply. Because you make me laugh, and you listen when I talk about things that matter to me, and you look at me like I'm someone worth seeing. Because you're kind and talented, and more genuine than anyone in your position has any right to be. He moves closer, close enough that I can see the flecks of darker blue in his eyes, the way his breath has gotten slightly uneven. You know what this means, don't you? if we cross this line? That things get more complicated? That things get real, he corrects. That this stops being an arrangement and starts being something neither of us can control or predict. Maybe I'm tired of control and prediction, I say. Maybe I want something real for once. The space between us crackles with tension that's been building for weeks. All the careful boundaries we've maintained suddenly feeling arbitrary and pointless. When Elijah reaches up to cup my face in his hands, his palms warm against my skin, I don't pull away. Are you sure? He asks. And there's vulnerability in his posture that makes my heart ache. Instead of answering with words, I rise up on my toes and kiss him. The kiss starts gentle, tentative, like we're both testing the waters of this new territory. But the moment our lips meet, something ignites between us that's been simmering just below the surface for weeks. His hands slide into my hair, and I can feel the careful control he's been maintaining start to crack. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Wrapped in his arms, my body still thrumming with aftershocks, I realized this wasn't just sex. It was a promise, unspoken, but real. And maybe, just maybe, the beginning of something we won't be able to walk away from. No regrets? He asks softly, and I can hear the uncertainty underneath the question. None, I say firmly, then tilt my head to look at him. You? Only that we waited weeks to do this, he says. And something about the way he smiles shortens my breath. We needed those weeks, I point out. We needed to know each other first, to build something real before we complicated it with this. And is it complicated now? I consider the question seriously. Yes, I say finally. But good complicated, like a song with complex harmonies that somehow work perfectly together. I like that analogy, he says, kissing my hair gently. Though I should probably warn you, I've never been good at keeping things simple. Good, I say, settling more comfortably against his chest. Simple is overrated. Nestled into his chest, I let the quiet pull me under, and I realize that everything has changed between us in ways that can't be undone. We've crossed a line that transforms our arrangement from business to personal, from temporary to something that feels permanent, even though we both know it might not be. But for tonight, none of that matters. Tonight, there's only the warmth of his body against mine, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat under my ear, and the quiet certainty that whatever we're building together is worth the risk of getting hurt. Tomorrow we have to figure out what this means for our contract, our timeline, our carefully constructed boundaries. Tomorrow we'll have to face the reality that falling for each other has just made everything infinitely more complicated. But tomorrow is hours away, and right now, wrapped in Elijah's arms with his child growing inside me, I've never felt more at home in my own life.
Chapter 7. Elijah. I wake up with Kiera curled against my side, her breath warm against my chest, and her hair spread across my pillow like spilled silk. The sunlight floods the room, sparking off the warm gold that lives in her skin. And I just lie there, watching her sleep, marveling at how perfectly she fits against me, how right this feels despite every rational reason it shouldn't. Last night changed everything between us, crossed a line that can't be uncrossed, and I'm surprised by how little I care about the complications that will inevitably follow. Finally, what felt like months, maybe years, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Kiera stirs against me, her fingers flexing against my ribs as she gradually surfaces from sleep. When she opens her eyes and looks up at me, there's a moment of confusion before memory floods back, and her expression shifts to something soft and wondering. "Good morning," she says, her voice husky with sleep. "Good morning," I reply, brushing a strand of hair away from her face. "How are you feeling?" "Like I'm in someone else's life," she admits with a small laugh. "A much better life than the one I had yesterday." "Any regrets?" "About last night? None." She stretches against me like a cat, and the movement sends heat pooling in my stomach. "About getting involved with my fake husband, who's also the father of my baby. Ask me again in a few hours when my brain is working properly." The casual way she refers to our tangled situation makes me smile, though there's an edge of uncertainty underneath it that I can't quite shake. "What if I told you I don't want this to be fake anymore?" The words slip out before I can think them through, and I see surprise flicker across her features. "Elijah." "I know," I say quickly. "I know it's complicated and probably crazy and definitely not what either of us planned. But Kiera, last night wasn't just about physical attraction. There's something between us that feels bigger than our arrangement, bigger than the circumstances that brought us together." She quietens, her dark eyes searching my face like she's trying to read my intentions. "What are you asking me?" "I'm asking you to consider the possibility that this could be real. Not the marriage contract or the legal arrangements, but us, you and me, building something together that goes beyond business." "And the baby?" "The baby makes it more complicated, not less real." I cup her face in my hands, marveling at the softness of her skin. I want this child to grow up in a home filled with genuine love and affection, not just legal obligation. "You're talking about love now?" she asks, and there's something vulnerable in her voice that coils low and lingers like held breath. "I'm talking about the possibility of love," I correct. "I'm talking about giving ourselves permission to see where this goes, without worrying about expiration dates or contract terms." Her expression softens, the tension in her shoulders loosening as something unspoken settles between us. Then she nods. "I'd like that," she says softly. "More than I probably should." Relief floods through me so intensely it's almost overwhelming. "Really?" "Really. But Elijah, we need to be honest with each other about what we're doing. If we're going to try to make this real, we can't hold back or protect ourselves or pretend it's still just business when things get difficult." "Agreed," I say, though the thought of that level of emotional vulnerability is terrifying. Complete honesty, no matter how scary. "Complete honesty," she echoes, then smiles in a way that has my heart racing. "Starting with the fact that I'm starving, and if you don't feed me soon, I might eat you." "Pregnancy hunger is no joke," I say, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Come on, let me make you breakfast." We spend the morning moving around each other in the kitchen with a new ease, the physical intimacy we shared last night creating a different kind of comfort between us. Kiera sits at the island in one of my t-shirts, her legs tucked under her as she watches me cook eggs and bacon, with more attention than the simple task probably warrants. "You're very methodical," she observes, sipping the herbal tea she's switched to since the pregnancy began. "Music training," I explain, flipping the bacon with careful precision. "You learn to pay attention to timing and technique even in mundane tasks." "Play something for me," she says suddenly, and I look up to find her watching me with genuine curiosity. "Now?" "After breakfast. I want to see you in your element. Understand what it looks like when you're creating." The request makes me nervous in a way that surprises me. I've performed for millions of people, recorded albums that have been dissected by critics and fans alike, But the thought of playing for Kiera feels more intimate and exposing than any of that. I don't usually let people into my studio, I admit, plating the food and setting it in front of her. Why not? Because it's where I'm most myself, I say honestly. Where all the performance and image management falls away and it's just me and the music. Sounds like exactly what I want to see, she says, her smile making heat crawl up my spine. Unless you're not ready for me to see the real Elijah Foster. I think you've already seen more of the real me than most people ever do, I say. And it's true. Something about Kiera makes me want to drop my guards, to show her the parts of myself I usually keep carefully hidden. After breakfast, I lead her through the house to my private studio, a soundproofed space that takes up most of the lower level and represents my one truly personal sanctuary. The room is filled with instruments, guitars, keyboards, a full drum kit, and various pieces of recording equipment that I've collected over the years. The walls are covered with handwritten lyrics, chord progressions, and fragments of melodies that haven't yet found their way into completed songs. Wow, Kiera breathes, turning slowly to take it all in. This is incredible. It's where I disappear when the world gets too loud, I explain, moving to the piano that sits in the center of the room like an altar. Everything important I've ever written has happened in this space. Can I hear the song you were working on yesterday? The one you said wasn't ready. I hesitate, my fingers hovering over the keys. The melody I've been developing is still rough, unfinished. But there's something about it that feels different from anything I've written before. It's simpler than my usual compositions, more emotionally direct, and I'm almost certain it was inspired by her presence in my life. It's really just fragments, I warn her, but she settles onto the bench beside me with an expectant expression that makes it impossible to refuse. I start playing softly, letting the melody develop organically under my fingers. It's a gentle piece, built around a theme that seems to capture something essential about the way Kiera moves through the world. Graceful but grounded, beautiful but unpretentious. As I play, I can feel her attention focused entirely on the music, and her presence beside me somehow makes the notes flow more easily. That's beautiful, she comments when I finish the main theme. It sounds like hope. Hope, I repeat, testing the word. I hadn't thought of it that way, but you're right. What inspired it? I look at her sitting beside me on the piano bench, her face soft with genuine appreciation for what I've just shared. I decide to risk complete honesty. You did. Me? The morning after you moved in when we were unpacking your books, and you were talking about literature like it was magic. There was something about your enthusiasm, your joy in discussing the things you love, that made me want to capture that feeling in music. And we spent more time together. We cooked together. We talked. You listened to me. Time spent with you is the most genuine thing I ever did in my whole life. She's quiet for a moment, and I wonder if I've said too much, revealed more than she's ready to hear. But when she speaks, her voice is warm with something that might be affection. No one's ever written music about me before, she says softly. This is just the beginning, I tell her, and I mean it. You inspire me in ways I haven't felt in years. Since you've been here, music has started feeling like discovery again, instead of just work. Can you teach me how to play something? The request catches me off guard. You want to learn piano? I want to understand what it feels like to create music instead of just listening to it. I shift slightly on the bench to make room for her hands on the keys, and the simple act of guiding her fingers through a basic melody becomes unexpectedly intimate. She's a quick learner, her natural rhythm apparent even as she struggles with the unfamiliar coordination. Feel the pattern, I say, my hands covering hers as we play together. Music is just organized emotion. You're already fluent in emotion. This is just a different language for expressing it. Like this? She asks, attempting a simple chord progression I've shown her. Exactly like that, I say, and there's something profound about watching her discover the way notes fit together, to create something larger than their individual parts. We spend the next 2 hours in the studio, with me teaching her basic chord structures while she asks questions that reveal an intuitive understanding of musical concepts. Her approach to learning is methodical, but joyful, and watching her face light up when she successfully plays a sequence makes something warm expand in my chest. "I can see why you love this," she says as we take a break, her fingers still resting on the keys. "There's something almost magical about creating something from nothing." "That's exactly what it is," I agree. Every song starts as silence, and then you pull these sounds and emotions out of the air, and somehow they become something that can make people feel less alone. "Is that what you want? To make people feel less alone?" "It's what I've always wanted," I say, though I'm realizing as I say it that the desire has gotten buried under years of commercial considerations and industry pressure. Music saved me when I was younger, gave me a way to process emotions I didn't have words for. I want to give that gift to other people. "Tell me about when you were younger," she says, turning to face me more fully on the bench. What do you want to know?" "Everything. What you were like before you became Elijah Foster the superstar." The question opens something in me that's been closed for a long time. I find myself telling her about growing up between London and Los Angeles, about parents who loved me but expressed it through expectations rather than affection. I tell her about discovering music as an escape from the pressure to be perfect, about the way playing piano made me feel connected to something larger than myself. I was lonely, I admit, which is something I've never said out loud before. Even surrounded by people, I felt like I was performing a role rather than living a life. Music was the only place I could be completely honest. And now I feel like I'm finally learning what it means to be honest with another person, I say, looking directly at her. "You make me want to be real instead of perfect." "Good," she says, and I swear her smile could bring a city to its knees. Perfect is boring anyway. We return to the piano, and I find myself improvising around the melody I wrote for her, adding layers and complexity as she watches with fascination. The music seems to flow more freely with her beside me, like her presence has unlocked something in my creative process that's been dormant for months. "Play something you love," she requests when I finish the improvisation. "Something that makes you feel the way you felt when you first fell in love with music." I think for a moment, then begin playing a piece I learned when I was 12. A Chopin nocturne that my grandmother taught me during one of her visits to London. It's technically demanding but emotionally simple, built around a melody that somehow captures both melancholy and hope in equal measure. As I play, I become aware of Kiera watching my hands move across the keys, and when I glance at her, there's something in her expression that takes my breath away. She's looking at me like I'm creating something miraculous, like the music I'm making is the most beautiful thing she's ever heard. "That was incredible," she says when I finish. "I could watch you play for hours." "You could?" "There's something about seeing you like this, completely absorbed in creating something beautiful, that makes me understand who you really are underneath all the fame and success." Her words hit me harder than any review or professional compliment ever has. Who am I? Someone who feels things deeply and isn't afraid to let that feeling flow through you into something that can touch other people. Someone who understands that art is about connection, not just entertainment. The way she sees me, the person she describes, feels like someone I want to be rather than someone I've been. You make me want to be that person all the time, not just when I'm playing music. You already are that person, she says softly. You just haven't been letting yourself believe it. We spend the rest of the afternoon in the studio, with me playing pieces I love while she listens with complete attention and are asking questions that reveal depths of understanding about music I hadn't expected. She doesn't just hear the notes. She hears the emotions underneath them, the stories being told through harmony and rhythm. I have an idea, I say, as the sun begins to set outside the studio windows. What if I taught you to play something you could perform for the baby? You want me to play for our child? The phrase, our child, sends a flutter of something through my chest. Music is one of the first things babies respond to in the womb. Studies show they can hear and react to melodies by the second trimester. That's beautiful, she says, her hand moving unconsciously to her still flat stomach. What would you want me to play? Something simple but meaningful. Maybe a lullaby or a piece that represents what we hope for this child's life. Hope, she says, echoing her earlier description of the melody I wrote for her. I'd like to learn to play Hope. I arrange her hands on the keys and guide her through a gentle melody I improvise on the spot. Something that feels like a musical representation of all the best wishes I have for our unborn child. She picks it up quickly, her natural musicality evident in the way she shapes each phrase. Like this? She asks, playing through the melody with growing confidence. Perfect, I say with no hesitation. Our baby is going to love hearing you play that. Our baby, she repeats, and there's wonder in her voice. I'm still getting used to thinking about it that way. As ours. As real, she corrects. For weeks it felt theoretical, like something happening to someone else. But sitting here with you, learning to play music for a child who doesn't exist yet, but somehow already feels important, makes it feel incredibly real. Good real or scary real? Both, she says with a laugh, but mostly good. As evening settles around us, we remain in the studio, talking about music and dreams and the strange circumstances that brought us together. Kiera curls up in the leather chair I keep for listening to playbacks, and I continue playing softly, letting the music create a soundtrack for our conversation. I'm curious about what you think. Can I ask you? She asks during a pause between songs. Anything. Do you think we would have found each other if not for the surrogacy arrangement? If we just met at a coffee shop or been introduced at a party, would we have connected like this? It's a question I've been wondering about myself. I'd like to think so, I say honestly. But I also think the circumstances forced us to skip past a lot of the games people usually play when they're getting to know each other. We had to be honest about important things right from the beginning. True, she agrees. It's hard to maintain pretense when you're discussing pregnancy and legal contracts. Do you wish we'd met differently? She considers this for a moment. No, she says finally, because meeting this way means we built trust before we built attraction. We knew we could depend on each other before we knew we wanted each other. That's a good foundation, I say, though the word foundation makes me think about building something permanent, something that lasts beyond our original timeline. The best foundation, she agrees, then yawns in a way that reminds me she's dealing with first trimester fatigue on top of the emotional intensity of our evolving relationship. You should get some rest, I say, though I don't want this perfect day to end. I should, she agrees, but she doesn't move from the chair. Elijah. Yeah? Thank you for today, for sharing this with me, for letting me see you create. It's the most beautiful thing anyone's ever given me. Her words make my throat feel tight with emotion. I don't have adequate words to express. Thank you for inspiring me to remember why I love music in the first place. When she finally heads upstairs to her room, I remain in the studio for another hour, playing the melody I wrote for her, and thinking about how much my life has changed in just a few weeks. 3 months ago, I was trapped in a relationship that felt more like a business partnership, going through the motions of a career that had stopped bringing me joy. Now I'm married to a woman who sees past my public image to something real and worthwhile, expecting a child that represents hope rather than obligation, and rediscovering my passion for creating music that matters. It should feel overwhelming, this complete transformation of my life. Instead, it feels like finally, after years of careful performance, I'm learning what it means to be authentically myself. As I head upstairs to my own room, I pass by Kiera's door and hear the soft sound of humming the melody I taught her today, quietly in the darkness. The sound makes me smile and fills me with a contentment I haven't felt in years. Tomorrow we're going to navigate this new reality we're creating together, how to balance our growing feelings with the practical demands of pregnancy and careers, and the ongoing complications of our public lives. But tonight, I fall asleep thinking about the way Kiera looked when she was learning to play piano, the way her face lit up with discovery and joy. Tonight, I dream about the music we'll create together, the songs I'll write for her, and the lullabies she'll play for our child. Tonight, for far longer than I can remember, the future feels bright with possibility rather than heavy with obligation.
Chapter 8. Kiera. The champagne flute in my hand contains sparkling water with a twist of lime, but no one at this Hollywood party needs to know that. From the outside, I probably look like every other actress mingling at the Midnight in Brooklyn rap party, celebrating the completion of what's turned out to be one of the most challenging and rewarding 6 weeks of my career. But inside, I'm buzzing with a different kind of energy. The knowledge that I'm 12 weeks pregnant and married to the man whose arm is currently wrapped around my waist as he charms a group of industry executives. "Your wife is incredibly talented," director Sarah Chen is saying to Elijah, and there's genuine warmth in her voice that makes pride bloom in me. She brought a depth to Maya that I didn't even know was possible. We're talking about submitting her performance for awards consideration. "She's extraordinary," Elijah agrees, and when he looks down at me, there's something in his blue-gray eyes that goes beyond polite husband performance. I'm constantly amazed by her talent. The public praise should feel validating, and it does. But what affects me more is the way Elijah's hand tightens slightly on my waist when he speaks, like he's claiming me as much as supporting me. We've gotten good at this dance over the past month, the careful choreography of appearing to be a happily married couple while actually becoming one in private. "Kiera, I have to ask," interrupts Marcus Webb, a producer I've been wanting to meet for years. "Are you taking meetings? Because I have a project that would be perfect for you." "I'm always interested in hearing about good projects," I say, though I can feel Elijah's attention sharpen beside me. We've talked about how to handle career opportunities during the pregnancy, but this is the first time it's come up in such a public setting. It's a limited series for streaming, 6 episodes about women in the civil rights movement. Your character would be based on a real activist who helped organize the Freedom Riders. Powerful material, incredible writing team. My heart races at the description because it's exactly the kind of project I've dreamed of being part of. Something meaningful that tells important stories about women who look like me. But it's also the kind of physically and emotionally demanding role that could be complicated by pregnancy. "That sounds incredible," I say carefully. "When would it shoot?" "We're looking at a spring start date, maybe April or May, depending on casting." April or May would put me well into my 2nd trimester, probably showing enough that hiding the pregnancy would be impossible. I glance at Elijah, trying to read his expression, but his face is carefully neutral in that way. He's perfected for public interactions. "I'd love to read the script," I tell Marcus, because turning down opportunities without even looking at them feels like career suicide. "My agent can set up a meeting." "Fantastic," Marcus says, pulling out his phone to exchange contact information. "I think you're going to love what we're doing with this story." As he walks away, I feel Elijah's thumb trace small circles against my waist. A gesture so subtle that no one else would notice, but intimate enough to ground me in the moment. "Good opportunity?" he murmurs against my ear, his breath warm against my skin. "Potentially amazing opportunity," I admit, "and potentially terrible timing." "We'll figure it out," he says, and the certainty in his voice makes something warm unfurl in my chest. We always do. The party swirls around us for another hour, a carefully orchestrated celebration where every conversation serves multiple purposes and every interaction gets filed away for future networking. I've been to enough of these events over the past few years to understand the game, but tonight feels different because I'm playing from a position of strength rather than desperation. The film I just completed is already generating buzz, and industry insiders are starting to know my name for reasons beyond my association with Elijah. It's the kind of career momentum I've been working toward for years, and the timing of it coinciding with my pregnancy feels both miraculous and terrifying. "You look like you're thinking very hard about something," comes a familiar voice behind me, and I turn to find Jasmine approaching with her own fake champagne and a knowing smile. "Just processing," I say, accepting her hug carefully to avoid drawing attention to the fact that we're both avoiding alcohol. "How long have you been here?" "Long enough to watch you work the room like a pro," she says with obvious pride. "Look at you, being all successful and married and glowing with pregnant woman energy." "Shh," I hiss, glancing around to make sure no one overheard the pregnancy reference. "We're not ready for that to be public knowledge yet." "Right, sorry," she says, lowering her voice. "But seriously, Kai, you look incredible. Whatever you and your fake husband are doing behind closed doors is working for you." The comment makes me blush because what Elijah and I are doing behind closed doors has evolved far beyond our original arrangement. We're still maintaining separate bedrooms for formality due to the contract, but most nights I end up curled against him in his bed, talking until late about everything from music to our childhoods to our hopes for the baby we're expecting. "It's not fake anymore," I admit quietly, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Jasmine's eyebrows shoot up. "What do you mean it's not fake anymore?" "I mean, we're not pretending to be married for the cameras. We're actually trying to build something real." "Oh, honey," she says, and there's concern mixed with happiness in her expression. "Are you sure that's wise?" "Probably not," I say honestly. But wise feels less important than right. Before Jasmine can respond, Elijah appears at my side with 2 more glasses of sparkling water and a smile that makes my stomach flutter. "Ladies," he says, handing us the drinks. "Having a good time?" "The best time," Jasmine says, and I can hear her evaluating him with the protective instincts of a best friend. "Kiera was just telling me how much she's enjoying married life." "I'm the lucky one," Elijah says, and when he looks at me, there's something in his expression that makes my breath catch. She makes everything better. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard because we're in public, surrounded by people who don't need to hear genuine emotion for our performance to be effective. But there's nothing calculated about the way he's looking at me, nothing that suggests he's playing to an audience. "Excuse me," interrupts a photographer from one of the entertainment magazines. "Could I get a few shots of you two together? Our readers love seeing Hollywood's newest power couple." "Of course," Elijah says smoothly, his arm sliding around my waist in a gesture that's become second nature over the past few weeks. We pose for several photos, and I'm speechless at how natural it feels to lean into him, to smile genuinely while his hand rests possessively on my hip. The photographer keeps asking us to look at each other instead of the camera, and when I meet Elijah's eyes, I see something that goes far beyond performance. "Beautiful," the photographer says, clicking away. "You two have incredible chemistry." After he moves on, we remain standing close together, and I realize we're both still looking at each other despite the absence of cameras. "We do have incredible chemistry," I say softly, surprised by my own boldness. "We do," he agrees, and there's something heated in his voice that makes my skin feel warm. "Should we get out of here?" "It's probably too early to leave," I say reluctantly. "People will notice." "Let them notice," he says, his thumb tracing along my jawline in a gesture that's definitely not for show. "I want to take my wife home and tell her how proud I am of everything she's accomplished." The possessive way he says my wife sends heat spiraling through me. That has nothing to do with performance and everything to do with the way he's been looking at me all evening, like I'm the most fascinating person in the room. 15 more minutes, I negotiate, though what I really want is to leave immediately and spend the rest of the night exploring this charged energy that's been building between us all evening. 10, he counters, leaning down to brush his lips against my ear. Because if I have to watch one more producer look at you, like he wants to offer you more than just professional opportunities, I might do something that ends up in tomorrow's tabloids. The hint of jealousy in his voice is unexpected and thrilling. Are you claiming me, Mr. Foster? Every chance I get, Mrs. Foster, he says. And the way he emphasizes my married name makes something flutter low in my stomach. We make our rounds for another 10 minutes, saying goodbye to the key people we need to acknowledge. But I'm hyper-aware of Elijah's presence beside me the entire time. His hand never leaves my back, and every casual touch feels charged with electricity that has nothing to do with our public performance. The drive back to Malibu is filled with a tension that's become familiar over the past few weeks, the careful space between friendship and something deeper, between legal arrangement and genuine relationship. But tonight feels different, charged with the confidence that comes from professional success and the growing certainty that what we're building together is more substantial than either of us originally planned. That producer who approached you, Elijah says as we wind through the canyon roads toward his house, Marcus Webb. He has a good reputation, makes quality projects. You know his work? I scored a film he produced a few years ago. He's one of the good ones, more interested in storytelling than box office numbers. The project sounds incredible, I admit. Exactly the kind of story I want to help tell. But the timing is complicated, I say, my hand moving unconsciously to my still flat stomach. By April, I'll be showing. There's no way to hide a pregnancy during a 6-episode shoot. Maybe you don't need to hide it, Elijah suggests carefully. Maybe it's time to start thinking about going public with some version of the truth. The idea terrifies and excites me in equal measure. What version of the truth? That we're married, we're expecting a child, and we're happy about both of those things. And the part about it starting as a business arrangement? That part stays private, he says firmly. What matters is what's true now, not how it began. I consider this as we pull into his driveway, the house lit up like a beacon against the dark Pacific. The idea of being public about our relationship and the pregnancy feels huge, like crossing another line that can't be uncrossed. Are you ready for that level of scrutiny? I ask as we walk toward the front door. Once we announce the pregnancy, every detail of our relationship becomes public property. I'm ready if you are, he says, then stops walking and turns to face me. Kiera, I need you to know something. What? Tonight, watching you command that room, seeing industry people recognize your talent and want to work with you, I've never been more proud to be associated with anyone in my life. His words hit me harder than any professional compliment because they come from someone whose opinion has become crucial to my happiness. Really? Really, he says, stepping closer until I can see the flecks of darker blue in his eyes. You're going to be a star, and not because you're married to me or because you're carrying my baby. Because you're incredibly talented, and you've worked harder than anyone I know to get where you are. Elijah, I start, but he cuts me off with a kiss that's anything but performative. This kiss is hungry and claiming, filled with all the attraction that's been simmering between us all evening. His hands tangle in my hair, and I can taste the sparkling water we've both been drinking, feel the warmth of his body against mine in the cool night air. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard, and the space between us crackles with electricity. Inside, I say, though it comes out more like a command than a suggestion. Inside, he agrees, and his voice is rough with desire that makes my skin feel like it's on fire. We barely make it through the front door before Elijah's hands are on me again, urgent and greedy, pressing me back against the foyer wall like he's been holding this in all night. And he has. The door shuts behind us with a muted thud, and suddenly the rest of the world doesn't exist. There's only the thrum of my pulse, the heat of his body against mine, and the hunger that's been clawing at both of us since the second he whispered, "I want to take my wife home." I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. We should probably talk about going public, I say eventually, though I don't want to break the peaceful aftermath of what we've just shared. We should, he agrees, though his hand continues its soothing motion against my skin. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that I want to take that meeting with Marcus Webb, and I want to be honest about the pregnancy if it comes up. And our relationship? I want to be honest about that too, I say, tilting my head to look at him. I want to stop pretending that what we have isn't real. Even if it means dealing with media attention and public scrutiny. Even then, I say, though the thought still makes me nervous. Because Elijah, what we're building together is too important to hide. This baby deserves to grow up knowing they were wanted and planned for, and loved from the very beginning. They are loved, he says softly, his hand moving to rest on my stomach. By both of us. The simple statement renders my throat tight with emotion, because it's true in ways that go beyond our original arrangement. Somewhere in the past few months, this pregnancy has stopped being about giving Elijah the child he wanted and started being about the family we're creating together. I love you, I say, the words slipping out before I can overthink them. He goes very still beneath me, and for a moment I wonder if I've said too much too soon. But when he speaks, his voice is rough with emotion. I love you too, he says, more than I knew it was possible to love someone. The admission hangs between us like a benediction, transforming everything we've been building from possibility into certainty. This isn't just attraction or companionship or convenient partnership anymore. This is love, messy and complicated and more real than anything I've ever experienced. So we're really doing this, I ask. Building a life together, raising a child together, being publicly and privately committed to each other? We're really doing this, he confirms, planting a soft kiss on my hair. All of it. As I drift off to sleep in his arms on the sofa, still wearing my party dress with my makeup smeared and my hair mussed from his hands, I think about how much my life has changed in just a few months. 6 months ago, I was a struggling actress, waiting tables and wondering if I'd ever catch a break. Now I'm married to a man I love, pregnant with a child we both want, and on the verge of the kind of career breakthrough I've been working toward for years. It should feel too good to be true, too perfect to last. Instead, it feels like the beginning of something that's been waiting for me my entire life. Like all the struggles and rejections and disappointments were just preparation for this moment when everything finally clicks into place. Tomorrow, we'll start the process of going public with our marriage and preparing for the media attention that will inevitably follow. People are going to be surprised as rumors have been running rampant but no proof. We'll have to figure out how to balance career opportunities with pregnancy and parenthood, and all the practical complications of building a life together. But tonight, none of that matters. Tonight, there's only the warmth of Elijah's body against mine, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat under my ear, and the quiet certainty that whatever challenges lie ahead, we'll face them together. Tonight, I fall asleep thinking about the life we're creating and the love we've found in the most unexpected circumstances, and the future feels bright with possibility rather than heavy with uncertainty.
Chapter 9. Elijah. The morning sun streaming through my studio windows should feel warming, but instead, it illuminates the chaos of sheet music scattered across my piano bench, evidence of another sleepless night spent trying to work through emotions I can't seem to organize into anything coherent. It's been 3 days since Kiera and I declared our love for each other at the wrap party. 3 days since everything between us shifted into territory that feels both inevitable and terrifying, and I'm standing on the edge of a cliff without knowing how far the drop is. My phone buzzes insistently from the coffee table where I left it, and I glance over to see Marcus Chen's name on the screen. I've been avoiding his calls for 2 days because I know he wants to discuss the logistics of going public with our relationship, and something about making those plans feels premature in a way I can't articulate. Marcus, I answer on the 4th ring, trying to inject more energy into my voice than I actually feel. Elijah, thank God, I've been trying to reach you. We need to talk about the timeline for announcing the pregnancy. What's the rush? The rush is that Kiera's profile is rising fast after the film festival screenings, and people are starting to ask questions about her personal life. Better to control the narrative before someone else does it for us. He's right, and I know it, but something about the clinical way he discusses our private life makes my chest feel tight. What kind of questions? The usual celebrity spouse inquiries. Where she came from, how you met, whether she's pregnant. The last one is just speculation so far, but speculation has a way of becoming fact in this business. The idea that strangers are discussing Kiera's body and our relationship makes something protective and possessive flare in my chest. How much time do we have? A few weeks at most, Marcus says. I'd recommend getting ahead of it with a carefully planned announcement. Maybe a magazine cover, something classy that positions you both as a happy couple excited about starting a family. I'll talk to Kiera about it, I say, even if the words feel heavy in my mouth. Good. And Elijah, you might want to prepare her for some increased attention. Once this news breaks, every detail of her life is going to be scrutinized. After Marcus hangs up, I remain sitting at my piano, staring at the keys without seeing them. The conversation has crystallized a fear I've been trying to ignore. That going public with our relationship will change everything between us. That the woman who fell in love with me in the privacy of this house might react differently when our love becomes a commodity to be analyzed and monetized by the entertainment industry. The sound of the front door opening interrupts my spiraling thoughts, followed by Kiera's voice calling out that she's home from her meeting with Marcus Webb about the civil rights series. I can hear the excitement in her voice even from the studio, and normally that sound would make me smile. Today it makes something uneasy twist in my stomach. Elijah, she calls, her footsteps echoing through the house as she searches for me. You're not going to believe how well that meeting went. I find her in the kitchen, practically glowing with professional satisfaction, as she sets down her purse and reaches for a glass of water. She's wearing a simple black dress that emphasizes her still subtle pregnancy curves, and her hair is in loose curls that catch the afternoon light streaming through the windows. She looks beautiful and radiant, and completely unaware of the dark thoughts that have been consuming me for the past few days. How did it go? I ask, though I can already tell from her expression that it went better than well. They offered me the lead role, she says, her smile so bright it could power the entire house. Not just a supporting character, the actual lead. Maya Johnson, the woman who organized the Freedom Riders in Alabama. It's a dream role, Elijah, the kind of part that could change everything for my career. That's incredible, I say. And I mean it, but something about her excitement makes me feel like I'm watching her from a distance. When would it shoot? That's the best part. They're willing to work around the pregnancy. Shooting doesn't start until May, and they can schedule around my needs as the pregnancy progresses. Marcus Webb specifically said he wants me to be comfortable and supported throughout the process. The way she mentions Marcus Webb, the warm tone in her tone when she discusses his support, sends an unexpected spike of something cold through my chest. He sounds very accommodating. He is, she says, moving closer to me with obvious happiness. And Elijah, he knew who I was because of you. He said your recommendation meant everything to him when he was considering me for the role. My recommendation? Apparently you called him yesterday and told him I was the most talented actress you'd ever worked with and that he'd be crazy not to cast me. I had called Marcus Webb during one of my sleepless nights when all I could think about was supporting Kiera's career in any way possible. But hearing her describe the conversation makes me wonder if she's happy about the role itself or about what my influence made possible. I just told him the truth about your talent, I say carefully. I know and I love you for it, she says, standing on her toes to kiss me. But I also want to make sure I earn this role on my own merit, not just because I'm married to Elijah Foster. You did earn it, I assure her, though her concern echoes my own fears about how my fame affects everything in her life. Your audition is what convinced them. I hope so, she murmurs, vulnerability leaking in her voice. I'm tempted to pull her closer, because this role means everything to me. It's the kind of story I've been dreaming of telling since I started acting. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes with a text that makes my blood run cold when I see the sender's name. Sierra Lane. I haven't heard from her since our final confrontation a couple of months ago, and seeing her name on my screen brings back memories of betrayal and humiliation that I thought I'd processed. Saw the photos from Kiera's wrap party. She's beautiful. Congratulations on the marriage and the baby. We should talk soon about our original arrangement. S. The casual reference to our original arrangement, the surrogacy contract that was supposed to give Sierra and me a child together, makes something cold and ugly twist in my stomach. How does she know about the pregnancy? And what does she mean about talking about the original arrangement? I told her I wasn't going through with it. This is no longer her business. Who is it? Kiera asks, noticing my change in expression. Sierra, I say, showing her the message. Kiera reads it with a frown that deepens with each word. What does she mean about your original arrangement? The question forces me to face something I've been trying not to think about. That this baby Kiera is carrying was originally meant to be Sierra's child, too. The surrogacy contract was for both of us, I say quietly. You were going to carry a child for Sierra and me to raise together. I know that, Kiera says, but there's something careful in her voice now. But that changed when she cheated on you. The baby became just yours. Did it, though? Legally, yes. But genetically, this child was conceived with the intention of being Sierra's, too. Elijah, what are you saying? I'm saying that maybe Sierra has more claim to this situation than we've been acknowledging. Maybe her opinion about what's happening matters more than I wanted to admit. The words come out wrong, harsher than I intended. But once they're in the air, I can't take them back. I can see them land like physical blows across Kiera's face. Her opinion matters more than mine? Kiera's voice is quiet, but there's danger underneath it. That's not what I meant. It's exactly what you meant, she interrupts. You think because this baby was originally supposed to be hers too, she has some right to interfere in our marriage. Before I can respond, phone buzzes to life with an unknown number glowing like a warning. Against my better judgment, I answer it. Elisha, darling, Sierra's voice purrs through the speaker, as familiar and unsettling as a recurring nightmare. I hope you don't mind me calling. What do you really want, Sierra? To talk, obviously. It's been ages since we've had a proper conversation, and there's so much to catch up on. I don't think we have anything to discuss. Oh, but we do, she replies in sickly sweet tone. Like your lovely new wife and the baby you're expecting together. The baby that was supposed to be ours, Elijah. Don't you think that creates some complicated feelings worth discussing? The situation changed when you decided to cheat on me, I say, but even as the words leave my mouth, they sound weaker than I want them to. In the deepest recesses of my mind, I can't help but think of this pregnancy as related to Kiera. The situation changed, yes, but the emotional reality didn't. You're raising a child that was meant to be mine, too, with a woman who stepped into my role. And how convenient that she was already there, already willing to carry our baby, already positioned to become your wife when I disappointed you. Kiera isn't a replacement for you, isn't she? Beautiful, struggling actress who needed financial security and career opportunities? A woman willing to carry your child and play the devoted wife? She stepped into the exact life I vacated, Elijah. The only difference is that she was smart enough to secure the position permanently. The poison in her words seeps into doubts I've been fighting since the moment Kiera and I became more than contractual partners. What the hell do you want, Kiera? To protect you from making the same mistake twice, she says, and the concern in her voice sounds almost genuine. You fell for me because I needed rescuing, and now you've fallen for her for the same reason. But what happens when she doesn't need rescuing anymore? What happens when her career takes off, and she realizes she married you for security rather than love? Kiera loves me. Of course she does, just like I loved you. But love that's built on financial dependency and professional advancement has an expiration date, especially when there are other factors complicating the relationship. What other factors? Like the fact that she's carrying a child that was supposed to be mine. Like the fact that every milestone of this pregnancy reminds you of what we lost together. Like the fact that she can never fully replace what we had because she's living in the shadow of our original plan. You destroyed what we had, I remind her, but my voice lacks conviction. And I wasn't thinking about you. This pregnancy is mine and Kiera's alone. I made a mistake, she admits. But that doesn't erase 3 years of history, 3 years of building something together that went beyond just romance. We understood each other, Elijah. We had the same goals, the same understanding of what life in this industry requires. After she hangs up, I'm left holding the phone and staring at Kiera, who's been listening to my side of the conversation with growing horror. You think I'm living in Kiera's shadow? She says. And it's not a question. I think this situation is more complicated than either of us wanted to acknowledge. Complicated how? Because the baby was supposed to be hers too? Because I stepped into a role she vacated? Or because you're still not over her? The questions come rapid fire, each one designed to expose the doubts Kiera's call has awakened. I'm over Kiera, but I'm not over the betrayal. And maybe that's affecting my ability to trust what we're building together. So you don't trust me? I don't trust my own judgment when it comes to women who need something from me. The words come out crueler than I intended, but they voice a fear that's been growing since the moment our relationship became real. What if I keep falling for women who see me as a solution to their problems rather than a person to love? Something I need from you, Kiera repeats, and there are tears in her eyes now that make my chest feel like it's being crushed. You think I'm using you? I think the timing of everything, your career taking off, your willingness to deepen our relationship, your enthusiasm about making this real, raises questions about motivation. Questions like what? Like whether you fell in love with me or with what I could provide for you. Like whether this baby is wanted or just another way to secure your position. Like whether you'll still want this life when you don't need my help anymore. The accusations pour out like poison I've been storing up, and I watch them destroy something beautiful in Kiera's expression. Leave, please! I can't look at you right now, she gasps. I'm not trying to hurt you, I'm trying to understand. What you're trying to understand, she interrupts, is whether I'm genuine or whether I'm just a better actress than Kiera gave me credit for. And the fact that you're even asking that question tells me everything I need to know about what you really think of me. She's right, and I know it, but admitting that feels like acknowledging that I've just destroyed the best thing in my life based on paranoia and old wounds. Kiera made me realize how perfectly everything has worked out for you, I say weakly. The marriage, the pregnancy, the career opportunities. It's exactly what someone would plan if they wanted to secure their future. Or it's exactly what would happen when two people genuinely care about each other and want to build something together, she says, and her voice is shaking now with pain rather than anger. But I guess you'll never know which one is true because you've already decided to believe the worst about me. I haven't decided anything. I just need time to think. Time to think about what? About whether the baby I'm carrying, the baby that was meant to be Sierra's child too, is something you actually want or just another obligation you've taken on. About whether the woman you claimed to love days ago is real or just an elaborate performance. The pain in her voice makes me realize how deeply I've wounded her, how thoroughly Sierra's poison has corrupted something that was pure and beautiful between us. That's not what I'm questioning. It's exactly what you're questioning, she says brokenly, her tone quivering. You're questioning whether any of this is real, whether I'm capable of genuine feeling, whether our baby deserves the family we were trying to build together. I want our baby to have the best possible life. Then stop sabotaging the family we were creating, she says desperately. Stop letting Sierra manipulate you into destroying something beautiful just because she can't stand to see you happy with someone else. But it's too late. The seed of doubt has been planted and watered, and I can't seem to stop it from growing into something that chokes out trust and love and hope. I need space to figure this out, I say, because continuing this conversation feels like making everything worse. Fine, she says, and her voice has gone cold in a way that terrifies me. Take all the space you need. But Elijah, when you're done letting Sierra control your thoughts and emotions from hundreds of miles away, remember that I'm the one who's here. I'm the one carrying your child and trying to build a future with you. She's the one who betrayed you and walked away, and she's also the one who successfully convinced you to throw away the best thing that's ever happened to either of us. She leaves the kitchen without another word, and I hear her footsteps on the stairs, followed by the sound of her bedroom door closing, with a finality that makes my chest ache. I spend the rest of the evening in my studio, trying to work through my emotions with music, but every melody I attempt sounds discordant and wrong. The song I wrote for Kiera sits unfinished on my piano, and looking at it now makes me wonder if I was writing about a fantasy, rather than the real woman who's been sharing my life. This baby was meant to be Sierra's too. The thought keeps circling back, poisoning every memory of joy and connection. How can I build a future with Kiera when the foundation of that future was meant to include someone else? By midnight, I've convinced myself that some distance might actually be good for both of us. Maybe space will help me sort through these feelings without the distraction of her presence. Maybe time apart will prove whether what we have is strong enough to survive doubt and the complicated history of how this all began. I don't go upstairs to our bedroom. Instead, I fall asleep on the studio couch, and when I wake up the next morning, the house feels different, emptier, like something essential has been removed from it. It takes me until I'm drinking my coffee alone in the kitchen to realize that the something missing is trust. By then, it might already be too late to get it back.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 10. Kiera. The silence in this house has weight. It presses against my chest as I sit in my bedroom, because that's what it is now, just my bedroom, not our shared space where whispered conversations and gentle touches built something beautiful between us. 2 days have passed since Elijah questioned whether I'm using him. 3 days since he chose to believe Sierra's poison over everything we've created together, and the distance between us feels like an ocean that keeps getting wider. I can hear him moving around downstairs, the familiar sounds of coffee brewing and piano keys being tested, but they feel muffled now, like they're coming from someone else's life. The routine that once brought me comfort now serves as a reminder of everything I'm losing, everything that's slipping away because trust, once broken, seems impossible to rebuild. My phone buzzes against the nightstand, and I reach for it hoping it might be Elijah finally ready to talk, ready to fight for us instead of retreating into suspicion and old wounds. Instead, it's a text from Rachel, my agent, with news that should make me happy, but instead feels complicated in ways I'm too emotionally exhausted to untangle. Entertainment Tonight wants to interview you about the civil rights drama. They're calling you Hollywood's rising star. This is huge, Kai. Call me ASAP. Rising star. 6 months ago, those words would have made me cry with happiness. Now they make me wonder if everyone sees my success the same way Elijah apparently does. As something I've calculated and manipulated rather than earned through years of struggle and rejection. I set the phone aside without responding and instead press my hand to my growing belly, feeling the slight firmness that's the only tangible proof of the life growing inside me. This baby wasn't mine, but Sierra's. The thought has been haunting me since Elijah's words days ago, poisoning every moment of joy I should feel about this pregnancy. When I agreed to be their surrogate, I knew I would carry a child for Sierra and Elijah to raise together. But somewhere along the way, as Sierra cheated and they broke up, Elijah and I grew closer. We got married, and I became his surrogate alone. At least, that's what I thought. Then, we fell in love, if that was even real at all, and I started thinking of this baby as ours, his and mine, created from love rather than contractual obligation. But now I'm forced to confront the reality that every doctor's appointment, every milestone, every flutter of movement is shadowed by the ghost of Sierra's original claim to this child. A soft knock on my bedroom door interrupts my spiral of self-doubt, and for a moment, my heart leaps with the hope that it might be Elijah coming to apologize, to fight for us, to choose trust over fear. Instead, it's Maria, his housekeeper, with the kind expression she's worn since she found me crying in the kitchen yesterday morning. "Mrs. Foster," she says gently, and the title makes my chest ache because I don't know if I still have the right to it. "There's someone here to see you." "Who is it?" She says her name is Sierra Lane, and that you'll want to hear what she has to say about the baby and your situation with Mr. Foster. The name hits me like cold water, and my fingers curl over the bed like I might fall without it. Sierra is here, in our house, probably to finish whatever manipulation she started with her phone call to Elijah. The audacity of it takes my breath away, but there's also something inevitable about this confrontation that I've been dreading since the moment I learned she knew about the pregnancy. "Tell her I'm not available," I say. Though part of me wants to march downstairs and confront the woman who's been systematically destroying my happiness from a distance. She says it's about the original surrogacy arrangement and some legal complications you should know about. The ominous phrasing makes my stomach clench with dread. Legal complications? What could Sierra possibly have to say about the surrogacy contract that would affect me now? "Where is Elijah?" I ask. "He left about an hour ago. Studio meetings, I think." Of course, he's not here to buffer this encounter or protect me from whatever psychological warfare Sierra has planned. He's probably grateful for the excuse to avoid dealing with the mess he's created between us. "Fine," I say, knowing that avoiding Sierra will only give her more power over the situation. Tell her I'll be down in 5 minutes. I use those 5 minutes to armor myself, changing from pajamas into jeans and a sweater that makes me feel more capable, pulling my hair back into a neat bun, applying just enough makeup to look like I'm not falling apart. When I look in the mirror, I see someone who appears calm and composed, even though inside I'm terrified of what Kiera might say. I find her in the living room, arranged on the white sofa like she belongs there, her long blonde hair falling in perfect waves over one shoulder of an expensive cashmere coat. She's even more beautiful in person than in photographs, with the kind of effortless elegance that comes from being born into privilege and cultivated through years of professional styling. Kiera, she replies with a smile that doesn't reach her ice blue eyes. Thank you for seeing me. I know this must be awkward, given our complicated history. We don't have a history, I say, remaining standing because sitting would suggest this is a social visit rather than an invasion. I was your surrogate. That's the extent of our connection. Was I not clear? You're still my surrogate, Kiera says with false sweetness. Just because Elijah and I broke up doesn't erase the original contract or my parental rights to the child you're carrying. The words hit me like ice water. You gave up those rights when you cheated on him. Did I? Because, according to my lawyer, the surrogacy agreement specifically states that both intended parents maintain parental rights, regardless of the status of their romantic relationship. The baby you're carrying is legally mine as much as it is Elijah's. My hands instinctively move to protect my stomach, even though the threat isn't physical. That's not how it works. When you and Elijah broke up, the arrangement changed. The arrangement adapted, Kiera corrects. But the legal framework remained the same. I'm still listed as an intended parent on all the medical documentation. I still have rights to visitation, custody decisions, and input on how this child is raised. You walked away from Elijah and this baby. I walked away from a relationship that wasn't working. I never walked away from my rights as this child's mother. The word mother sends a spike of protective rage through me that's so intense it takes my breath away. You're not this baby's mother. I am. Are you? Kiera tilts her head with false sympathy. Because legally, you're the gestational carrier. I'm the intended mother. The fact that you've developed feelings for Elijah and convinced him to marry you doesn't change the fundamental nature of what you are. A woman I hired to carry my child. She got everything twisted, but I won't give her the satisfaction of letting her know what truly happened. This stopped being your child the moment you chose Adam over your family. This will always be my child because that's what the contracts say, Kiera replies calmly. And deep down, Elijah knows that. It's why he's been pulling away from you, why he's been questioning your motives, why he called me yesterday to discuss the situation. He called you? We had a long conversation about the complexities of the situation, about how your feelings for him might be complicated by the fact that you're carrying a child that was meant to be ours together. He's starting to realize that what you're offering him isn't a clean slate. It's a messy, emotional situation built on top of our broken relationship. The revelation that Elijah has been talking to Kiera about us, about our relationship and the baby, makes something crack inside my chest. What did he say? He said he's confused about what's real and what's just pregnancy emotions and gratitude. He said he's not sure if you love him or if you love the security he provides. He said he thinks maybe we should all sit down together and figure out what's best for the baby. All of us, including you. I am the baby's mother, Kiera. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, I have a say in how my child is raised. Your child? The words come out as barely controlled rage. Where were you during the morning sickness? Where were you during the doctor's appointments and the sleepless nights and the fear about whether everything was developing normally? Where were you when I was building a life with Elijah and falling in love with the family we were creating. I was giving you space to do the job I hired you to do, Kiera says with infuriating calm. But now that job is almost complete, and it's time to start thinking about the reality of what comes next. What comes next is that Elijah and I raise our child together. What comes next is that Elijah realizes he's been trying to build a family on the foundation of our broken dreams, and that's not fair to anyone involved, especially not to the baby. Kiera stands and moves closer to me, and I can smell her expensive perfume, see the flawless makeup that probably took an hour to apply. Everything about her screams wealth and privilege, and the kind of polished perfection that I'll never be able to match. I'm not here to take the baby away from you, she says, her voice gentler now. I'm here to offer you a way out of a situation that's only going to get more complicated and painful as time goes on. A way out? Elijah is going to realize eventually that what he feels for you is gratitude mixed with guilt about how our relationship ended. He's going to realize that he can't build a healthy family dynamic when one parent is the other parent's ex-fiancé, and the birth mother is someone he married out of panic rather than love. He loves me. He thinks he loves you, but love that's built on shared trauma and mutual need doesn't last once the trauma fades and the need is fulfilled. Kiera reaches into her purse and pulls out a business card. My lawyer specializes in surrogacy law. She can help you navigate a clean separation that protects your interests while giving Elijah and me the chance to provide our child with a stable, drama-free environment. You mean giving you the chance to get Elijah back? I mean giving all of us the chance to do what's right instead of what feels good in the moment, Kiera says without shame. Elijah and I understand each other. We have history, shared goals, compatible lifestyles. We can give this child the kind of stable, privileged upbringing that comes from parents who truly belong in the same world. And I don't belong in that world. You're a talented actress who deserves to build a career on your own merit rather than as someone's wife and baby mama. You deserve to find love with someone who chooses you freely rather than someone who married you to solve a problem. The cruel accuracy of her words hits like a rock lodge in my throat. What are you asking me to do? I'm asking you to consider what's best for everyone involved. Take the generous settlement Elijah is going to offer you. Use it to build the career you've always wanted. And let us raise our child in the environment we originally planned. Just walk away from everything I've built with him. Walk away from a situation that was always temporary toward a future that's actually yours. Kiera moves toward the door, then pauses like she's remembered something important. Oh, and Kiera? You might want to ask Elijah about the meeting he's taking this afternoon with his lawyer. There are some custody arrangements being discussed that you should probably be aware of. What kind of arrangements? The kind that acknowledge the reality of who this baby's real parents are. Kiera states, her lips curl into what seems to be a smile, but it makes my blood run cold instead. I'll be in touch soon about scheduling some time for all of us to discuss this, like adults. After she leaves, I remain standing in the living room, her words echoing in my head, like a virus designed to destroy whatever peace I had left. Custody arrangements? Real parents? What has Elijah been planning without telling me? The rational part of my brain knows that Kiera is trying to manipulate me, to plant seeds of doubt and insecurity that will drive a wedge between Elijah and me. But the vulnerable part of my brain, the part that's been raw and exposed since our fight 3 days ago, latches onto her words like they're lifelines in a storm. This child was supposed to be Kiera's too. I am legally just the surrogate, the gestational carrier hired to provide a service. The marriage to Elijah, the love we've built, the family we've been planning. Maybe it really is all built on the foundation of someone else's broken dreams. I try calling Elijah, but it goes straight to voicemail. I try texting, but he doesn't respond. By the time evening falls and he still hasn't come home, I've worked myself into a state of anxiety that makes it impossible to think clearly. When he finally walks through the front door at nearly 10 o'clock, he looks exhausted and defeated, his usually perfect hair disheveled, and his clothes wrinkled like he's been running his hands through fabric all day. We need to talk, I say, before he can escape to his studio or make excuses about being tired. Kiera, I don't think now is the best time. Sierra was here today. The words stop him in his tracks, and I see something that looks like guilt flicker across his features. She came here? She came to remind me that I'm still legally her surrogate, and that this baby is still legally hers as much as it is yours. It's more complicated than that. Is it? Because she seems to think she still has parental rights to the child I'm carrying. She seems to think you've been talking to her about custody arrangements in our relationship. Elijah runs his hands through his hair, making it even more disheveled. I spoke to her once. She called me. And you took the call. You discussed our marriage, our baby, our future with the woman who cheated on you and walked away from everything you were building together. She raised some valid concerns about the legal complications of the situation. What legal complications? The original surrogacy contract names both Sierra and me as intended parents. Just because we broke up doesn't automatically void her parental rights. The confirmation of Sierra's claims hits me like a physical blow. So she's right? She's still this baby's legal mother? How did that get past you? I thought you have lawyers for that. The law is complicated when it comes to surrogacy and changing circumstances, Elijah says carefully. That's why I met with my lawyer today, to understand what our options are. Our options? Or your options with Sierra? My options for protecting you and the baby while navigating a legally complex situation. By giving Sierra what she wants? By making sure that when this baby is born, there's legal clarity about custody and parental rights that protects everyone involved. I stare at him, trying to process what he's saying while my heart breaks a little more with each word. You're planning to share custody with Sierra. I'm planning to make sure that our child has legal protection and stability, regardless of what happens between any of the adults involved. Adults, I repeat numbly. You're talking about me like I'm just another adult involved instead of your wife and the mother of your child. You are the mother of my child, he says quickly. But you're also the gestational carrier in a surrogacy arrangement that's become legally complicated. Gestational carrier, I echo, and the clinical term makes me feel sick. Is that how you see me now? As the woman you hired to carry Sierra's baby? That's how the law sees you, and the law is what we have to work with. The distance in his voice, the way he's talking about legal technicalities instead of our love and our family, makes something fundamental shift inside me. I realize that Sierra has won, that her manipulation has successfully convinced Elijah to see our relationship through the lens of contracts and complications, rather than love and commitment. What did she offer you? I ask quietly. What do you mean? I mean that Sierra Lane doesn't do anything without calculating the benefit to herself. So what did she offer you to make you consider giving her access to our child and our life? She didn't offer me anything. She reminded me of legal realities I'd been trying to ignore. Legal realities, like the fact that you and I were never supposed to be together, like the fact that this baby was meant to be part of the family you were building with her. Like the fact that I'm just the surrogate who got too attached and complicated everything? You're not just anything, he says. But there's something hollow in his voice that suggests he's trying to convince himself as much as me. Then why are you talking about custody arrangements with Sierra instead of figuring out how to protect the family we've built together? Because maybe Sierra is right, he says quietly. And the words seem to surprise him as much as they devastate me. Maybe we've been trying to build something on a foundation that was never meant to support it. The foundation of us loving each other? The foundation of a surrogacy arrangement that became emotionally complicated. He corrects. Maybe it's time to acknowledge that what we have isn't sustainable and figure out how to transition into something that works for everyone. Including Sierra? Including the baby's other legal parent? Yes. The conversation feels surreal, like I'm watching someone else's life fall apart. 3 days ago, we were declaring our love for each other. Now he's talking about our relationship like it's a problem to be managed, rather than a love to be protected. What about what I want? I ask, my hand moving protectively to my stomach. What you want matters, but it has to be balanced against legal realities and what's best for the child. And you've decided that what's best for the child is shared custody with the woman who abandoned both of you? I've decided that what's best for the child is legal clarity and stability. The defeat in his voice, the way he's talking about our family, like it's a burden to be managed rather than a joy to be celebrated, makes something inside me break completely. Fine, I say, sounding calm, but everything inside me is barely holding. If you want to prioritize legal technicalities over the love we've built, if you want to give Sierra access to our child because some contract says she has rights, then handle it however you think is best. But don't expect me to pretend that watching you sacrifice our family to appease your manipulative ex-fiancé doesn't destroy everything I thought we were building together. Kiera, that's not what I'm doing. It's exactly what you're doing, I interrupt. You're choosing Sierra's legal claims over my emotional reality. You're choosing her version of what's best for the baby over our version of what could be best for our family. I start to walk toward the stairs, but his voice stops me. Where are you going? To my room, I say without turning around. Because apparently, that's all it ever was. A room in your house where the surrogate stays until her job is done. As I climb the stairs, I can hear him calling my name, but I don't stop. There's nothing left to say that won't make this worse. Nothing left to fight for, that he hasn't already decided to surrender to Sierra's legal machinations. In my room, I sit on the bed we used to share and try to process how completely my life has changed in the span of a single conversation. This morning, I was married to a man I loved who was struggling with trust issues. Tonight, I'm a gestational carrier in a complicated legal situation, planning to share custody of my child with the woman who destroyed the life this baby was supposed to be part of. I should feel angry, should be plotting how to fight for my rights as this baby's mother, how to prove that love matters more than legal technicalities. Instead, I feel empty, like something essential has been carved out of me and left me hollow. Maybe Sierra was right about one thing. Love built on the foundation of someone else's broken dreams doesn't survive when the original dreamer comes back to reclaim what she thinks belongs to her. But as I lie in bed alone, my hand resting on my growing belly, I can't help but think that we could have been something beautiful if we'd just been brave enough to fight for it, instead of surrender to fear and legal complications and the manipulative whispers of a woman who never deserved either of us. Tomorrow, I'll call my own lawyer and find out what rights I actually have as this baby's birth mother. Tomorrow, I'll start planning for a future that might include shared custody and complicated legal arrangements, but hopefully still includes love. Tonight, I grieve for what we almost had and try not to think about how different things might have been if we'd trusted each other instead of listening to the voices that told us we weren't worth fighting for.
Chapter 11. Elijah. The silence in my house has become suffocating. For the past week, Kiera and I have been living like polite strangers, sharing space but not conversation, existing in the same rooms but occupying entirely different emotional worlds. I can see the hurt in her eyes every time she looks at me, the way she protects her growing belly like she's shielding our child from the toxicity that's poisoned the air between us. I'm in my studio at 2 p.m, pretending to work on arrangements that sound hollow and meaningless, when my phone rings with Sierra's name on the LCD. My jaw clenches automatically because every conversation with her feels like stepping into quicksand, but I answer because ignoring her has only made things worse. Tell me, what is your endgame, Sierra? I ask without preamble. Such hostility, darling. I'm calling with an update on the legal situation. What legal situation? The custody arrangement, obviously. My lawyer has been reviewing the surrogacy contract, and she's confident that my parental rights are ironclad. But I'm willing to be reasonable about this. I grip the phone tighter, feeling the familiar surge of anger that comes with every one of her manipulative conversations. Reasonable how? I don't actually want to raise a child, Elijah. That was always more your dream than mine. But I do want to make sure that your little wife understands her place in this situation. Her place? As the gestational carrier. Not the mother, not your real wife. Just the woman who's performing a service for us. If she can accept that reality, I'm willing to sign away my parental rights for the right price. The casual cruelty in Sierra's voice makes my stomach churn. What kind of price? Financial, obviously. And social. I want a public statement that acknowledges the surrogacy arrangement and makes it clear that any marriage between you and the carrier is purely for legal convenience, not some grand love story. You want me to publicly humiliate Kiera. I want you to publicly acknowledge the truth instead of letting her live in this fantasy, where she's actually your wife and the mother of your child. She's neither, Elijah. She's an employee who's gotten confused about her role. She's the woman I love. She's the woman you think you love because she's carrying our baby, and you feel grateful to her. But gratitude isn't love, and building a family on gratitude is setting everyone up for disaster. I close my eyes and try to find the strength to hang up, but Sierra's next words stop me cold. If you don't handle this situation properly, I'll have no choice but to make it public myself. I have photos of the original surrogacy meetings, copies of the contracts, medical records that prove this pregnancy was planned before you ever had feelings for her. I can destroy her career and her reputation with a single press release. You're threatening her. I'm offering you a way to protect her while also protecting yourself and our child. Handle this quietly. Let her understand what she actually is to you, and she can walk away with dignity and enough money to build whatever life she wants. Let her continue believing this fantasy, and I'll have to take more dramatic steps to clarify the situation. The call ends, and I'm left staring at my phone, feeling sick with the realization that every conversation I've had with Kiera about legal complications and custody arrangements has been poisoned by Sierra's threats. I haven't been trying to hurt her. I've been trying to protect her from Sierra's ability to destroy everything she's worked for. But how do I explain that without making everything worse? How do I tell the woman I love that I've been trying to shield her from a vindictive ex who has the power to ruin her life? The sound of footsteps on the studio stairs interrupts my spiral of anxiety, and I look up to see Kiera descending with a laundry basket in her arms. She's wearing one of my old UCLA t-shirts over maternity leggings, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, and despite everything that's been broken between us, she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Sorry, she says when she notices me. I didn't realize you were working. I just needed to grab some things from the storage room. You don't need to apologize, I reply, though these words are hollow when we both know this house no longer feels like home to either of us. She nods and moves toward the storage room, but something about her posture, the careful way she's holding herself, the exhaustion in her movements, makes me realize how much this situation is costing her physically as well as emotionally. Kiera, wait! I call out, and she turns back with guarded eyes that break my heart. Can we talk? About what? About more legal complications I need to understand? About more ways Sierra's rights supersede mine? The bitterness in her voice cuts deep because it's based on misunderstandings I've been too cowardly to correct. About the fact that I've been handling this situation all wrong. How so? I set down my guitar and move closer to her, though I'm careful to maintain the distance she's clearly established between us. Sierra's been threatening you. Every conversation I've had with her, every mention of legal complications. It's all been about her trying to force you out of our lives. Kiera's expression shifts from guarded to confused. What do you mean, threatening me? She has documentation of the original surrogacy arrangement, photos, contracts, medical records. She's threatening to release all of it publicly if I don't convince you to step aside and let her back into my life. Step aside how? By accepting money to walk away from our marriage and let Kiera and me raise the baby together. She wants me to publicly acknowledge that our relationship is just legal convenience, not real love. I watch the information process across Kiera's face, see the moment when hurt transforms into something closer to fury. So, instead of telling me about these threats, you decided to handle them by making me think you don't trust me, by making me believe you think I'm using you for money and career opportunities. I was lost for a while. Then I thought I have to keep this from you. I was trying to protect you from her ability to destroy your reputation. By destroying our relationship instead. The accusation hits home because she's right. In trying to shield her from Kiera's threats, I've ended up inflicting the very pain I was trying to prevent. I thought if I could navigate the legal complications quietly, I could find a way to neutralize Kiera's threats without you having to know how vindictive she's being. Without me having to know, Kiera repeats, and her voice is shaking now with anger rather than hurt. You decided to handle threats against me without even telling me they existed. I was trying to protect you. You were trying to control the situation without involving me in decisions about my own life. She sets down the laundry basket with more force than necessary. Do you have any idea what the past week has been like for me? Thinking that you believe I'm some opportunistic actress who manipulated you into marriage? I never believed that. Then why didn't you tell me the truth? Why didn't you let me help you figure out how to handle Kiera instead of making me think our entire relationship was built on lies? The question makes me face something I've been avoiding acknowledging, even to myself. Because I was scared that knowing about Kiera's threats would make you want to leave. Leave? If you knew she could destroy your career with a single press release, if you understood how much she hates the idea of us being together, you might decide that being with me isn't worth the risk. Kiera stares at me for a long moment, and I can see her processing not just my words, but the fear underneath them. So you thought it was better to make me believe you don't trust me than to risk me choosing to leave? I thought it was better to handle the problem myself than to burden you with Kiera's psychological warfare while you're pregnant and trying to build your career. Burden me, she gasps, and I sense the danger lacing in her voice like she's about to explode. You thought protecting me from the truth was more important than trusting me to handle it. I was trying to be strong for both of us. You were trying to be in control, she corrects. You were making decisions about our relationship, our future, and my safety without consulting me, just like Kiera is trying to make decisions about our baby without considering what we actually want. The parallel she draws hits me like a physical blow because it's accurate in ways I hadn't considered. That's not the same thing. Isn't it? You're both deciding what's best for me without asking me what I think is best for me. You're both treating me like I'm too fragile or too naive to handle the reality of our situation. She's right, and the realization makes me feel sick with shame. I never meant to treat you that way. But you did. For a week, you've let me believe that our love isn't real, that our marriage is just convenience, that our baby is some kind of obligation you've taken on. You've let me think the worst about myself and about us because you thought that was easier than trusting me with the truth. The pain in her voice breaks something open in my chest, and suddenly all the words I've been holding back come pouring out. I was terrified, I admit. Kiera knows exactly how to hurt people, and she was threatening to destroy everything you've worked for just to get back at me. I couldn't stand the thought of your career being ruined because you fell in love with me. My career? She has enough documentation to make it look like you seduced me for money and opportunities, like you planned this whole thing from the beginning. She could spin it so that every role you book, every success you achieve gets tainted by the suggestion that you slept your way to the top. Kiera's expression softens slightly as she begins to understand the full scope of what I've been trying to protect her from. And you thought handling this alone was the solution? I thought if I could find a way to neutralize her threats without involving you, I could protect both our relationship and your reputation. By sacrificing our relationship to protect my reputation. The question forces me to confront the fundamental flaw in my reasoning. I thought our relationship was strong enough to survive some temporary distance while I figured out how to handle Sierra. Temporary distance? Kiera's voice rises with incredulity. Elijah, you've been treating me like a stranger for a week. You've been sleeping in your studio, avoiding conversations, acting like being near me is some kind of burden. That's not temporary distance. That's emotional abandonment. The accusation hits hard because it's true. In trying to protect her from Sierra's threats, I've ended up creating the very distance and pain I was trying to prevent. I didn't know how to be close to you while keeping this secret, I admit. Every time I looked at you, I thought about what Sierra could do to hurt you, and it made me feel like touching you or loving you openly was putting you at risk. So you stopped touching me and loving me openly. I stopped expressing it, but I never stopped feeling it. How am I supposed to know the difference? She asks, and there are tears in her eyes now that make my chest ache. How am I supposed to trust that you love me when your response to problems is to shut me out and handle everything alone? The question cuts to the heart of what's been broken between us. I don't know how to be in a relationship where someone else's well-being matters more than my own need to control the situation. Then learn, she says simply. Because Elijah, I can't be with someone who thinks protecting me means lying to me. I can't build a family with someone who makes major decisions about our lives without consulting me. What are you saying? I'm saying that if we're going to have any chance of making this work, you need to trust me enough to include me in the hard conversations. You need to believe that I'm strong enough to handle the truth, even when the truth is scary or complicated. I look at her standing there in my old t-shirt, her hand resting protectively on our growing child, her dark eyes blazing with a combination of hurt and determination that takes my breath away. She's right about everything, and the realization that I've been trying to save our relationship by destroying it makes me feel like the biggest fool in the world. I'm sorry, I say, and the words feel inadequate for the magnitude of what I've done. I'm sorry for not trusting you, for handling this alone, for making you feel like our love isn't real when it's the most real thing in my life. Are you? 'Cause sorry doesn't fix the fact that you chose to protect me in a way that hurt me more than Sierra's threats ever could. Then tell me how to fix it, I say desperately. Tell me what I need to do to earn back your trust. Start by telling me everything, she says. Every conversation with Sierra, every threat she's made, every legal complication you're worried about. Stop protecting me from information I need to make informed decisions about my own life. The request terrifies me because it means giving up the illusion of control that's been my coping mechanism. But I also know it's the only way forward. Sierra wants me to publicly humiliate you, I begin. And over the next 30 minutes, I tell her everything. Every manipulative phone call, every threat about destroying her career, every legal concern about custody and parental rights. I watch her face as I speak, see anger and determination replace hurt and confusion. She really thinks she can just waltz back into your life and reclaim everything she walked away from? Kiera asks when I finish. She thinks she has leverage because of the original contracts. What does your lawyer actually say about her parental rights? That they're complicated, but not insurmountable. The fact that she abandoned the arrangement and had an affair creates grounds for challenging her claims, but it would require a legal battle that could get messy in public. How messy in public? Messy in public enough to potentially damage your career, depending on how the media spins it. Kiera goes quiet, processing everything I've told her. When she finally speaks, her voice is steady and determined. Let her try, she says. What? Let Sierra release whatever documentation she has. Let her try to spin this as some elaborate con game. Let her make it public and messy and complicated. Kiera, you don't understand what that could do to your reputation. I understand exactly what it could do, she says firmly. But I also understand that giving in to her threats means letting her control our lives forever. I'd rather fight for our family in public than surrender to her manipulation in private. The strength in her voice, the way she's facing down threats that could destroy everything she's worked for, makes me fall in love with her all over again. You're sure about this? I'm sure that I love you. I love our baby, and I love the family we're building together. I'm sure that what we have is worth fighting for, even if the fight gets ugly. Something breaks open in my chest at her words. All the fear and doubt that's been poisoning our relationship for the past week, dissolving in the face of her fierce determination. I love you, I say, moving closer to her. I love you so much that the thought of losing you made me do everything wrong. You're not going to lose me, she says, reaching up to cup my face in her hands. But you are going to have to trust me to be your partner in this, not just someone you protect from a distance. I can do that, I promise, leaning into her touch. I want to do that. Good, she says, and then she's kissing me with the kind of desperate intensity that suggests we've both been starving for this connection. The kiss breaks down every wall I've built over the past week, every barrier I've constructed to keep myself from wanting her too much. Her hands tangle in my hair, and I can taste salt from tears I didn't realize were falling, feel the warmth of her body against mine after days of careful distance. I missed you, I breathe against her lips. God, Kiera, I missed you so much. Then don't leave me again, she whispers back. Don't shut me out when things get difficult. Let me help you carry the weight. I will, I promise, and I mean it with every fiber of my being. What follows is desperate and healing in equal measure, a reconnection that feels like coming home after being lost in the wilderness. We make love right there in my studio, surrounded by instruments and half-finished songs, pouring all our fear and pain and desperate love into each touch, each kiss, each whispered promise. Her body has changed since the last time we were together like this. Her curves softer and more pronounced with pregnancy, her skin more sensitive to every caress. I worship every inch of her with my hands and mouth, trying to communicate through touch everything I failed to say with words over the past week. I love you, she gasps against my shoulder as I move inside her, and the words sound like both forgiveness and promise. I love you too, I reply, and I realize how long it's been since the words feel unguarded and true. Afterward, we lie tangled together on the leather couch in my studio, her head on my chest as my fingers trace patterns on her bare shoulder. The late afternoon light streaming through the windows catches the golden undertones in her dark skin, and I'm amazed by how perfectly she fits against me, how right this feels despite everything we've been through. What happens now? She asks softly. Now we handle Sierra together, I say, my lips lingering on the top of her head. We make decisions about our family as partners, not as people trying to protect each other from difficult truths. And if she follows through on her threats, then we deal with whatever comes, but we deal with it together. Together, she repeats, and there's something peaceful in her voice that suggests the word means as much to her as it does to me. Together, I confirm, and suddenly the future feels like something we're building rather than something we're surviving. Outside, the sun is setting over the Pacific, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink that stream through my studio windows and bathe us both in warm light. Tomorrow we'll have to face Sierra's threats and legal complications and all the messy realities of building a family under public scrutiny. But tonight, holding the woman I love while our child grows inside her, I finally understand that some things are worth fighting for, even when the fight is scary and uncertain and potentially devastating. Tonight, I choose trust over control, partnership over protection, and love over fear. Tonight, I choose us.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 12. Kiera. The morning light streaming through our bedroom windows feels different now that Elijah and I have found our way back to each other. I wake up in his arms, my body molded against his warmth, and for a heartbeat, I allow myself to believe that the worst is behind us. The reconnection we shared yesterday in his studio has restored something fundamental between us. Trust, intimacy, the certainty that we're building something worth fighting for together. But the peaceful bubble of our reconciliation burst the moment I reach for my phone to check the time and see 17 missed calls from Rachel, my agent, along with a text that makes my blood run cold. Call me immediately. Don't look at social media. Don't go online. Just call me right now. R. Elijah stirs beside me as I sit up, the sudden tension in my body apparently enough to wake him from sleep. "What's wrong?" he asks, his voice rough with sleep but immediately alert to my distress. "Rachel's been trying to reach me," I say, showing him the string of missed calls. "Something's happened." Before he can respond, my phone rings with Rachel's name flashing on the screen. I answer on the first ring. "Rachel, what's going on?" "Kiera, thank God. Are you somewhere private? Is Elijah with you?" "Yes, we're at home. What's happened?" "Sierra Lane held a press conference this morning. She's gone public with everything. The surrogacy arrangement, your marriage, the pregnancy. She's painting you as a manipulative homewrecker who seduced her fiancé and stole her baby." The words hit me like physical blows, each revelation worse than the last. She did what? She has documentation, Kiera. Photos, contracts, medical records. She's claiming that you planned this entire thing from the beginning, that you used the surrogacy arrangement to get close to Elijah and break up their engagement. I can feel Elijah's attention sharpening beside me, see the fury building in his expression as he pieces together what's happening. "How bad is it?" I ask, though I'm not sure I want to know the answer. "It's everywhere. Entertainment Tonight, TMZ, People Magazine. Social media is going crazy. The hashtag surrogate scandal is trending, and most of the commentary is not in your favor." The room starts to spin slightly, and I cling to the corner of the bed to steady myself. What are they saying? That you're a gold digger who manipulated a vulnerable man going through a difficult breakup? That you used pregnancy to trap him into marriage? That you destroyed a 3-year relationship for money and fame? Each accusation feels like a knife twisting in my chest because I know how these narratives work in Hollywood. Once the media decides you're the villain, it's almost impossible to change that perception. "What about the drama series?" I ask, though I'm already dreading the answer. Marcus Webb's people called an hour ago. They're putting the project on hold indefinitely while they assess the publicity situation. The news feels like the final blow, destroying the career breakthrough I've worked toward for years. They're dropping me. They're not saying that explicitly, but reading between the lines, yes. They can't move forward with an actress attached to this level of scandal. I close my eyes and try to process the magnitude of what Kiera has done. In one calculated move, she's destroyed my reputation, my career prospects, and any chance I had of building a life separate from the chaos of her vendetta against Elijah. There's more, Rachel continues, and her voice has taken on a tone that suggests the worst is yet to come. More? Kiera's legal team has filed papers challenging your marriage on the grounds that it was entered into fraudulently. They're claiming that the surrogacy contract precludes any romantic relationship between the intended father and the gestational carrier. Can they do that? They can try. It's a long shot legally, but it's another layer of public scrutiny and legal complexity that will keep this story in the headlines for months. I look at Elijah, who's been listening with growing horror, and realize that Kiera has just declared all-out war on our happiness. What do? I ask Rachel, though I'm not sure there's anything to be done at this point. Lay low, don't make any public statements without consulting me first, and hope this blows over quickly. I'm working on damage control, but Kiera, I have to be honest, this is the kind of scandal that can end careers. After I hang up, Elijah and I sit in silence for a moment, both processing the nuclear bomb that Kiera has just dropped on our lives. I'm going to kill her, Elijah says finally, and the cold fury in his voice is unlike anything I've ever heard from him. You're going to do no such thing, I say, though I appreciate the protective impulse. Getting arrested for assault isn't going to help our situation. Then what are we going to do? I don't know, I admit, and the uncertainty terrifies me more than the scandal itself. Maybe we should look at what the media is actually saying before we figure out our response. Against Rachel's advice, I open my laptop and search for Kiera's press conference. The video that comes up shows her standing behind a podium at some high-end hotel, looking perfectly composed in a white dress that makes her appear innocent and wronged. Her blonde hair is styled in soft waves, her makeup is flawless, and every detail of her appearance has been calculated to present her as the victim in this situation. I'm here today to tell the truth about a situation that has caused me tremendous pain, she begins, her voice carrying just the right note of wounded dignity. A few months ago, my fiancé, Elijah Foster, and I made the difficult decision to use a surrogate to start our family. We hired Kiera Brooks, a struggling actress, to carry our child. The way she emphasizes struggling actresses makes it sound like a character flaw, rather than a simple description of my career status. What we didn't anticipate was that Ms. Brooks would use her position of trust to manipulate the situation for her own benefit. She systematically destroyed our relationship, convinced Elijah that I was unfaithful, and used her pregnancy with our child to trap him into a marriage that benefits no one but herself. That's not what happened, I breathe, but Elijah shushes me so we can hear the rest. I want to be clear that I don't blame Elijah for what happened. He's a good man who was vulnerable after our relationship ended, and Ms. Brooks took advantage of that vulnerability. She convinced him that their arrangement was real love, when it was actually calculated manipulation designed to secure her financial future and advance her career. The lies flow so smoothly from Kiera's lips that for a moment I almost believed them myself. She's taken the basic facts of our situation and twisted them into a narrative that makes me the villain and her the innocent victim. I'm not here to ask for Elijah back, she continues, though something in her expression suggests otherwise. I'm here to ask that people see this situation for what it really is. A vulnerable man being manipulated by someone who saw an opportunity and took it, regardless of who got hurt in the process. The press conference continues for another 10 minutes, with Kiera answering carefully planted questions that allow her to elaborate on her accusations while maintaining the appearance of reluctant honesty. By the time it ends, I feel sick to my stomach and completely overwhelmed by the magnitude of what we're facing. She's good, I say numbly. Evil, but good at what she does. She's a psychopath, Elijah corrects, slamming the laptop shut. And she's going to regret this. But over the next few hours, it becomes clear that Kiera's strategy is working exactly as she planned. My phone is flooded with calls from reporters asking for comment. My social media accounts are bombarded with hateful messages from people calling me everything from homewrecker to baby stealer, and every entertainment news outlet is running some version of the story that paints me as a manipulative opportunist. The worst part is reading comments from people who seem genuinely convinced by Kiera's narrative, who express sympathy for her as the wronged woman and disgust for me as the calculating other woman who destroyed her family. Look at this, I say, showing Elijah a particularly cruel comment thread. They're calling our baby a meal ticket and speculating about whether I actually love you or just love your bank account. Stop reading that garbage, he says, trying to take my phone away, but I'm morbidly fascinated by the viciousness of strangers who feel entitled to judge our relationship based on Kiera's lies. I can't stop, I admit. It's like watching a car accident. I know it's going to hurt, but I can't look away. None of these people know us, Elijah says firmly. Their opinions don't matter. Their opinions matter to casting directors and producers, and anyone else who might hire me for future projects, I point out. Kiera has successfully destroyed my reputation, and in Hollywood, reputation is everything. The truth of that statement hangs heavy between us because we both know how the industry works. Talent matters, but marketability matters more. And no one wants to hire an actress attached to scandal and controversy. By evening, the situation has escalated beyond anything I could have imagined. Photographers are camped outside our gate, news vans line the street, and social media has devolved into a feeding frenzy of speculation and judgment about our relationship and our unborn child. We should leave, Elijah says as we watch the circus from our living room windows. Go somewhere private until this dies down. Where could we go that they wouldn't find us? I have a house in Aspen, very private, very secure. Running away makes us look guilty, I point out. Like we're hiding because Kiera's accusations are true. Staying here makes you a target for every crazy person who thinks they know the truth about our relationship. As if summoned by his words, the sound of shouting erupts from outside our gates. We look out to see a group of people with signs that read things like baby stealer and gold digger, chanting slogans about justice for Kiera and punishment for me. Jesus, Elijah breathes. They're protesting our house. Kiera's fans, I say, recognizing some of the rhetoric from her social media supporters. She's got them convinced that I'm some kind of master manipulator who destroyed their idol's happiness. The chanting gets louder, and I can hear security guards trying to maintain order, but the crowd seems to be growing rather than dispersing. That's it, Elijah says, reaching for his phone. I'm calling the police. But before he can dial, a new sound cuts through the noise outside, the screech of tires and the crash of metal against stone. We rush to the window to see that someone has driven a car through our front gate, scattering protesters and security guards alike. Oh my God, I gasp, watching people run in all directions as police sirens wail in the distance. We're leaving, Elijah says, his voice brooking no argument. Right now, tonight. This has gone too far. I need to get some things, I say, but he shakes his head. We'll buy whatever you need. I'm not risking your safety for clothes. But as we're gathering essentials and preparing to leave through the back entrance, my phone rings with a call from an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answer it, Is this the baby-stealing brat? Comes a voice filled with such venom that I immediately hang up. The phone rings again immediately, then again, each call bringing new variations of the same hateful message. I turn off the phone, but the damage is done. The realization that strangers now feel entitled to harass me directly makes me feel violated in a way I wasn't prepared for. This is insane, I say, starting to hyperventilate as the full scope of what Kiera has unleashed begins to sink in. She's turned me into a public enemy based on lies. Hey, Elijah says, pulling me into his arms. Look at me. We're going to get through this. How? My career is destroyed. Our privacy is gone. And strangers are threatening me because they believe Kiera's version of events. How do we get through this? Together, he says firmly. The same way we've gotten through everything else. But even as he says the words, I can see doubt creeping into his expression. This isn't just about our relationship anymore. It's about the safety and well-being of our unborn child. And the reality is that being with me has made Elijah a target for Kiera's vindictive campaign. Maybe we should consider that Kiera might get what she wants, I say quietly. What do you mean? Maybe I should leave. Take the settlement your lawyer suggested. Disappear until after the baby is born. Let you handle the custody situation without me complicating everything. Absolutely not, Elijah says, but his voice carries the weight that suggests he's considered the same possibility. Think about it logically, I continue, even though the words feel like poison in my mouth. As long as I'm in your life, Kiera has ammunition to attack both of us. If I remove myself from the equation, she loses her target and you can focus on protecting our child. Our child needs both parents. Our child needs to survive Kiera's campaign of destruction. And right now, I'm the liability that's putting everyone at risk. We're interrupted by a commotion outside that sounds different from the earlier protests. Shouting, screaming, what sounds like violence. Elijah moves to the window and immediately goes pale. What is it? I ask, but he's already moving toward me with urgency. The crowd is trying to break through the back gate. We need to leave now. As we grab our bags and head for the garage, the sound of breaking glass comes from somewhere in the house. Security alarms start blaring, and I realize that what started as a protest has escalated into something much more dangerous. They're in the house, I say, panic making my voice high and thin. The car, Elijah says, hitting the garage door opener and starting his Tesla with shaking hands. As we back out of the garage, I can see people in our backyard, some carrying signs, others apparently just there for the chaos. The whole scene feels surreal, as if it's out of a nightmare rather than real life. We make it to the main road, but not before I see news cameras capturing our escape, ensuring that tomorrow's headlines will include photos of us fleeing our own home. Where are we going? I ask, as Elijah navigates through streets that somehow feel less familiar, despite being minutes from our house. Hotel for tonight, then we'll figure out our next move. But as we drive through the night toward an uncertain destination, I can't shake the feeling that Kiera has already won. She's successfully turned our love story into a scandal, our home into a target, and our future into something we're running from rather than building toward. The baby moves inside me, a flutter of life that reminds me what's really at stake here, and I realize that protecting this child might require sacrifices I'm not sure I'm prepared to make. By the time we check into a suite at the Beverly Hills Hotel under fake names, using cash to avoid credit card trails, I've made a decision that breaks my heart but feels like the only option left. I'm going to call Rachel in the morning, I tell Elijah as we settle into the unfamiliar space. I'm going to ask her to arrange a meeting with Kiera's people. To do what? To negotiate my exit from this situation before someone gets seriously hurt. Kiera, no, he says, reaching for me, but I step back. This isn't sustainable, Elijah. Tonight proved that. As long as I'm in your life, We're both going to be targets for Sierra's vendetta and the crazy people who believe her lies. We can fight this. At what cost? Our safety, our sanity, our child's well-being. The questions hang between us without answers, and in the silence that follows, I hear the sound of Sierra's victory. The absence of certainty, the presence of fear, the knowledge that love might not be enough to overcome the forces arrayed against us. Tomorrow, I'll have to decide whether protecting the man I love means staying to fight beside him or leaving to remove the target from his back. Tonight, I hold him close and try to memorize the feeling of being safe in his arms, because I'm no longer sure how much longer that safety will last.
Chapter 13. Elijah. The Beverly Hills hotel suite feels like a gilded cage at 6 in the morning. All luxury furnishings and expensive amenities that can't mask the fact that we're essentially in hiding from the chaos Sierra has unleashed on our lives. I've been awake for hours, watching Kiera sleep fitfully beside me, her hand protectively cradling our growing child even in unconsciousness. Every few minutes, she makes small sounds of distress that tell me her dreams are as haunted as my waking thoughts. The events of last night, the protesters, the break-in, our desperate escape from our own home, feel like a nightmare rather than our actual reality. But the missed calls accumulating on both our phones and the news alerts that keep lighting up my screen serve as constant reminders that this is our new normal until we find a way to fight back. Kiera stirs beside me, her dark eyes opening to meet mine with the kind of immediate awareness that comes from sleeping in an unfamiliar place while under siege. "Any word from Marcus?" she asks, referring to my lawyer who's supposed to be working on legal responses to Sierra's accusations. "He's meeting with Sierra's legal team this morning to discuss their claims about the marriage being fraudulent," I say, though we both know that legal maneuvers will do nothing to repair the damage to her reputation. "But Kiera, what you said last night about leaving—" "I meant it," she says quietly, sitting up and running her hands through her hair in a gesture that speaks to bone-deep exhaustion. "I've been thinking about it all night, and I can't see any other way to protect our child from this circus." The certainty in her voice terrifies me more than any of Sierra's threats because it suggests she's already made up her mind. There has to be another solution. Like what? We can't hide in hotel rooms for the next 6 months while Sierra destroys both our careers and turns us into public enemies. And we definitely can't raise a child in an environment where our house gets broken into by angry strangers who think I'm some kind of master manipulator. She's right. That's what makes this so devastating. Sierra has created a situation where every option feels like a form of surrender. "I'm not giving up on us," I say firmly. "I'm not letting her win." This isn't about winning or losing anymore, Elijah. This is about survival and what's best for our baby. What's best for our baby is having both parents who love each other and are committed to building a family together. What's best for our baby is not growing up in the middle of a media war zone where their mother is portrayed as a villain and their father is seen as a victim of manipulation. Before I can argue further, my phone lights up with a call from Marcus. I answer it immediately, hoping for some kind of legal breakthrough that will change our options. "Elijah, we have a problem," Marcus says without preamble, his voice carrying the kind of tension that suggests bad news. "What kind of problem?" "Sierra's legal team is claiming they have evidence that your marriage to Kiera was entered into fraudulently with the specific intent of circumventing the surrogacy agreement." "What evidence?" "Text messages, allegedly between you and Kiera, discussing strategy for breaking up your relationship with Sierra and securing Kiera's position as the baby's mother." The accusation is so outrageous that for a moment I can't form words. "That's impossible. Those conversations never happened." "The messages could be fabricated, but proving that in court would require a lengthy legal process that would keep the story in the headlines for months." "So they're trying to drag this out as long as possible." "They're trying to create enough legal complexity and public scrutiny to pressure you into accepting their terms." "Which are?" Kiera walks away with a financial settlement. You and Sierra resume co-parenting the child, and everyone issues public statements about the misunderstanding that led to the false accusations. The proposal makes my blood boil, because it's essentially demanding that we validate Sierra's lies in exchange for ending her campaign against us. That's not happening. I figured you'd say that, but I wanted you to understand what we're dealing with. Sierra isn't interested in reasonable resolution. She wants total victory. After Marcus hangs up, I look at Kiera, who's been listening with growing despair. "Fabricated text messages?" she asks. Apparently, Sierra's trying to build a case that our entire relationship was premeditated manipulation. "Of course she is," Kiera says with bitter resignation. "And the scary part is that some people will believe it because it fits the narrative she's already established." I watch her sink deeper into defeat, see the way her shoulders curve inward like she's trying to protect herself from more blows, and something crystallizes in my mind with perfect clarity. "I'm done playing defense," I say, standing up and reaching for my clothes. "What do you mean?" "I mean, Sierra wants a war, so let's give her a war. But this time, we fight on our terms with our weapons instead of just responding to her attacks." "Elijah, what are you thinking?" "I'm thinking that Sierra has one fatal weakness, her ego. She can't resist being the center of attention, and she can't resist gloating when she thinks she's winning. I'm already formulating a plan as I get dressed, a strategy that uses Sierra's own psychology against her. I'm going to call her and offer to meet." "That's a terrible idea," Kiera says immediately. "She'll just use it as another opportunity to manipulate you." "Not if I'm recording the conversation, not if I bait her into saying something that exposes her real motivations." "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" "By giving her what she thinks she wants, the chance to claim victory and explain exactly how she orchestrated this entire campaign." Kiera stares at me like I've lost my mind, and maybe I have, but the alternative is watching the woman I love sacrifice herself to protect me from Sierra's vindictiveness. "This is dangerous," she says. "If it backfires, you'll just give her more ammunition to use against us. If we do nothing, she wins by default. At least this way we're taking action instead of just hiding and hoping the storm passes. I can see her weighing the risks and benefits, see the moment when desperation overcomes caution. What do you need me to do?" "Stay here, stay safe, and trust me to handle this." "Like hell," she says, standing up with renewed determination. "If you're going to confront Sierra, I'm going with you." "Absolutely not. You're pregnant. You're the primary target of her campaign, and putting you in the same room with her is asking for trouble." "Elijah, I'm not hiding in a hotel room while you fight for our family alone. We're partners, remember? That means we face this together." The fierce determination in her voice reminds me why I love her in the first place, but it also terrifies me, because I know Sierra will view Kiera's presence as an opportunity to inflict maximum psychological damage. "She'll try to hurt you," I warn. "She's already hurting me. At least this way, I get to hurt her back." 2 hours later, we're sitting in my lawyer's office, finalizing the details of what might be the most dangerous gambit of my life. Marcus has arranged for recording equipment that will capture audio and video of whatever meeting we can arrange with Sierra, and he's briefed us on the legal implications of what we're attempting. "You understand that anything you record needs to be admissible in court if this goes to trial," Marcus says. "That means following very specific protocols and being careful not to say anything that could be construed as entrapment." "We understand," I say, though the legal complexities make my head spin. "And you're sure you want to do this? Because once you initiate contact with Sierra, there's no controlling how she responds." "We're sure," Kiera says before I can answer. "We need something that proves her real motivations and exposes her campaign for what it actually is." "Then let's make the call," Marcus says, activating the recording equipment. I dial Sierra's number, and she answers on the second ring with the kind of immediate availability that suggests she's been waiting for this moment. "Elijah, darling," she purrs. "I was wondering when you'd call. We need to talk, Sierra. This has gone too far." "Has it? Because from where I'm sitting, everything is proceeding exactly as it should. People could have been seriously hurt last night. The protesters at my house, the break-in. That's not justice. That's mob violence. I can't control how people react to the truth about your situation," she says with false innocence. "If they're upset about being lied to, that's understandable. You know you're lying about what happened between us." "Am I? Because I have documentation that suggests otherwise. You have fabricated evidence and twisted narratives designed to destroy an innocent woman's life." "Innocent?" Sierra laughs, and there's genuine malice in the sound. "Elijah, please. Kiera Brooks is many things, but innocent isn't one of them." I look at Kiera, who's listening to the conversation with controlled fury, and give her an encouraging nod. "Tell me, what is the point of all this, Sierra? Money? Public vindication? Me?" "I want the truth to be acknowledged," she says. But there's something in her tone that suggests deeper motivations. "Which truth is that?" "That you made a mistake when you chose her over me. That you let grief and loneliness cloud your judgment, and now you're trapped in a situation that serves no one except the manipulative little actress who engineered the whole thing." "And if I were to acknowledge that mistake, what then?" There's a pause on Sierra's end, and I can practically hear the wheels turning as she considers how much to reveal. "Then we could fix this," she says finally. "We could go back to the original plan. You, me, and our baby building the life we always talked about." "Our baby?" "Don't be naive, Elijah. That child was conceived as part of our family plan. The fact that you've gotten emotionally entangled with the surrogate doesn't change the fundamental reality of whose baby it actually is." The casual way she discusses our child-like property makes my stomach turn, but I endure it, pushing for more incriminating statements. "And Kiera, what happens to her in this fantasy reconciliation?" "Kiera gets paid handsomely for services rendered and moves on with her life, preferably somewhere far from Los Angeles where she can't cause any more trouble." "Services rendered?" "Gestational services, Elijah. That's what this was supposed to be. A business transaction that got complicated because you developed feelings for the help." The contempt in her voice is so naked, so completely without empathy, that I see Kiera's hands clench into fists in her lap. "You really see her that way? As the help?" "I see her as someone who took advantage of a vulnerable situation for a personal gain. But I'm not vindictive, darling. I'm willing to be generous in the settlement if it means getting my life back." "Your life?" "The life we were building together before she interfered. The career partnerships, the social connections, the family we planned. All of that can be restored if you're willing to admit that this whole situation has been a mistake. And if I'm not willing to admit that, then this gets much worse for both of you," she says, and all pretense of sweetness disappears from her voice. "I have enough evidence to keep you tied up in legal proceedings for years. I have enough public sympathy to make sure Kiera never works in this town again. And I have enough determination to make sure the child understands exactly who their real mother is supposed to be. The threat against our unborn child sends a surge of protective rage through me, so intense that I have to grip the edge of Marcus's desk to keep control. You're threatening my child. I'm promising to fight for my parental rights as vigorously as necessary," she corrects, but the meaning is clear. "And if Kiera were to leave voluntarily, if she took a settlement and disappeared, then you and I could have a very different conversation about the future." "What kind of conversation?" "The kind where we acknowledge that what happened between us was a misunderstanding, that we both made mistakes, and that we're mature enough to put the past behind us for the sake of our child." There it is. The admission that this entire campaign has been designed not to protect some abstract principle of truth, but to clear the path for Kiera to reclaim the life she walked away from when she cheated on me. You want me back, I say, and it's not a question. I want us back, she corrects. I want the family we planned, the partnership we built, the future we designed together. What happened with Adam was a mistake, but it doesn't have to define our future. And you're willing to destroy an innocent woman to get what you want? I'm willing to remove an obstacle that's preventing us from being happy together. The casual cruelty of her statement, the way she reduces Kiera to an obstacle to be removed, crystallizes everything I need to know about Kiera's character and motivations. I need to think about this, I say, though what I actually need is to end this conversation before I say something that compromises the evidence we're gathering. Don't think too long, darling. Every day you delay is another day that Kiera's reputation gets worse and your legal situation gets more complicated. After I hang up, the room is silent, except for the sound of the recording equipment shutting down and Marcus's fingers flying over his laptop keyboard as he backs up the audio files. Did we get what we need? Kiera asks, her voice shaky with anger and adrenaline. We got her, admitting that this is about getting Elijah back rather than protecting some principle of truth, Marcus says. We got her acknowledging that she's deliberately trying to destroy your career and reputation, and we got her threatening to use the child as leverage. Is that enough? It's a start, Marcus says carefully. But we need more than one conversation to build a solid case. We need evidence of the fabricated text messages, documentation of her campaign to damage your reputation, and ideally testimony from other people who can speak to her motivations. Other people like who? I ask. Like Adam Carter, Marcus suggests. If he's willing to testify about her character and behavior, it could significantly strengthen our position. The mention of Adam sends a spike of complicated emotions through me, because talking to him means confronting not just Kiera's betrayal, but his as well. But if it means protecting Kiera and our child, I'll swallow my pride and reach out to the man who was once my best friend. I'll call him, I say, though the words feel like gravel in my mouth. Good, Marcus says, because, based on what we just heard, Kiera isn't going to stop until she gets what she wants, or until we force her to stop. As we leave Marcus's office, Kiera is quiet in a way that suggests she's processing everything we just learned about Kiera's true motivations. Are you okay? I ask as we get into the car. I'm furious, she says simply, but also strangely relieved. Relieved? To know that this isn't really about the surrogacy contract or legal complications or any of the rational explanations she's been offering. This is about a woman who can't accept that she walked away from something good and is now trying to destroy anyone who threatens her fantasy of getting it back. Does that change how you feel about staying to fight? It makes me more determined than ever, she says with fierce conviction. Because Elijah, what we just heard proves that Kiera will never stop. Even if I leave, even if I take a settlement and disappear, she'll find other ways to manipulate and control this situation. So we fight. We fight, she agrees. But we fight smart, and we fight to win. As we drive back to the hotel to plan our next moves, I feel hope blooming since this nightmare began. Not just hope that we'll survive Kiera's campaign, but hope that we'll emerge from it stronger and more united than ever. Kiera wanted a war, and she's about to get one. But she made one crucial mistake in her strategy. She underestimated the power of two people who love each other and are willing to fight for their family. Now it's time to show her exactly what that kind of love can accomplish when it's backed by determination, evidence, and the truth.
Chapter 14. Kiera. The news that Elijah has put his entire career on the line for me hits like a thunderbolt while I'm sitting in our hotel suite, watching him pace the floor as he talks to his publicist about damage control. What started as a strategy session has turned into something much more significant. Elijah has just told his team that he's prepared to walk away from a $50 million recording contract if the label doesn't publicly support our relationship and condemn Sierra's campaign against us. You did what? I breathe when he hangs up the phone, my hands instinctively moving to protect my belly as the magnitude of his gesture sinks in. I told them they can either stand by us or find themselves a new artist, he declares with a fierce and determined look in his face that I've never seen before. I'm done letting anyone treat you like you're disposable. Elijah, that contract represents years of work, financial security for our family. Our family doesn't need blood money from people who think you're something to be ashamed of, he interrupts, moving to sit beside me on the hotel room's pristine white sofa. Besides, it's a bluff. They'll cave because they need me more than I need them. And if they don't, then we'll build something better on our own terms. The casual way he's willing to sacrifice everything he's worked for makes my throat feel tight with emotion, but it also crystallizes something that's been building in my mind since yesterday's confrontation with Sierra. If he's willing to risk his career to protect me, then it's time for me to stop hiding behind lawyers and strategies and take control of my own narrative. I want to hold a press conference, I say, the words surprising both of us. What? Sierra's been controlling this story from the beginning, deciding what gets revealed and when, painting me as this manipulative villain who can't defend herself. I want to tell my side before she has a chance to twist it further. Kiera, that's exactly what she wants. To bait you into a public forum where anything you say can be taken out of context and used against you. Maybe, or maybe it's exactly what I need to remind people that I'm a real person with real feelings, not just a character in Sierra's revenge fantasy. I can see him processing the idea, weighing the potential benefits against the obvious risks. What would you say? The truth. Not all of it, but enough to make people understand that what they're seeing in the media isn't the whole story. Marcus will have a heart attack. He's been advising us to stay quiet and let the legal process work itself out. The legal process could take months, and by then my reputation will be so damaged that it won't matter if we win in court. Sometimes you have to fight back in the arena where the battle is actually taking place. Elijah studies my face as if he's trying to read my real motivations. Are you sure about this? Because once you step in front of those cameras, there's no taking back whatever you say. I'm sure, I say, though my heart is racing with adrenaline and terror in equal measure. But I need to do this alone. Absolutely not. Elijah, if we appear together, it validates Sierra's narrative that this is about choosing between two women. If I appear alone, it becomes about a woman defending herself against false accusations. I don't like the idea of you facing that kind of scrutiny without support. I won't be without support. I'll know that you believe in me, that you love me, that you've already risked everything to protect our family. That's all the support I need. The conviction in my own voice surprises me, because 24 hours ago, I was ready to disappear rather than continue fighting. But something about watching Elijah put his career on the line has awakened a fierce determination to prove that our love is worth defending, that our family is worth fighting for. What if it backfires? He asks. What if you say something that makes the situation worse? Then at least I'll have tried to fight back, instead of just accepting whatever narrative Sierra wants to impose on us. 2 hours later, I'm standing in front of a mirror in the hotel bathroom, trying to decide how to present myself to the world. The clothes matter because every detail will be analyzed and dissected by commentators, looking for clues about my character and motivations. I settle on a simple navy dress that emphasizes my pregnancy without making it the focus, minimal makeup that suggests natural beauty rather than calculation, and my hair styled in loose waves that frame my face without appearing overly styled. You look perfect, Elijah says from the doorway, and the way he says it slices through me as if he sees more than just my appearance. I look terrified. I correct, because my hands are shaking and my reflection shows the strain of the past few days. You look like someone who's about to remind the world why I love you. The simple statement gives me strength in a way that no amount of media training could. And when we arrive at the Beverly Hills Hotel, where Rachel has arranged for the press conference, I feel as ready as someone can be to voluntarily step into the fire. The ballroom where the event is being held is packed with reporters, cameras, and photographers whose flashbulbs start firing the moment I enter the room. The energy is electric and predatory, like a pack of hunters who finally cornered their prey. But I push myself to walk to the podium with the kind of confidence I've learned to project on auditions, even when I'm falling apart inside. Thank you for coming, I begin, and I'm relieved that my voice sounds steadier than I feel. I'm here today because I believe everyone deserves to hear the truth, not just the version that makes for sensational headlines. I can see phones recording every word, cameras zooming in on my face, reporters scribbling notes about my demeanor and appearance. The scrutiny is overwhelming, but I focus on the people beyond the media circus, the public who will ultimately judge whether my story deserves their sympathy or condemnation. Almost 4 months ago, I agreed to serve as a gestational surrogate for a couple who wanted to start a family. It was a business arrangement, yes, but it was also an act of compassion for people who couldn't have children on their own. I paused to let that sink in, to remind everyone that surrogacy is fundamentally about helping people rather than exploiting them. What I didn't anticipate was that the relationship I was supposed to support would end. Everything was prepared for the surrogacy. I thought it would be over like that. But Mr. Foster wanted to go through with it. I became unsure of what my role should be in a family that no longer existed. The room is completely silent except for the sound of camera shutters, and I can see some of the reporters leaning forward with genuine interest rather than just predatory hunger. When Elijah asked me to marry him, it wasn't because I seduced him, or manipulated him, or destroyed his previous relationship. It was because two people who were trying to navigate an incredibly complex situation realized that they cared about each other and wanted to build something together. I can see several reporters exchanging glances, processing the fact that I'm acknowledging the marriage was initially practical rather than romantic. Was our relationship unconventional? Absolutely. Did it develop quickly under unusual circumstances? Yes. But does that make it less real or less deserving of respect? I don't think so. A reporter in the front row raises her hand, and I nod for her to speak. Ms. Brooks, how do you respond to allegations that you deliberately sabotaged Mr. Foster's previous relationship? I respond by saying that I've never interfered in anyone's relationship. I say firmly. I was hired to provide a service, and I provided that service with professionalism and integrity. What happened between Elijah and his former fiancée happened without my involvement or influence. But you did marry him very quickly after their breakup, another reporter calls out. I married a man who asked me to help him create a stable environment for our child. And yes, somewhere along the way we fell in love. I'm not going to apologize for that. What about allegations that you're using the pregnancy to secure financial benefits? The question is designed to provoke an emotional response, but I've prepared for this moment. I'm using this pregnancy to grow a human being who deserves to be born into a family that wants and loves them, I say. Everything else is just noise created by people who can't accept that sometimes love happens in unexpected ways. Are you saying that Sierra Lane is lying about your relationship with Mr. Foster? This is the moment I've been dreading, the question that could either vindicate me or destroy whatever sympathy I've managed to build. I'm saying that people sometimes create narratives that serve their own purposes rather than reflecting the truth, I say carefully. I can't speak to anyone else's motivations, but I can speak to my own. I fell in love with a good man. I'm carrying a child we both want. And I'm trying to build a family that's based on love and commitment rather than obligation. The questions continue for another 20 minutes, each one designed to trip me up or get me to say something inflammatory. But I stick to my core message, that love can develop in unexpected circumstances, that unconventional doesn't mean invalid, and that every child deserves to be wanted and loved. One final question, I say as the session winds down. I know there are people who think I'm some kind of calculating opportunist who set out to destroy a relationship and steal someone else's life. To those people, I want to say that I'm just a woman who agreed to help create life and ended up finding love in the process. If that makes me a villain in your story, then I accept that judgment. But I won't apologize for loving someone or for believing that our child deserves better than being born into a situation defined by bitterness and revenge. As I step away from the podium, the room erupts with shouted questions and camera flashes. But I don't look back. I've said what I came to say, and now the world will decide whether my version of the truth is more compelling than Sierra's. How do you think it went? Rachel asks as we make our way out of the ballroom through a side exit. I have no idea, I admit. Either I just humanized myself enough to change the narrative, or I gave Sierra enough ammunition to destroy me completely. But as we drive back to the hotel, my phone starts buzzing with notifications that suggest the public response might be more positive than I dared hope. Social media is lighting up with comments from people expressing sympathy for my situation and criticism of Sierra's campaign against me. Look at this, I tell Elijah, showing him a trending hashtag #LetLoveWin, that's full of supportive messages about unconventional relationships and the right to find happiness despite complicated circumstances. People are defending you, he says with obvious relief. They're calling Sierra's campaign vindictive and cruel. Some people are defending me, I correct. Others are still convinced I'm a master manipulator. But at least now there are two sides to the story instead of just Sierra's version. By evening, the response has become even more encouraging. Entertainment Tonight runs a segment analyzing my press conference that focuses on my composure and sincerity rather than the scandal aspects of the story. Several prominent actresses tweet messages of support about women's right to make choices about their own bodies and relationships. Even some of Sierra's former supporters begin questioning whether her campaign has gone too far. This is working, Rachel says during a strategy call. Public opinion is shifting in your favor. People are starting to see this as a story about a woman defending herself against a vindictive ex, rather than a scandal about manipulation and betrayal. What about the career implications? I ask. Has Marcus Webb's team said anything about the civil rights series? They're reconsidering their position. Your press conference reminded them that controversy can generate as much positive attention as negative attention, especially when the public starts rooting for the underdog. The idea that I might actually emerge from this situation with my career intact or even enhanced feels too good to be true. But the evidence is mounting that taking control of my narrative was the right decision. There's something else, Rachel continues. I've been getting calls from other production companies who are interested in working with you. Apparently, your performance today demonstrated exactly the kind of strength and authenticity that audiences respond to. People want to hire me because I defended myself against false accusations. People want to hire you because you proved you can handle pressure with grace and intelligence. Those are valuable qualities in this industry. As we settle in for the night, hope blooms in my heart. Not just hope that we'll survive Sierra's campaign, but hope that we might actually come out stronger on the other side. I'm proud of you, Elijah says as we lie in bed together, my head resting on his chest while he traces gentle patterns on my back. For what? For being braver than anyone should have to be. For fighting for us even though the easy thing would have been to give up. For showing the world who you really are instead of letting Sierra define you. I couldn't let her win, I say simply. Not when what we have is too important to surrender without a fight. What happens now? Now we wait to see if the truth is strong enough to overcome the lies. And we keep building our family regardless of what anyone else thinks about how we started. In the cocoon of his arms, I think about the woman who stood at that podium today, confident, articulate, unashamed of the love she's found in unexpected circumstances. That woman is someone I'm proud to be, someone I want our child to see when they look at their mother. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new decisions about how to move forward with our lives and careers. But tonight, I rest in the knowledge that I found my voice when it mattered most, and that voice was strong enough to change the conversation. Sierra wanted to destroy me by controlling my story. Instead, she gave me the opportunity to tell my own story in my own words, and that story turned out to be more powerful than any lie she could construct.
Chapter 15. Elijah. The morning after Kiera's press conference, I wake up to a world that feels fundamentally different. My phone is buzzing with messages from industry colleagues, friends, and even strangers expressing support for us, and the trending hashtags have shifted from mocking our relationship to celebrating it. Watching Kiera take control of her narrative yesterday has inspired something in me that goes beyond admiration. It's awakened a fierce need to match her courage with my own. "The label called," I tell her as she emerges from the hotel bathroom, already dressed for what promises to be another intense day. They want to schedule a meeting to discuss moving forward with our partnership under the new circumstances. Translation. They've realized that standing by us is better publicity than abandoning us, she says with a wry smile that makes my chest feel warm. Exactly. But Kiera, I don't want to just accept their sudden change of heart and pretend yesterday didn't happen. I want to do something bigger. What do you mean? I mean, I want to hold my own press conference, not to defend us or explain our situation, but to go on the offensive against Sierra and expose exactly what kind of person she really is. The suggestion makes Kiera pause in the middle of applying lip gloss, her dark eyes meeting mine in the mirror with a mixture of excitement and concern. That's a big risk, she says carefully. What if you say something that gives her more ammunition to use against us? What if I say something that finally puts an end to her ability to manipulate this situation? Do you have evidence that would accomplish that? I have the recording from our conversation with her, but more importantly, I think I can get other people to speak out about her character and behavior. The plan that's been forming in my mind since yesterday becomes clearer as I speak it aloud. Adam has been calling me since your press conference. He wants to meet. Says he has things to tell me about Sierra that I need to know. Are you sure you want to open that door? Talking to Adam means confronting everything that happened between you two. It means getting information that could finally end Sierra's campaign against us. Kiera sets down her lip gloss and turns to face me fully, her expression serious but supportive. Then let's do it. Let's finish this. 2 hours later, I'm sitting across from Adam Carter in a private dining room at the Chateau Marmont. The first time we've been in the same space since I caught him with Sierra. He looks older than his 35 years, his brown hair disheveled and his usually confident demeanor replaced by something that looks like guilt and exhaustion. Thank you for agreeing to meet, he says, his voice carrying the weight of months of unspoken regret. I know I'm probably the last person you want to see right now. You're right about that, I say bluntly. But if you have information that can help protect my family, I'm willing to listen. Elijah, I need you to know that what happened between Sierra and me, it wasn't planned. It wasn't some grand conspiracy to hurt you. Then what was it? Adam runs his hands through his hair in a gesture I recognize from our college days when he was struggling with difficult decisions. It was weakness. It was Sierra being incredibly persuasive about the problems in your relationship, and me being stupid enough to believe that comforting her was the right thing to do. Comforting her by sleeping with her, by listening to her complaints about how distant you'd become, how the pressure of planning a family was affecting your relationship, how she felt like you were more in love with the idea of domestic life than with her specifically. The words sting because there's truth in them that I've been avoiding acknowledging. Even if that was true, it doesn't justify what you did. Nothing justifies what I did, Adam agrees. But Elijah, I need you to understand that Sierra manipulated me just like she's trying to manipulate this situation with Kiera. What do you mean? I mean that sleeping with me was never about wanting me. It was about creating leverage she could use against you if your relationship ever ended. Oh, the suggestion that Sierra's affair was calculated rather than emotional makes my stomach turn. Leverage how? She made sure there were photos, text messages, evidence of our relationship that she could use to paint herself as the victim if things went badly. She documented everything in a way that would make it look like I pursued her rather than the other way around. Are you saying she planned to cheat on me? I'm saying she planned for the possibility that your relationship might end, and she wanted to make sure she controlled the narrative when it happened. The revelation reframes everything I thought I knew about Sierra's betrayal, transforming it from a moment of weakness into a calculated strategy. Why are you telling me this now? Because what she's doing to Kiera is exactly what she did to me. Manipulation, lies, creating false narratives that serve her purposes. And because I found out something else about Sierra that you need to know. Adam reaches into his jacket and pulls out a folder that he slides across the table toward me. Sierra has a half-sister named Maya who works as her assistant. Have you ever met her? I've seen her around, but Sierra always said she preferred to keep her family and professional lives separate. That's because Maya could expose things about Sierra that would destroy her carefully constructed image. I open the folder to find photographs that make my blood run cold. Images of a young woman with bruises on her arms and neck, medical records documenting repeated injuries, and what appears to be a recording device. Maya's been documenting Sierra's abuse for months, Adam explains. Physical violence, emotional manipulation, threats about destroying her career if she ever speaks out. Sierra's been using her half-sister as a punching bag whenever things don't go her way. Why didn't Maya report this? Because Sierra convinced her that no one would believe her word against a famous pop star's. Because Sierra controls Maya's visa status and threatened to have her deported if she caused trouble. Because Sierra is a master at making people believe they're powerless to fight back. The parallels to what Sierra's been doing to Kiera are unmistakable, and suddenly her campaign against us feels like part of a larger pattern of abuse and manipulation. What does Maya want? Protection, a way to speak out without losing everything, and justice for what Sierra's put her through. And you think Maya's testimony would be enough to discredit Sierra? I think Maya's testimony combined with the recording you made, and my willingness to speak about Sierra's manipulative behavior would paint a picture that even Sierra's most devoted fans couldn't ignore. The possibility of finally exposing Sierra for what she really is fills me with a satisfaction that goes beyond mere revenge. This is about protecting not just my family, but other potential victims of her manipulation. What do you need from me? A platform. A press conference where Maya can tell her story and where I can admit the truth about how Sierra manipulated our affair. A chance to set the record straight about who Sierra really is behind the public image. I study Adam's face, looking for signs of deception or hidden motives, but all I see is genuine remorse and determination to make amends for his role in this mess. Why should I trust you after what you did? Because not trusting me means letting Sierra continue to hurt people, he says simply. And because I owe you this much after destroying our friendship. The honesty in his voice reminds me of why we were close for so many years, and despite everything that's happened between us, I find myself believing that his motivations are genuine. When can you arrange for Maya to meet with my lawyer? She's waiting in my car, Adam says. She's been ready to tell her story for months. She just needed to know someone would listen and protect her. 2 hours later, Maya Delacroix is sitting in Marcus's office, her small frame dwarfed by the leather chairs, but her voice strong and clear as she recounts years of abuse at her half-sister's hands. She's younger than I expected, maybe 25, with delicate features that are marred by fading bruises she's tried to cover with makeup. Sierra has always been jealous of anyone who threatens her sense of control, Maya explains, her slight French accent making her words sound even more compelling. When she found out that Elijah was happy with someone else, it triggered the same rage that she takes out on me whenever things don't go her way. "You're willing to testify about this publicly?" Marcus asks. "I'm tired of being afraid," Maya says with quiet determination. "And I'm tired of watching her destroy other people the way she's tried to destroy me." "What kind of retaliation are you expecting from Sierra?" "She'll try to discredit me, claim I'm lying for money or attention. She'll probably threaten to have me deported or arrested on false charges. But I have documentation of everything, photos, medical records, recordings of her threats." "Recordings?" Maya pulls out a small device that looks like a pen. "I've been recording our interactions for 6 months. I have hours of audio of her admitting to planning the campaign against Elijah and Kiera, bragging about how easy it was to manipulate public opinion and threatening to destroy anyone who gets in her way." The room goes silent as the implications of what Maya is offering sink in. This isn't just testimony about Sierra's character. It is a direct evidence of her deliberate campaign to destroy our lives. "This could end everything," Marcus says quietly. "With this evidence, Sierra's credibility would be completely destroyed." "When do we go public with this?" I ask. "Tomorrow," Marcus says. "We schedule a press conference, present the evidence, and let Sierra try to explain why multiple people are all lying about her character." That evening, I'm back at the hotel with Kiera, sharing everything we've learned about Sierra's history of abuse and manipulation. She listens with growing horror and anger, her hands protectively cradling our growing child as the full scope of what we're dealing with becomes clear. "She's not just vindictive," Kiera says when I finish. "She's genuinely dangerous. Which is why we need to end this now before she escalates to something even worse." "What if the press conference backfires? What if people don't believe Maya's testimony? Then at least we'll have tried to stop her from hurting other people," I say. "Kiera, I think people will believe Maya because her story explains everything about Sierra's behavior that never made sense before." "What do you mean?" "I mean that no normal person responds to a relationship ending by launching a systematic campaign to destroy their ex's new partner. But someone with a history of abuse and manipulation, that pattern of behavior makes perfect sense." The next morning, I'm standing in front of another room full of reporters, but this time I feel powerful instead of defensive. Maya is beside me, looking nervous but determined, and Adam is in the front row, ready to answer questions about his own experience with Sierra's manipulation. "Thank you for coming," I begin. My voice carries a confidence that comes from knowing we're finally fighting back, instead of just defending ourselves. "I'm here today to tell you the truth about Sierra Lane. Not the version she's carefully constructed for public consumption, but the reality of who she is behind closed doors." I can see the reporters leaning forward with interest, sensing that this press conference will be different from the usual celebrity damage control. 3 days ago, my wife courageously stood in front of cameras and told you her side of our story. Today, I want to tell you mine. And I want to introduce you to someone whose story will help you understand exactly what kind of person we're dealing with. I gesture to Maya, who steps forward to the microphone with visible determination. "My name is Maya Delacroix, and Sierra Lane is my half-sister," she begins, her accent making every word sound precise and compelling. "For the past 5 years, I've worked as her assistant, and for all this time, she's been physically and emotionally abusing me." The room erupts with surprised murmurs and camera flashes, but Maya continues speaking with steady resolve. "Sierra has always been jealous of anyone who threatens her sense of control. When she realized that Elijah had found happiness with someone else, it triggered the same rage that she takes out on me whenever things don't go her way." Maya proceeds to detail years of abuse, backing up her claims with photographs, medical records, and audio recordings that leave no doubt about Sierra's capacity for violence and manipulation. The campaign against Elijah and Kiera isn't about protecting some principle of truth, Maya explains. It's about a woman who can't accept that she walked away from something good and is now trying to destroy anyone who reminds her of that choice. When Maya finishes, Adam takes the microphone to confirm Sierra's manipulative behavior during their affair, admitting that she documented their relationship in ways that would allow her to control the narrative if it ever became public. Sierra Lane isn't a victim, I say when it's my turn to speak again. She's a predator who uses her fame and resources to hurt people who can't fight back. What she's done to my wife and our unborn child is just the latest example of a pattern of abuse that's been going on for years. The questions that follow are sharp and probing, but for the first time since this nightmare began, I have answers that expose Sierra's lies rather than defending against them. Mr. Foster, are you saying that Sierra's entire campaign against your wife has been motivated by jealousy rather than legitimate concerns about the surrogacy arrangement? I'm saying that the surrogacy arrangement was always a cover story for Sierra's real motivations, which are to punish me for finding happiness after she destroyed our relationship, and to eliminate anyone who threatens her fantasy of getting me back. What evidence do you have to support these claims? We have recordings of Sierra admitting that her goal is to remove Kiera from the equation so that we can resume our previous relationship. We have documentation of her abuse toward her half-sister, and we have testimony from multiple people about her pattern of manipulative behavior. What do you want to happen as a result of this press conference? I want Sierra to be held accountable for her actions, I say firmly. I want the public to understand that the woman they've been supporting in this situation is actually an abuser who's been using her platform to torment innocent people. And I want my family to be left alone to build our life together, without interference from someone who's proven she's capable of violence when she doesn't get her way. As the press conference ends, I feel something novel. The satisfaction of taking action instead of just reacting to Sierra's attacks. We've exposed her for what she really is, and now the world will have to decide whether to continue supporting someone with a documented history of abuse and manipulation. How do you think it went? I ask Kiera as we leave the hotel through a side exit. I think Sierra is about to learn what it feels like when the truth is more powerful than lies, she says with fierce satisfaction. Within hours, the story has exploded across social media and entertainment news outlets. Maya's testimony has sparked outrage about domestic abuse and the ways powerful people escape accountability for their actions. The audio recordings of Sierra discussing her campaign against us have been played on every major news network, destroying any remaining credibility she might have had. By evening, Sierra's representatives have issued a statement denying all allegations and threatening legal action against everyone involved in the press conference. But the damage to her reputation appears to be irreversible. Sponsors are pulling their support, her upcoming tour dates are being canceled, and law enforcement has announced they're opening an investigation into the abuse allegations. She's done, Rachel tells us during an evening phone call. No one's going to work with her after this, and her legal troubles are just beginning. What about us? Kiera asks. What happens to our situation now? Now you get your life back, Rachel says with obvious satisfaction. Marcus Webb's team called an hour ago. They want to resume production on the Civil Rights series as soon as you're ready. And I've got 3 other offers for you to consider when you're feeling up to making decisions about work. As we settle in for the night, I feel something I haven't experienced since this whole nightmare began. Peace. Not just the absence of conflict, but the deep satisfaction that comes from fighting for what matters and winning. We did it, I tell Kiera as we lie in bed together, her head resting on my chest while our baby moves between us. We survived. More than survived, she corrects. We proved that love is stronger than lies, that truth is more powerful than manipulation, and that some things are worth fighting for no matter how difficult the battle gets. Tomorrow we'll start rebuilding our lives and careers, planning for our child's arrival, and creating the family we've always dreamed of. But tonight, we rest in the knowledge that we faced down our worst enemy and emerged victorious. Sierra wanted to destroy us, and instead, she gave us the opportunity to prove that our love is unbreakable. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 16. Kiera. The transformation in public opinion over the past week has been nothing short of miraculous. Where once social media was flooded with accusations and condemnation, now there's an outpouring of support for our family and disgust towards Sierra's manipulative campaign. The hashtag #Justice for Maya has overtaken everything else, and Sierra's career appears to be in complete freefall. But what moves me most isn't the vindication. It's the phone call I received this morning from my parents, saying they're flying out from Atlanta to meet Elijah and see for themselves how their daughter is really doing. They're worried, I explained to Elijah as we prepare our Malibu house for my parents' arrival. We've been back home for 3 days now, the protesters and paparazzi replaced by a respectful distance that feels like the first normal thing we've experienced in weeks. The media coverage has been so intense, and they want to make sure I'm actually okay and not just putting on a brave face. Are you nervous about them meeting me? Elijah asks, adjusting the fresh flowers we've placed throughout the living room, with a precision suggesting he's more anxious about this meeting than he's admitting. I'm nervous about them interrogating you, I admit. My dad especially has some very strong opinions about men who get involved with his daughter under complicated circumstances. What kind of opinions? The kind that involve detailed questions about intentions, character, and long-term commitment. Jazz musicians are protective of the people they love, and they have very good instincts about when someone is being genuine versus when they're performing. The doorbell rings before Elijah can respond, and my heart leaps with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. I haven't seen my parents since I moved to Los Angeles 6 months ago, and everything about my life has changed so dramatically that I'm not sure they'll recognize the woman I've become. I open the door to find my mother, Helen Brooks, looking exactly as she always does. Warm brown skin glowing with health, silver-streaked hair styled in an elegant twist, wearing a flowing dress in jewel tones that somehow manages to be both comfortable and sophisticated. Behind her stands my father, Desmond Brooks, tall and lean with the kind of presence that commands attention without demanding it. His graying beard neatly trimmed, and his dark eyes already assessing everything about our situation with the thoroughness of a man who's spent decades reading people. "Baby girl," my mother says, pulling me into the kind of hug that makes everything else disappear for a moment. She smells like the lavender lotion she's used for as long as I can remember, and her embrace has the power to make me feel safe in ways I'd forgotten were possible. "Hi, Mama," I say. "I missed you so much." "Let me look at you," she says, stepping back to examine my face with the kind of maternal attention that sees everything. "You look tired, but happy, and you're glowing in that way pregnant women do when they're truly content." My father steps forward to embrace me with the careful gentleness he's always shown, as if he's still not quite used to the fact that his little girl is now a grown woman. "Kiera," he says simply, but there's a world of love and concern in the way he says my name. "Daddy," I reply, and for a beat, I'm 8 years old again, completely secure in the knowledge that my father can fix anything that's wrong with the world. "And you must be Elijah," my mother says, turning her attention to the man who's been standing slightly behind me, probably trying to decide if he should introduce himself or wait to be introduced. "Yes, ma'am," Elijah says, stepping forward with the kind of respectful confidence that suggests he understands the importance of first impressions. "It's an honor to meet you both. Kiera talks about you constantly." "Good things? I hope," my father says, and there's something in his tone that suggests this comment is both a joke and a test. "Only the best things," Elijah assures him. "She credits you both with teaching her everything important about love, integrity, and following her dreams." "Smart answer," my mother says with a smile that suggests Elijah has passed the first hurdle. "But we'll see how smart you are when Desmond starts asking the real questions." We move into the living room, and I watch my parents take in the space with the kind of careful attention that's both appreciation for beauty and assessment of character. The house is undeniably impressive, but I can see them looking for signs that it feels like a home rather than just a showcase. "This is beautiful," my mother says, settling onto the sofa with the grace that comes from years of putting people at ease. "But it's also very large. Do you ever feel lost in all this space?" It's a gentle question, but I can hear the underlying concern. Is their daughter happy in this unfamiliar world of wealth and fame, or is she just adapting to circumstances beyond her control? At first, I admit honestly. But Elijah's made it feel like home. He helped me arrange my books and hang my movie posters. And now it feels like our space rather than his space. "Our space," my father repeats, and observe him processing the significance of that phrase. "Tell me about how this relationship developed, son. The media coverage has been confusing." Elijah settles beside me on the sofa, close enough that I can feel his warmth, but not so close that it looks like he's trying to use physical proximity to avoid difficult questions. "It developed gradually," he says honestly. "The surrogacy arrangement was supposed to be purely business, but spending time with Kiera, getting to know her as a person rather than just someone providing a service, made me realize that she's extraordinary in ways that have nothing to do with the baby she's carrying." "What ways?" my father presses, and notice him evaluating not just Elijah's words but the sincerity behind them. "She's kind without being naive, intelligent without being condescending, ambitious without being ruthless. She makes me want to be a better man, not because she demands it, but because being around her makes me see possibilities for growth I didn't know existed." The specificity of his answer clearly surprises my parents, and I can see their assessment of him shifting from cautious to genuinely interested. "And the pregnancy?" my mother asks gently. "How do you feel about becoming a father under these circumstances?" "Grateful," Elijah says without hesitation. "This baby is wanted and loved, and will be raised by two people who are committed to being the best parents possible. The circumstances that brought us together might be unconventional, but the love we have for each other and for this child is completely real." "Love," my father says, and there's something in his voice that suggests we're approaching the heart of his concerns. "That's a strong word to use about someone you've known for such a short time." "Yes, it is," Elijah agrees. "But sometimes love doesn't follow convenient timelines. Sometimes you meet someone and realize that everything you thought you knew about your own heart was incomplete." My mother reaches over to squeeze my hand, and I can see the tears gathering in her eyes. "That's how I felt when I met your father," she tells me. "Like I'd been waiting my whole life for someone I didn't even know I was looking for." But we dated for 2 years before we got married, my father points out, and there's gentle humor in his voice rather than criticism. We had time to build trust and understanding before we made permanent commitments. You did, I say, jumping into the conversation before Elijah can feel like he needs to defend our timeline. But you also didn't have external pressures forcing you to make decisions quickly. We had to choose between taking a leap of faith together or letting other people's agendas destroy something beautiful before it had a chance to grow. Other people meaning Sierra Lane, my mother says, and there's steel in her voice that reminds me where I get my determination when things get difficult. Yes, I say simply, though we didn't understand the full extent of her manipulation until recently. We spend the next hour discussing everything that's happened. The surrogacy arrangement, Sierra's campaign against us, the press conferences, and the evidence that finally exposed her true character. My parents listen with the kind of careful attention that suggests they're filing away every detail for future consideration. I have to ask, my father says when the story is complete, what happens if this media attention dies down and the excitement of fighting together fades? What happens when you're just two people trying to raise a child and build careers without all the drama to unite you? It's the question I've been asking myself, and I can see that Elijah has been thinking about it too. Then we find out if what we have is strong enough to survive ordinary life, I say honestly. But Daddy, I think it is. The moments when I felt closest to Elijah haven't been during the dramatic confrontations or public declarations. They've been during quiet mornings when he's teaching me to play piano, or late nights when we're talking about our hopes for the baby, or simple afternoons when we're grocery shopping and acting like a normal couple. Those are the moments that matter. My mother agrees. The grand gestures get all the attention, but it's the daily choices to love and support each other that actually build a marriage. Speaking of daily choices, my father says, turning his attention to Elijah with renewed intensity, what are your intentions toward my daughter? And I want specifics, not romantic generalities. Elijah takes a deep breath, and I can see him gathering his thoughts in a way that suggests he's been preparing for this exact question. I intend to love her for the rest of my life, he says simply. I intend to support her career and her dreams, even when they conflict with my own convenience. I intend to be a good father to our children and a good husband to her, which means putting our family's needs above my ego or my fears. I intend to build something with her that lasts beyond the initial excitement of falling in love. Children, plural? My mother asks with a raised eyebrow. If Kiera wants more children after this one, Elijah clarifies, glancing at me with a smile that makes my heart flutter. I'd love to have a house full of kids who get her eyes and her determination. And her talent, I add, leaning into him slightly. Don't forget the talent. Never, he agrees, dropping a soft kiss to my head that's so natural and affectionate that I see my parents exchange a look of approval. The conversation continues through lunch, which Elijah insists on cooking himself despite my mother's offers to help. Watching him move around the kitchen, explaining his technique for making perfect scrambled eggs, while asking my father about his experiences touring with jazz legends, I can see my parents' assessment of him continuing to evolve. He's good with his hands, my father observes quietly while Elijah is focused on plating our food. Musicians usually are, but he's got the kind of precision that comes from genuine care rather than just technical skill. He is good with his hands, I agree, then blush when I realize how that sounds. Kiera Marie Brooks, my mother says with scandalized laughter. That is not what your father meant, and you know it. I know, I say, grinning in a way that probably makes me look like the teenager I once was. But Elijah is good with his hands in every way that matters. After lunch, Elijah takes my father to his studio to show him the song he wrote for me, while my mother and I settle on the terrace overlooking the Pacific for the kind of private conversation we've been building toward all day. So, she says, settling into her chair with the kind of comfortable directness that's always characterized our relationship. Tell me the truth. Are you happy, or are you just making the best of a complicated situation? I'm happy, Mama, I say without hesitation. Genuinely. Sometimes I can't believe this is my life. Happy. Even with all the media attention and legal complications, even with all of that, because at the end of the day, when it's just me and Elijah and the baby growing inside me, everything feels exactly right. And your career? I know how important acting has always been to you. It's better than ever, actually. The publicity from fighting Kiera has opened doors I never could have opened on my own. I've got 3 amazing projects to choose from, and producers who want to work with me because they've seen that I can handle pressure with grace. That's my girl, my mother says with obvious pride. You've always been strongest when you're fighting for something that matters. I learned that from you, I point out. You taught me that love is worth fighting for, that family is worth protecting, and that sometimes the most important battles are the ones you never wanted to have. From inside the house, I can hear the sound of piano music, Elijah playing something beautiful and complex, while my father's deeper voice offers commentary and encouragement. The sound makes me smile because it suggests they're finding common ground at their shared love of music. He loves you, my mother says, following my gaze toward the house. Really loves you, not just the idea of you or the convenience of you, but the actual person you are. How can you tell? Because of the way he looks at you when you're not paying attention. Because of the way he talks about your dreams like they're as important as his own. Because of the way he defers to your comfort and happiness in small ways that suggest it's become automatic for him. I love him too, I say, and saying it to my mother makes it feel even more real. I love him in ways I didn't know were possible. Good, she says firmly. Because, baby, you're going to need that kind of love to build the life you're creating together. Fame and wealth can make some things easier, but they can also make other things much more complicated. I know, but Mama, I'd rather have a complicated life with him than a simple life without him. Then you've made the right choice, she says, reaching over to squeeze my hand. Your father and I just needed to see for ourselves that it really is a choice, rather than just circumstance. The afternoon dissolves into the kind of easy family time I didn't realize how much I'd been missing. My father and Elijah bond over music and shared stories about the creative process, while my mother and I catch up on months of separation and plan for the baby's arrival. By the time evening falls, it feels like Elijah has always been part of our family, rather than a recent addition. We should head back to the hotel, my father says as we finish dinner, though his tone suggests he's reluctant to end the visit. You could stay here, Elijah offers. We have plenty of guest rooms, and it would give us more time to visit. That's kind of you, my mother says. But we don't want to intrude on your privacy. Besides, your father and I need some time to process everything we've learned today. What's the verdict? I ask, only half joking. Do I have your approval to build a life with this man? You have our approval to be happy, my father says diplomatically. And if being with Elijah makes you happy, then we support that choice completely. But, my mother adds with a smile that takes any sting out of her words, we reserve the right to revisit this assessment if he ever stops treating you like the treasure you are. Fair enough, Elijah says with obvious relief. Though I should warn you that I have no intention of ever giving you reason to change your minds. As we say goodbye at the front door, I feel something settle in my chest that I didn't realize had been unsettled. Having my parents' approval doesn't change my feelings for Elijah, but it does make those feelings feel more legitimate, more supported by the people whose opinions matter most to me. I like him, my father tells me as he hugs me goodbye. He's got good instincts and a good heart. And most importantly, he sees you clearly. What do you mean? I mean, he loves you for exactly who you are, not for who he wants you to become or who he thinks you should be. That's rare, baby girl. Don't take it for granted. After my parents leave, Elijah and I clean up together in comfortable silence, both processing the significance of what just happened. That went well, he says as we load the dishwasher. Better than well, I agree. They love you, which means you're officially part of the family now. How can you tell? Because my mother started calling you sweetie instead of Elijah, and my father asked if you'd be interested in collaborating on some music together. Those are the signs of complete acceptance in the Brooks household. I'd love to collaborate with your father, Elijah says, and there's genuine excitement in his voice. He's got an incredible understanding of musical theory and emotional storytelling. He's going to love working with you, I predict. And more importantly, he's going to love watching you love me for the rest of our lives. For all eternity, Elijah murmurs, pulling me into his arms. I like the sound of that. Even when we're old and boring and arguing about whose turn it is to change diapers? Especially then, he says, kissing me with the kind of tenderness that suggests he's already imagining our future together. Though I should warn you that I plan to never be boring. Good, I say, settling against his chest with the deep contentment that comes from knowing I'm exactly where I belong. Boring is overrated anyway. As we stand in our kitchen, surrounded by the evidence of a successful family dinner and the promise of many more to come, I realize that somewhere in the midst of fighting Sierra's campaign and defending our love, we've actually built something beautiful and lasting. Tomorrow I'll call Marcus Webb and accept the lead role in the Civil Rights series, officially launching the next phase of my career. And we'll continue building the life we've chosen together. But tonight, I hold the man I love and feel our baby move between us. And I know with absolute certainty that every battle we fought has been worth it to arrive at this moment of perfect peace. We started as strangers, bound by a contract, but we've become partners, lovers, and parents who've chosen each other freely and completely. And that choice, that conscious decision to build something beautiful together despite every obstacle, feels like the greatest victory of all.
Chapter 17. Elijah. 5 months have transformed our lives in ways I never could have imagined when we first spoke our hurried vows in Marcus's sterile law office. Now, standing at the altar of the intimate chapel at the Four Seasons in Montecito, surrounded by the people who matter most to us, I'm about to marry Kiera for the second time. And this time, it's purely about love. The morning California sun streams through stained glass windows, casting rainbow patterns across the small congregation of family and close friends we've invited to witness our real wedding. Kiera insisted on keeping the guest list under 50 people, wanting this day to feel personal and sacred rather than like another media spectacle. After everything we've endured in the public eye, privacy has become precious to both of us. I adjust my charcoal gray suit jacket and try to calm the nervous energy that's been building since I woke up this morning. It's ridiculous to be anxious about marrying a woman I've already been living with as my wife for months. But something about today feels monumentally important in ways our first ceremony never did. You look like you're about to face a firing squad instead of marry the woman you love, comes Adam's voice from beside me, and I turn to see my best man checking his own appearance in the reflection of a brass candlestick. The fact that Adam is standing beside me today still feels surreal sometimes. Our friendship has been slowly rebuilding over the past few months, based on his testimony against Sierra and his genuine efforts to make amends for his betrayal. Forgiveness didn't come easily, but watching him risk his own reputation to protect Maya and expose Sierra's abuse convinced me that people can change when they're truly motivated to do better. I'm nervous, I admit, straightening my tie for the 10th time, which is insane, because we're already married. You're nervous because this time it counts, Adam corrects. This time you're not entering a business arrangement or solving a practical problem. You're making a choice about the rest of your life. He's right, and that's what makes this moment feel so weighty. Our first marriage was born from necessity and circumstance. This one is born from the deepest love I've ever experienced, and a conscious decision to build something lasting together. The soft sound of a string quartet beginning to play interrupts my thoughts, and I take my position at the altar beside the officiant, Kiera's childhood pastor who flew out from Atlanta specifically to perform this ceremony. Dr. Williams is a warm man in his 60s with kind eyes and a gentle manner that immediately puts people at ease. "Ready?" he asks quietly, and I nod though my heart is racing. The chapel doors open, and Jasmine appears first, radiant in a deep burgundy dress that complements her rich skin tone and elegant updo. She's carrying a bouquet of white peonies and baby's breath, and her smile is so bright it could power the entire building. As Kiera's maid of honor, she's been instrumental in planning this wedding, while also serving as emotional support during the continued media attention around Sierra's legal troubles. Behind Jasmine comes Kiera's father, looking distinguished in his navy suit as he escorts his daughter down the aisle. But it's Kiera herself who makes my breath catch in my throat and reminds me why I've never loved anyone the way I love her. She's wearing a flowing ivory gown that somehow manages to be both elegant and understated, with delicate lace sleeves and a silhouette that gracefully accommodates her 7-month pregnancy. Her natural hair is styled in an elaborate updo decorated with tiny white flowers, and her makeup is soft and glowing, emphasizing the natural beauty that first captured my attention. But it's her expression that affects me most, pure joy and love and certainty that this is exactly where she wants to be. Our eyes meet as she walks toward me, and everything else fades away. The congregation, the flowers, the music, even my nervous energy, none of it matters compared to the woman approaching me with such radiant happiness that I have to blink back tears. When she reaches the altar, her father places her hand in mine with the kind of ceremonial gravity that speaks to the significance of what he's entrusting to my care. "Take care of her," Desmond whispers. And there's both blessing and warning in his voice. "Always," I promise, meaning it with every fiber of my being. Dr. Williams begins the ceremony with words about love, commitment, and the sacred nature of marriage. But I find myself only half listening because I'm completely absorbed in watching Kiera's face. She's glowing with happiness, and it makes her more beautiful than any magazine cover or red carpet photo could capture. "Do you, Elijah, take Kiera to be your wife, to love and honor and cherish her through all the challenges and joys that life will bring?" Dr. Williams asks. "I do," I say, and my voice is steadier than I expected, more than anything in the world. "And do you, Kiera, take Elijah to be your husband, to love and support and stand beside him as you build a life together?" "I do," she replies, and there are tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. "With everything I have." The ring exchange feels different this time, too. Instead of the simple bands we purchased hastily 5 months ago, we've chosen rings that represent the depth of what we've built together. Mine is platinum with a subtle inscription inside that reads, "My heart, my home, my forever." Hers is a vintage-inspired design with small diamonds that catch the light like stars. "By the power vested in me by the state of California and the love I see between you, I now pronounce you husband and wife," Dr. Williams declares. "Elijah, you may kiss your bride." This kiss is different from any we've shared before, deeper, more purposeful, filled with the weight of promises made and commitments chosen freely. When we finally break apart, the small congregation erupts in applause and cheers. But all I can focus on is the way Kiera is looking at me like I've just given her everything she's ever wanted. "I love you, Mrs. Foster," I whisper against her ear as we embrace. "I love you too, Mr. Foster," she whispers back, "now and always." The reception is held at a private estate overlooking the Pacific, with tables arranged on terraces that cascade down toward the ocean. The setting is elegant but intimate, decorated with white flowers and soft lighting that creates an atmosphere of warmth and celebration. Our guests are a mixture of family, close friends from the industry, and a few colleagues who've become genuinely important to us over the past months. Kiera's parents have claimed a table near the dance floor where they can watch the festivities while engaging in animated conversation with my own parents, who flew in from London specifically for this occasion. The sight of our families getting along so naturally fills me with a contentment I didn't know was possible. "How does it feel to be married for real this time?" Marcus Webb asks as he approaches our sweetheart table with a glass of champagne in hand. The civil rights series he's producing with Kiera has been getting incredible buzz in the industry, and their working relationship has evolved into genuine friendship. "Like everything finally makes sense," I tell him honestly. "Like we've been building toward this moment since the day we met. Even though you met under rather unconventional circumstances." "Especially because we met under unconventional circumstances," Kiera interjects, joining the conversation with her own glass of sparkling cider. "If we'd met at a party or through mutual friends, we might have dated casually and never discovered what we're capable of building together." "The pressure made you both reveal your true characters quickly," Marcus observes. "It's like you gotta skip the games and pretense that usually complicate new relationships." "Exactly. I agree. We had to trust each other and communicate honestly because the stakes were too high for anything superficial." As the evening progresses, I find myself constantly amazed by how perfectly this celebration reflects who we've become as a couple. The music is a mixture of jazz standards that honor Kiera's father's influence and contemporary pieces that speak to our shared tastes. The food is elegant but not pretentious, the kind of menu that satisfies without overshadowing the real purpose of the gathering. But it's the speeches that affect me most. Jasmine talks about watching her best friend discover what real love looks like. Kiera's father speaks about the joy of seeing his daughter find a partner who cherishes her dreams as much as his own. Even Adam manages to say something meaningful about second chances and the power of genuine remorse to rebuild broken relationships. When it's my turn to speak, I stand and look out at the faces of people who've supported us through the darkest moments of the past year. A wise person once told me that love isn't about finding someone you can live with, I begin, my voice carrying clearly in the evening air. It's about finding someone you can't live without. Kiera, you're not just someone I can't live without. You're the person who made me understand what living actually means. I can see tears in her eyes as I continue. Before I met you, I was successful, but not truly fulfilled. I had achievements, but not purpose. I had relationships, but not the kind of love that changes everything about how you see the world. You taught me that vulnerability is strength, that trust is a choice we make every day, and that the most important battles are the ones we fight for the people we love. You made me brave enough to risk everything for something real, and you made that risk feel like the safest choice I've ever made. The applause that follows is warm and sustained, but all I care about is the way Kiera is looking at me. Like I've just articulated something she's been feeling but couldn't find words for. "Thank you," she whispers when I sit back down, her hand finding mine automatically. "For what?" "For seeing me. For fighting for us. For making me believe that fairy tales can be real if you're brave enough to write your own story." As the evening winds down and our guests begin to say their goodbyes, I feel a deep satisfaction that goes beyond the success of the party. This wedding has been everything our first ceremony wasn't. Authentic, joyful, surrounded by love and support from people who genuinely care about our happiness. "Ready to head to our suite?" I ask Kiera as the last of our guests depart, leaving us alone on the terrace with the sound of waves below and stars beginning to appear overhead. "More than ready," she replies breathlessly, and there's something in her tone that makes my heart flutter. Our bridal suite at the estate is a masterpiece of romantic design, a spacious room with French doors that open onto a private balcony, a fireplace crackling softly, and rose petals scattered across the king-sized bed. Champagne chills in an ice bucket beside a window that frames the moonlit ocean, and soft music plays from hidden speakers throughout the room. "It's perfect," Kiera breathes, moving to the balcony doors to look out at the water. "You're perfect," I correct, coming to stand behind her and wrapping my arms around her growing belly. "This day, this moment, this life we're building, all of it is perfect because you're in it." She leans back against my chest, and I can feel some of the tension from the day's events melting away as we stand together in the quiet luxury of our private space. "Can I tell you something?" she says softly. "Anything." I was terrified that nothing could live up to how happy we've been these past few months. I was worried that making it official would somehow change what we have. And now? Now I realize that what we have is strong enough to handle being official. That making promises in front of the people we love doesn't diminish what we've built. It just gives it a foundation that can support whatever comes next. I turn her in my arms so I can see her face, noting the way the moonlight streaming through the windows catches the golden undertones in her dark skin and makes her eyes luminous. What comes next is a lifetime of moments like this, I tell her. Quiet conversations in beautiful places, shared laughter over ordinary things, supporting each other through challenges we can't even imagine yet. "And raising our children together," she adds, her hand moving to her belly where our son, we found out the gender last month, is growing strong and healthy. "And raising our children together," I agree, placing my hand over hers, teaching them about love and integrity and fighting for what matters. Dancing to terrible music in our kitchen at 2 a.m. because insomnia is a thing that happens to parents. Reading bedtime stories until our voices give out because they want just one more chapter. Fighting about whose turn it is to change diapers and then laughing about it later because we're both too tired to remember what we were arguing about. The future we're describing sounds both ordinary and extraordinary, filled with the kind of domestic happiness that I used to think was too simple to be truly fulfilling. Now I understand that there's nothing simple about building a life with someone. It's the most complex and rewarding work anyone can do. "I love you," I tell her, cupping her face in my hands. "I love you for agreeing to carry my child when you barely knew me. I love you for fighting Sierra when she tried to destroy us. I love you for standing in front of cameras and telling the truth, even though keeping your silence would have been easier. I love you for making me believe that we deserve this happiness." "I love you too," she replies, rising on her toes to kiss me. "I love you for protecting me even when you didn't know how. I love you for risking your career to defend our family. I love you for writing music that captures feelings I didn't know existed. I love you for making me feel brave enough to fight for what we have. This kiss is different from the one at the altar. Hungrier, more urgent, weighted with the knowledge that we're finally, completely alone, and free to express everything we've been feeling throughout this perfect day."
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
"Thank you," I tell her as sleep begins to claim us both. "For what?" "For saying yes to that first crazy arrangement. For seeing something worthwhile in me when I was at my worst. For fighting for us when it would have been easier to walk away. For making me the happiest man alive." "Thank you for asking," she replies sleepily. "And for proving that sometimes the most practical decision can also be the most romantic one. I love you, wife. I love you too, husband. Tomorrow we'll start our honeymoon in Big Sur. 3 days of hiking and spa treatments and uninterrupted time together before we return to the reality of work and preparing for our son's arrival. Next month we'll start setting up the nursery and taking parenting classes and all the practical preparations that come with bringing a new life into the world. But tonight, we're just newlyweds celebrating the choice to build something beautiful together, surrounded by luxury and love and the infinite possibilities that stretch out before us. Tonight we're exactly where we're supposed to be, doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing, with exactly the person we're supposed to be doing it with. Tonight, everything is perfect, and for the first time in my life, I have complete faith that tomorrow will be perfect too, in its own unique and wonderful way.